Chapter 21. Unidentified ship. Your engines and weapon systems have been disabled. Stand down and prepare to be boarded. Avaryss glanced over at the Imperial at her side. Captain Veet Brande was cast purely in the Imperial military mold. For 20 years he had served the Empire, the last 6 of those years as captain of her master's dreadnought, the Terror. In his youth he had been the poster boy for Imperial military service, square-jawed, discipline, his short blonde hair and uniform styled perfectly to proper Imperial regulation. The years had both hardened and seasoned him, but it was still plain why the man had risen in the ranks. He remained Imperial through and through even after almost 2 decades of service. Such men had their uses, she thought, but they tended to be inflexible. They broke when they should have been able to bend. Avaryss preferred flexibility in her servants. Give him a chance, Lord Feer had said, and she was doing so. For now, he is a good man, her master assured her. Give him room to work, Apprentice, and you will find an Imperial worthy of your respect. Still no response to our hails, Captain, the comm officer called up from the crew pit. They tried to run, the captain sniffed, and they managed to destroy 2 of our fighter craft. After that, I'm no longer interested in what the people on that ship have to say, at least, not until they have undergone a full interrogation. Avaryss nodded. She admired the captain's restraint. The missile launcher the freighter had hidden between its cargo containers had been a nasty and unpleasant surprise. Yet, the captain still had ordered the gunners to restrict their fire to the ship's engines and weapon systems. The fact that the ship was still there was proof of both the gunner's skill and the captain's decision. He was skilled, she could not doubt that. He carried out his orders to the letter, but at the same time, she could not escape the fact that the man was too easily pleased, too quick to claim victory. Victory was not assured yet. She looked at him both with her eyes and through the Force. She did not entirely like what she was seeing. He is gloating, she thought, resisting the urge to shake her head. He believed that victory was already theirs. She was not so sure. She looked out from her place on the Terror's bridge. Before the massive dreadnought, the medium-sized freighter was floating in a cloud of its own debris. Slowly, but surely, the ship was being pulled back into the Terror's hangar bay. The engines of the captured ship flickered and failed, all resistance having been blasted out of it. Yet, Avaryss sensed no fear from the vessel. The crew should have been panicking, but she felt only a wave of grim determination through the Force. Captain Brande glanced over at her, a broad smile on his face. As you can see, Apprentice, he said, practically glowing, all is well, and in hand. He stood a little straighter, radiating a sense of pride. The Imperial Navy comes through again. Avaryss shot him a cool look. You are too easily pleased, Captain, she said grimly. I will not claim victory until that ship is safely aboard and its crew is secured in our interrogation suites. The Imperial chuckled. Soon enough, Apprentice, he promised, soon enough. The ship in question was the Kern's Hope out of Zyest, at least. That is what its official story was. It was a ship owned by, and in the service of Garrick Exports, the company that had arranged for the removal of Darth Tarik's bacteria back on the wreck. From here, the ship looked as slender as a reed, with 4 massive cargo containers secured over its main body like a shell on a snail. Between War Master Feer's investigation into the carrier signal they had gotten on Terrace and Avaryss' adventure on the wreck, House Feer had determined that Garrick Exports was indeed tied up in what was going on with the whole droid espionage plan. Though the War Master's people had not completely deciphered the signal yet, what messages they had managed to decode mentioned both the company and the ship several times. Feer had sought to contact the company's offices only to discover that it had none. The export company did not exist, at least physically. It put in bids for jobs in the Empire, usually at far lower fees than any other could hope to match, which got it the contracts it had needed to help infiltrate the Sith's business interests. Feer believed that the company was a front for Republic SIS. Their only real holding was the ship that was now being pulled into the Terror's hangar bay, and with its arrival would come answers. Avaryss returned her attention to the damaged freighter. She reached out with the force again, expecting to feel panic begin to take root in the men and women on that ship, and again she felt nothing. She frowned. She did not share Branday's confidence in their impending victory. "We shall see, Captain," she said, turning, her black cloak flaring behind her. She had tried to look as intimidating as possible, clad in a black combat suit and hooded cloak. She had desire to appear both aloof and mysterious. She wished to establish fear in the terrorist crew from the start. It had not worked as well as she had hoped. "We shall see to it, personally," she added. "Come with me, Captain." "As you command, Apprentice," he said, falling and stepped beside her. She began to make her way to the hangar bay. She brought out her comlink, summoning her own crew to her side. It was not that she did not trust Branday or his men. She simply preferred to have her own people around her when they breached the freighter. Though a bit unorthodox, her people knew how to get results, and they tended to see things far differently than the classically trained Imperial. She welcomed the extra set of eyes. She would have preferred to have handled this business herself, but her master had overruled her. After what had happened on the wreck, he wanted no one to doubt that she was a fully committed Imperial. If anyone asked about what had happened with the Jedi, it would seem like simply an isolated incident, an incident that she had done her best to take advantage of. "What are you expecting to find when the freighter is breached?" the captain inquired. "Lord Feer told me nothing." Avaryss glanced over at him, surprised by the man's audacity. "It is not my place to say," she said. "If my master had wished you to know, he would have told you." "As you wish," the captain said, but again she got the sense he was humoring her. Captain Branday had been respectful since she had been on board, but he had not shown her the same level of deference he had showed her master. "I trust your men are up to the challenge," she said coldly, "for your sake." The captain chuckled. "I've served House Feer for a long time, Apprentice," he reminded her. "I know what is expected of me. Lord Feer and all of his previous apprentices have learned quickly that I get results." Avaryss nodded. "So be it." Well, she was intrigued by that last part. "How many apprentices has my master had before me?" she asked. "You are the 5th one I've served. Though, I must admit, the master seems far more interested in your success than your predecessors. You should probably see that as a good sign." Avaryss fell silent. A good sign. In her eyes, it was anything but. As far as she knew, none of her predecessors had attained the rank of Lord. She had heard no talk of any of her master's students serving him as newly minted lords. The servants back at the estate would not even speak of those that came before her, or what had happened to them. That knowledge did not fill her with confidence. For the moment, her master doted on her. Even during her punishment and penance, he seemed to desire her success, but was she the first apprentice that he had done so with? How many others had he referred affectionately to as, "my child," only to end them when they had served their purpose? "That is why you need to be more than just another apprentice," the dark voice within whispered. "You need to build alliances and gather allies. You need the fear and respect of your underlings and peers. What you have collected up to this point is not enough." She acknowledged that, but Captain Branday and his men seemed immune to her charms. They were respectful enough, but seemed to see her as a transitory commander, an apprentice who would no doubt be replaced soon enough. She had to find a way to get them to see otherwise. These men were proper Imperials. They should have been easily bent to her will, but they were not. Recognizing that she did not understand them as well as she should, she had summoned Barrack to her quarters on the Fury yesterday. She had refused a cabin on the Terror. She was not entirely sure that what was being said would not be overheard. Her brother had served both long and well in the Imperial Navy. She had hoped that he might be able to shed some light on her next move. They had spoken little since Terrace. He had followed her orders, but a distance had been formed between them. She should have been happy about that. That distance made it less likely her feelings would become another chain. She had no desire to be bound further to her sibling, and yet, still part of her resented the need for that distance. He is my blood, she thought. He should be firmly in my corner. She explained the situation to him. The two of them continuing to play the role of Imperial soldier and Sith master, and never the two would meet. He listened as she asked about the Navy, and how she could win the fear and respect of the men and women beneath her. When she had finished, he stood for a moment, thinking. "Permission to speak freely, my lord," he said. "We are alone," she reminded him. "If we cannot speak freely alone, then when can we?" Her brother snorted. She could sense his amusement. She could not tell if he was amused by what she had said, or if he thought her foolish. She only just managed to hold her temper in check. No common soldier should ever dare to think a Sith was foolish. "Did father ever tell you the story about the French campaigns?" he asked. "What he did in the army when he was our age?" "Dad was never one of telling war stories," she reminded him. "True," her brother agreed, "but this one is related to your question, so I'd hoped he would have shared it with you." Beric sighed. "How do you think that you should win these soldiers' respect?" "That was my question to you," she reminded him. "Yeah, and I'm turning it back around on you, little sister. How do you expect to win the loyalty of the captain and his men?" Avaryss scowled. "I found that fear is an excellent equalizer," she said. "Perhaps I should execute Captain Branday for some slight. His replacement would likely thank me for it, and the tale would do much to spread fear in the ranks. The common soldiers would learn soon enough not to cross me." "That is one way to do it, I suppose," he agreed, though she could sense his disappointment at her answer. It made her angry. "You have a better idea." "Father did," Beric answered. "He learned it during the French campaigns." "Oh really?" Avaryss replied dryly. "Tell me, what did our dear father have to say about the French campaigns?" Beric's eyes narrowed. He clearly took offense to what she had said about father, or rather the sarcastic tone she used, but was a smart enough soldier not to call her on it. He knew the risk of angering a Sith, even one he was related to. "As you said, father did not like telling war stories. He didn't want us growing up and thinking poorly of the masters. The only reason he told me what happened was because I had just joined the Navy, and he wanted me to be prepared for what I might face during my service. Anyway, the French campaign, according to father, some rogue Darth had been making trouble for the council. They dispatched the fleet and 3 Sith masters to deal with the problem. One of those masters, not father's, thanked the Emperor, had made it a point of pride that he kept his men in a constant state of fear." "Fear is a great motivator," Avaryss said with a smile. "True," her brother said, "but please, sis, let me finish. Anyway, this master and his men were the tip of the spear in the Empire's campaign. They sustained heavy losses, but got the job done. One morning, a scout made his report to this master's lieutenant, informing him that the strategy that the master had planned would not work. The enemy had both cover and superior numbers. I take it the Sith adapted his plan accordingly." Her brother smiled coldly. He did not. The lieutenant did not relay the information. His predecessor had been executed by the Lord 2 days earlier for bringing an unfavorable report, so he chose to say nothing, to trust in the strength of arms to carry the day. Avaryss said nothing. What could she say? She could guess what happened next. The master's force got mauled. He tried to push forward, but they were cut to pieces. The enemy was too well fortified and prepared. Father's unit was sent in after to clean up, using the intel that had been gathered by the previous unit's destruction. The master that had so cultivated fear in his subordinates was found mortally wounded on the battlefield. The one who led our father's unit put him to death for his failure. Not a single one of the Lord's surviving troopers spoke a word or lifted a finger to stop it. Her brother sighed. "Fear is not enough, little sister, not if you wish to truly rule. Father could be ruthless when needed, but he was also fair, and gave credit where credit was due. He did not have to swing the largest sword to be effective. And yet he still died," Avaryss thought. It was all she could do to keep from shrieking those very words in her brother's face. What was the point of father's fairness? No one had lifted a finger to help when Lord Feer sent his men for him. And now you bow to the very man that murdered father, that had mother, and the girls murdered. Are you any better? That thought haunted Avaryss. She was not sure what to make of that. The power you were born with, and the training that you have grants you the right to rule, little sister, but to rule, to truly command the respect of the men under you, you have to be more than a simple weapon. If what you told me about the captain is true, then that is how the captain and the crew see you, is it not? You are just another weapon that their master wields. They don't think you will be around long enough to matter. She frowned, but at the same time her mind was working. The wheels were turning in her head. He is not wrong, she realized. I do need to be more. What am I supposed to do? Invite the crew to tea. Show them that their lives matter to you. Show them that you will not waste them recklessly. Let them see your power, but at the same time, show them that you can be gracious in both victory and defeat. If that bothers your Sith pride, then try looking at it another way. These men are your weapon, little sister. You would not go into battle with a weapon that you had not serviced until it was perfect. You know enough to take care of a weapon in your arsenal, do you not? Punish those truly at fault, but sympathize with those that were simply doing their duty. The failing of one is not the failing of all. Then I should lead from the front then. Show them that I do not mind getting my hands dirty. That would be a start, but more importantly, watch for opportunities. You are good at sniffing out opportunity. You showed that back on Taris. Wait for the best moment and strike hard. Take advantage, and more importantly, let the men see you doing it. You manage to pull that off. Then you will not only be feared and respected, but your men will come to worship you and be willing to march into the teeth of death for you. Become more than just another Sith commander, but the Empire personified. Avaryss thought about that. A cruel smile came to her lips. The Empire personified, her brother had said. Let the men see her as the embodiment of what they were fighting for. The idea had merit, and more to the point, she liked it. In this, she would much rather be loved than feared. She just needed to wait for the right opportunity. She just needed to prove herself. That opportunity would come soon enough. Breach team is now in position. Avaryss stood beside Captain Brandy and the rest of her crew. Rink was slouched forward with a bored look on his face, while Holly double-checked the tools on her belt. Once the breach team had pacified the crew, it would fall to the engineer to secure their computer system and begin downloading anything and everything that her master might want. Beric stood 2 steps behind her. He was now clad in a trooper's plate, an officer's command helmet. He would serve as her bodyguard when she boarded the ship, not that she really needed one. Avaryss sneered. Now, perhaps, they would get some more answers. She had watched patiently as 2 of the breach team's troopers rigged the freighter's entry port with explosives. The disabled freighter was now locked down in a hangar bay. Any resistance the crew could offer them now was pointless. If they were smart, they would surrender without further bloodshed. Avaryss doubted that they would be that reasonable. All is ready, Apprentice, Captain Brandy informed her, still radiating with feelings of confidence. At his sight as first office, Commander Drizzo remained passive. The man seemed far more careful than his commanding officer. She made note of that for future reference. Proceed, Captain, she ordered, for the Empire. For the Empire, he repeated, gesturing to the commander of the breach team to begin their attack. The officer triggered the explosives. The hatch's edges began to spark and glow orange. Even from 20 feet away you could feel the heat. The hatch blew in with a loud pop. Avaryss' eyes widened in horror. The breach team vanished in a jet of thick white mist. It flowed out of the ship like water, rising quickly above the heads of the troopers. The 4 screamed at her. The cloud felt of death, icy and hungry. It was all she could do to keep from bolting. The world seemed to slow down. She could hear the distant cries of the soldiers, hear their words. Trap. Poison. Fall back. Fall back. Poison. The memory of Fel's death came back to her. They had been so connected that she had felt his dying moments through the Force, the agony he had felt, the helplessness. The thought of being poisoned herself, of dying that way, terrified her, but in terror there was opportunity. The world slowed down. She had learned to fear into anger. Terror easily became rage, and rage was power. She raised her hand and reached out with the force. The cloud was too close. Even if she ran, it would overtake her. She could use the force to save her, but in doing so she would abandon Beric and the others. They would die. Her eyes narrowed dangerously. She would not lose her crew, or her brother. They were hers. They were hers. She reached out with the force, trying to contain the cloud. It was not as easy as containing a solid object. The stuff flowed like water, hard to contain. But at the same time, the force surrounded the poison like it surrounded everything else. She tried to push the cloud back, keep it away from her and her men. All around the Dreadnought's hangar, soldiers and technicians were scattering. An alarm blared overhead as ventilator fans kicked on, trying to draw the poison away from the soldiers and support staff. She could hear Captain Brandy barking orders, shouting for the crew to make for the various shuttles and fighters that lined the docking bay. It was a smart move, Avaryss realized. Though ships had their own atmosphere, the men would be safe there from the cloud. The captain could have saved himself. He could have got to safety while she held the mist back, but instead he remained, trying to save his men. Her brother's suggestion came back to her, about caring for the weapons under her command. Yes, she would have to sacrifice some to achieve her goals, but that did not mean she had to do so foolishly. If the death of a servant served no purpose but amusement, what was the point? Life should matter for something. "My lord," Beric said, almost whispering in her ear, "Sister, we must flee." They could now, she realized. The cloud was slowly flowing around them, but had not yet cut off their escape. She had managed to shield them with the force, her crew, the captain and first officer. They could run, but she saw an opportunity here. "Quiet, brother," she murmured. "I'm concentrating." She gestured with her hands. The gas parted, revealing the breached team. They were still alive. She could sense that. But it was a near thing. The gas appeared to be corrosive, eating away at their armor. Who could say what it would do to a person's lungs? "Pull those men out of there," she shouted. "Get them to safety." The few soldiers that had been shielded by her obeyed. Beric and Rink helped. Once those men were up and moving, either under their own power or being carried, Avaryss began to back up, using her shield to protect them from the poison now swirling through the hangar. It was straining her abilities, but at the same time, she welcomed the challenge. Her fear of death, the memory of Fel, and her frustration with Captain Brandy. His treatment of her gave her plenty of fuel to stoke the fires of the dark side within her. "You think I'm nothing," she thought bitterly, "just another replaceable apprentice. I will show you what I am." They made for a small ready room off the back of the hangar, where the Sith pilots would gather before leaving on mission. The room had a blast door that was strong enough to protect anyone inside from an explosive decompression. It would serve to keep them safe from the gas. Once they were all safely inside, Rink leapt forward and hit the door control, sealing the room. Avaryss, exhausted from holding back the poison gas, wobbled on her feet, but stayed standing. Beric was at her side, holding her arm, making sure she did not fall. The two children of Ender Lilos nodded to each other, a silent thanks. She took a deep breath and stood taller. She glared at both the captain and the first officer. For the first time since they had met, she sensed fear in Captain Brandy. The look in his eyes made that abundantly clear. Avaryss could also sense Commander Drizzo, or rather, his excitement, eager to see what she did next. He expects me to execute Brandy, she realized. The first officer was looking for a promotion. He might get it, depending on what passed between her and the captain in the next few minutes. "Thoughts, Captain," she said. "What just happened?" "Reactor coolant," Holly spoke up quickly. "There must have been a breach in the freighter's reactor. Nasty stuff. Corrosive and poisonous. Not a good way to go." Rink sneered at Captain Brandy. "Looks like your gunners missed their mark, Captain. I thought the goal was to take the crew of that ship alive." Brandy paled. He glared at Rink, but quickly turned his attention back to Avaryss, fearing her response. His fear was growing. She could feel it. It was delicious, prey reaction to the hunter. She welcomed it, And what came next? My men know their business. They did not miss their mark. She could hear the fear in his voice. He was sweating. She thought to raise her hand, either to reach out with the force to choke the man, or to bring force lightning to bear. She would enjoy the man's suffering. He would die in agony. He would. Do not waste an opportunity. Berick's words came back to her. Brandy had not run. He had stayed trying to aid his crew, even though it likely meant his death. He could have pawned off the blame on the gunners or the officer in charge, but he had not. He was far braver than she had thought. She lowered her hand, her temper cooling. She had another idea. Commander Drizzo, see to clean up here. I want that hangar clear. We still need to know what is on that ship. As soon as it is clear, I want the scanning crew aboard that ship. I want every part of that ship checked and double-checked. Am I understood? At once, Apprentice, the man said, snapping off a smart salute. Avaryss nodded, noting that the captain did not try to countermand her orders. It was his ship, sure, but she was Darth Feer's apprentice. That station did give her some power here. Holly, see what you can do to aid him. Rink, stay here and aid her. Her crew nodded, knowing their duty. Avaryss turned her attention to Captain. Walk with me, Captain, she said. Lieutenant Lilas, with us. She began to walk. Brandy fell and stepped beside her. Berick followed 5 steps behind them. The captain still had his guard up, but his fear level had dropped considerably. He knows that if I was going to kill him for incompetence, I would have done so in the ready room, but he remains cautious. That is wise of him, she thought. She remained silent for the first 20 or 30 feet. They walked in silence, crew members moving out of their way. She wanted to see what his next words would be, if he would make excuses or take responsibility. My men did not miss their mark, he repeated. Defending his crew again. Interesting. She made up her mind. She knew what she would do now. I don't believe they did, she said with a shrug. I felt life on that ship right up until the moment we breached the hatch. I sensed fear, but also grim acceptance. Brandy's eyes narrowed, considering what she had said. It did not take him long to come to the same conclusion that she had reached. Suicide? He asked. She nodded. They out themselves. Rather than risk facing interrogation, they flooded their ship with poison gas. Almost as an afterthought, Avaryss reached out towards the hangar with the force, seeking any life aboard the captured freighter. She felt none. She sighed. All dead, she said, shaking her head, and I think it is safe to say they spent their last few moments erasing everything of value on that ship. They no doubt tried, Apprentice, Brandy agreed, but they were in a hurry. They no doubt missed something. We will find it. Our scanning crews will go over every bolt and hull plate of that ship. If anything useful remains, they will find it. She smiled. That was not simply arrogance in his voice. It was determination. The pub agents on that ship had made them look like fools. The captain now had a personal stake in seeing something found on that vessel. That was useful. Avaryss was pleased. We were outplayed today, Captain. These republics are not playing by their usual rules. We must adapt and rise to the occasion. We shall, Apprentice, he said with renewed resolve. You have my word. She held his gaze for a moment. He looked away first, letting her have her moment of dominance. She accepted it, as was her due. I believe you, she said, stopping. The two faced each other, her red eyes glinting beneath the black cowl she wore. You have proved my master's faith in you was not without merit, Captain, she said. Neither you, nor the crew of this vessel was at fault for what occurred in that hangar. In fact, your men are examples of what the Imperial Navy should be. See that they know that. Thank you, Apprentice, he said, standing at attention. I will be in my chambers. Send word immediately when you have Drizzo's report. I want to know what is on that ship, and any secrets that we can glean from it. It will be done, my lord, he said, saluting her. Avaryss smiled. My lord, she thought. Well, what do you know? Berick was right. We were outmaneuvered today. Captain, do not let it happen again. Yes, my lord. See to it, Captain. Immediately. He made a sharp military turn, already calling out a crew walking down the hall. Avaryss and Beric watched him go, his renewed sense of purpose shining like a star. She glanced over at her brother. "Thank you," she murmured. "You were right." Beric beamed with pride in her. It warmed her heart. His men did nothing wrong, neither did he, Beric said. "Yes," she agreed. "Yet, your subtlety reminded him that Drizzo is ready to replace him, should he mess up." Avaryss sneered. "Fear has his place, brother." "Yes, it does," he agreed. The two children of Andor were in agreement, for the first time since they had been reunited on Terrace. Avaryss thought that was a good thing. "Father would have been proud of you today," he said. Avaryss grinned. She doubted that, but that was okay. Beric was proud of her. She accepted that. For now, that was enough. Chapter 22. We are being tested. The idea came to Avaryss while she was meditating. As she slipped deeper and deeper into the dark side, the world opened up to her in most interesting ways. The dark side is so much more than what we understand, she had thought to herself as she drifted among the shadows. How little we truly know. She heard a voice in the back of her mind. It whispered something, a name perhaps, but it was gone just as quickly as she had heard it. It was quickly lost in the ether. As she meditated in her quarters aboard the Fury, and floated several feet above her bed, the dark side appeared to her like a great shadowy sea. She could sense the cold currents of fear and terror, feel the red-hot waves of rage and hate that even now crashed against the shores of her knowledge and skill. She let her mind sink into that darkness, let it fill her up, let herself drown in the shadowy currents. Power washed over her, threatened to overwhelm her. If she had allowed it, had she let go completely, let it consume her, the dark side would have left her irrevocably changed. She would have emerged as a force of nature, a killing machine whose desire for blood and death would never be sated. Her crew would have been the first to die, followed by the crew of the Terror, and so on, and so on, and so on. She smiled coldly. That will never be my fate, she thought to herself. My will is too strong, my desires bent to serving the Empire, to expanding our control over the chaotic galaxy. Control is what mattered to her, not losing herself in acts of blood and sadism. No. She did not simply want to lose herself. She wanted to be in control, to sit above her lessers, and direct them. Again she heard the whisper, louder this time, clearer. Perhaps the darkness approved of her self-control, that or it was teasing her for not being willing to give in completely to the power it offered. Either idea had merit. It was only through direction, and the strength of will that the destructive conflict that was the galaxy as a whole would end. There would always be the potential for violence. The strong would have to defend their place in the galaxy, but that was the way of things, the way of the dark side. The strong led, the weak followed. Strength was not simply a tool to destroy. It could preserve, as well, bring about a world with a purity and beauty undreamed of by anyone. The Sith would bring that purity. They would bring that beautiful new world into being. She had foreseen it. We are not just the servants of the dark side. We are champions of stability and order. The golden age of the Sith would return. Again she heard the whisper, and yes, this time she knew it was a name. She strained her ears, reached out with her power, and it was almost there, almost within reach. A Sith could do anything she set her mind to, anything. Only the Sith can save our troubled civilization, she realized. Only through security and order can the full potential of this galaxy be realized. Only the Empire could do this, she thought. Only we have the strength to see it done. As she let the dark power wash over her, she became aware of the change in the currents of the Force. The darkness seemed darker somehow. It felt to her like the air before a severe storm, or perhaps a forest left parched by too many dry days. All it took was a single spark, and everything would explode. The dark side is in ascendance, she realized with a hungry glint in her eyes. It would not be long now. War, she thought with a shiver. After almost 8 years of waiting, finally we are almost ready. Soon we will finally move to conquer the Republic. We will crush the Jedi. She found herself eager to begin, to lead her master's forces in this new war, to bring a lasting order to the galaxy. It was in that moment that the idea that they were being tested first came into her mind. This conspiracy, this plot involving the Jedi Order and Republic SIS was the greatest threat the Empire had ever known. By striking at the Empire in this way, and inviting conflict between the Lords, the Jedi involved had crossed a threshold, one in which there was no turning back. It was a threat. Even the greenest of hopefuls would have recognized that, and yet, the Emperor remained silent. The throne offered no guidance, no plan of attack to combat this threat. What good was having an all-knowing immortal ruler if that ruler did nothing to aid his people? If an emperor did not rule, then what good was he? It was a subversive thought, a treasonous one, but Avaryss could not help it. Here, surrounded by the dark side, she was emboldened. Perhaps new leadership was needed, she thought. It takes an emperor to rule an empire. Or perhaps an empress. In that moment the darkness seemed to part. She saw a glimpse of what might yet be. It took her breath away. She saw herself not as she was now, but an old woman, a very old woman, her features all but hidden by a black cowl. Plain black robes cloaked her aged body. She walked with a limp, forcing her to rely on a cane. Yet that did not change what she felt. Her body was old and wizened, but the power that burned within her was as bright as a star. Her crimson eyes blazed with red flame. The dark side was strong in her, perhaps the strongest it had ever been or ever would be. All around her, soldiers stood at attention, paying homage to her, their empress, the ultimate power in the universe, the dark side given physical form. At her side walked a large armored apprentice. She sensed his resentment, but also his fear and awe of her. She was all that he inspired to be, but he feared that he was not strong enough, that he would never be strong enough. That was good. That would keep her in power. Everything is proceeding exactly as I've foreseen, she told her student. He merely nodded. Avaryss threw back her head and cackled. It was an eerie sound, like a blade scraping on a sheet of metal, and in that sound, and she heard the name, the one that had been denied her for so long. Noden All. Noden All. She smiled. She had no idea who this person was, and she did not care. He was the next step on her road to power, the next piece in the puzzle of destroying the Jedi conspiracy. She welcomed his arrival, and soon the Jedi would come to regret it. Yes, they would indeed regret what was coming. Perhaps these Jedi did not realize what they had done. Perhaps they thought that this passive-aggressive strategy would allow them to maintain their precious calm and serenity, while at the same time bring them the satisfaction of harming the Sith Empire, paying them back for the destruction of their temple during the last days of the last war. If that was so, then they were fools. They understood so little. Cunning, stealth, and deception were weapons of the dark side. Whether they realized it or not, these Jedi conspirators were using the weapons of the dark side, and the more they used them, the more they would be drawn into the service of the dark. Even if their scheme worked, even if it did cause the Empire to implode, it would not be the end of the dark side. Oh no. It would be the beginning of something else. If the Empire was to collapse, if the Lords annihilated each other in a frenzy of fire and retribution, the ones that had caused that end would find themselves made strong by the dark side. Who knew the Empire itself might be reborn in them by destroying the old? They might just usher in a new era for the dark side. In time they might be the ones to bring down the Jedi Order. In seeking to destroy the Empire, these firebrands might become the new Sith. They might become the new masters of the dark side. She shivered. She would not allow that to happen. She had worked too hard, trained too hard. She would not let others claim the prize she had grown to desire for herself. She needed to get to the bottom of this conspiracy, not just for the Empire, but for herself as well. The dark side was in ascendance. She would use that to her advantage. She would work her way up the food chain, and find the masterminds behind this plot to bring down the empire that she loved. And when she did, she would have a choice to make. Most Sith would say that the conspirators should be annihilated, that anyone who would dare try to bring down the empire should be made an example of. That was one solution to the problem, but hardly the only one. As she drifted in the darkness, a new idea came to her, one that made her tingle with excitement. What a wonderful idea, she thought. What a wonderfully delicious thought. The Jedi involved in this, they were already playing with the dark side, taking sips from the wealth that was its power. She would seek out the strongest of these Jedi, the strongest and the most impressionable. She would find the ones most eager to find success, to find power and glory. They had drunk from the well once, she would make sure they drank more than their fill. She would offer them their dreams. It would be interesting to see how many came to accept her offer. The best way to deal with an enemy was to make him your friend. Darth Baras had understood that. In seeking to destroy the Sith, there were bound to be Jedi who had grown intrigued by the deceptions and schemes they were using. Some might just hunger for more. She would be there to offer them exactly that. She would take what she wanted. A few of the conspirators might just make good Sith. She would offer those the chance to join the Empire, to continue their exploration of the dark side. No doubt some of their fellows would remain stubborn, unwilling to join, unwilling to accept that the dark side owned them now. These would prove an excellent test for her new disciples. The thought of turning apprentice upon master excited her. How those fights would all play out, what she would gain from them? That was the endgame, but first she needed to find the next step. She needed to find Noden All. After that, the fun would really begin. The very thought of it, it was delicious. It excited her. She would be boss. The voice drifted through the darkness. It seemed very far away, but she could hear it nonetheless. Boss, can you hear me? Avaryss sighed. Yes, she thought. Unfortunately, she willed herself back into the mundane world. Her body still tingled with realization of her new plan, but at the same time, she realized that she still had a ways to go before she could implement it in the way she saw fit. The enemy is cunning, she knew. She would have to be even more so. She looked around her chambers. She was alone, sitting cross-legged on her bed. Her comlink was blinking. She sighed and pulled it to her with the force. Yes, Mr. Rink, she said coldly. What is it? Sorry to disturb you, boss, her pilot said nervously, but you told me to contact you as soon as we heard back from Dromund Kaas. Well, you have a call coming in War Master Feer. He wants to speak with you. Avaryss frowned. War Master Feer. She had assumed it would be her master contacting her directly. What they had found on the freighter, what it meant as they moved forward was quite important. Surely Darth Feer understood that. She had nothing but respect for Feer. The old pure blood was a cunning ally. She just wondered if her master was not taking what was going on as seriously as he should. She sighed. Very well, she said. I will confer with the War Master, inform him that I'm on my way. Sure thing, boss, whatever you say. Avaryss' comlink clicked as Rink broke the connection. Avaryss sighed again and rose from her bed. It had been 4 days since she had sent her latest report back to House Feer. She hoped that the War Master had some good news for her. Though her time on the Terra had been informative, she was eager to get back on the hunt. The longer they waited, the more time that their adversaries had to prepare for their eventual coming. Either that or they might choose to scatter, leave the Sith with no clear enemy to face. Neither thought pleased her. They would need to move quickly, find the culprits, and deal with them. Avaryss intended to be the tip of that spear. She had begun this investigation after all. She was eager to see it through to the end. If they were successful, House Feer and his members would be heralded as heroes of the Empire. Avaryss was eager to claim that title. It was the first step in her own plans. Her master's teaching were making her stronger, but it was not enough. She wanted more, she needed more. This would be the way to get it, she knew it to be true. She had foreseen it. It would be done. As she made her way to comm room, she acknowledged the crew as she passed. Holly continued work on the HK droid that she had found on Tatooine and had made quite a bit of progress with it. The droid now stood on its own legs, its chassis polished. Components within the droid were blinking from inside the droid's open chassis. It was still not ready yet, of course. Holly was still having problems with the CPU, but she was working on them. Avaryss had faith in the girl. She would not disappoint her. Beric was checking over their weapon stores. He had raided the terrorist armory to bring their complement of hand weapons and explosives up to what he felt were an acceptable level, which meant that they were now armed to the teeth, she thought with an amused smile. Wherever their next stop was, they would not want for weapons to do damage. Rink was likely up in the cockpit, making sure that the ship was ready when she gave the order for them to leave. She had to admit, the former street rat had proved to a most able man when properly motivated. War Master Feer was still looking into what had happened to that Twi'lek girl of his, and would no doubt have answers soon. The promise of those answers did much to keep Rink in line. He understood that their interests were aligned, and would go to any length to ensure that they reached their goal. I get what I want, and he will get what he wants. It was a relationship that Avaryss both understood and accepted. She had no problem rewarding a servant who served her well. She came to the comm station and powered it up. She stood at attention as the call coming in from Dromund Kaas connected. The air above her shimmered as War Master Feer's form appeared in the blue haze. "Apprentice," he said, bowing his head in greetings. "War Master," she said with a slight nod, "you have something for me." The old Sith smiled. "Our master has conversed with Lord Varon," he informed her. "We have learned some interesting things." Darth Varon had been the Sith Lord that had hired the freighter that the Terror had captured. A longtime member of the Dark Council, Varon had been put in charge of overseeing a new statue on Dromund Kaas. It was to be a new monument to the Empire's greatness. Sadly, the construction had suffered a slew of setbacks, chief among them a series of revolts among the slaves tasked with building the new colossal statue. Execution was proven to be a poor deterrent. Too many escaped slaves hiding in the jungle. They continued to harass the workers, recruiting more and more among their numbers. The freighter's cargo was supposed to change that. 12 new security droids, to both protect the workers and make sure no more decided to slip their leashes. 100 new slave collars were all supposed to be on board, to enforce moral among the workers, not to mention new construction materials, permacrete mix, sonic drills, and other technology that would allow the work to move more easily, and therefore speed up construction. At least that is what the freighter has supposed to have been carrying. After the poison gas had been cleared, after the ship was secured, they discovered the cargo on board was something else entirely. It was certainly not what Darth Varon had ordered. "I do hope the counselor is not too unhappy with us," she said. "Seizing that freighter was the only option we had." "He is not unhappy," the War Master said, "especially after reading your report on what cargo that ship was carrying. If anything, the Dark Lord is most grateful. Our work saved him from a major embarrassment. He is most pleased with our master." Avaryss nodded but silently bristled. She and Feer had done all the groundwork. Now Lord Feer was taking all the credit. It was not right. "They read the report Captain Brandy sent," Feer continued. "Is the manifest that he sent us accurate?" "I believe it is," she nodded. "I inspected the cargo myself. 10 crates of heavy blaster rifles, 4 crates of disruptor pistols, 500 military-grade detonators, and 4 Class C shield generators, enough firepower to start a small war, and shields strong enough to deflect everything but the most heavy bombardment." Avaryss shook her head. She could only imagine what would have happened had that ship made it to the construction site. All those weapons. They would have turned a minor slave revolt into a full-fledged rebellion. They had been fortunate. The Force had served them well. The arming of slaves was nothing new in Sith politics. The Dark Lords had used armed slaves as pawns before, either to embarrass a rival or to simply disrupt their organization. What made this attempt so problematic was the type of weapons. No Sith was foolish enough to offer up military hardware to slaves, not on the homeworld. It was a recipe for disaster. Avaryss did not believe for a minute that a Dark Council member would make such a mistake. She had had Captain Brande's best team go over the freighter with a fine-tooth comb. As she had suspected, the crew had used their final moments to erase their computers, but a single file did remain miraculously. After easily breaking its encryption, it revealed that the Dark Council member Darth Baras had ordered the cargo replaced at the last minute, during the freighter's last stop. Avaryss did not accept that file as genuine, the only one that just happened to survive erasure. The one that would no doubt put Lords Varon and Vengean at each other's throats. No, she had not bought that story, and neither did her master. "Have we explained to Lord Varon what is going on?" she asked Feer. "Our work will all be for nothing if the Counselor decides to start feuding with his rival." "The Dark Lord has been informed that the file you found is suspect," the pure blood assured her. "He has agreed not to seek any retribution until we have gotten to the bottom of this matter." Avaryss nodded. Praised the Force for small favors. By their quick actions, House Feer had prevented a major catastrophe on Dromund Kaas. Now they needed to get to the bottom of who was truly behind it. Captain Brande's scanning crews had swept the captured freighter, its cargo, and the bodies on board for clues. Reports had been sent back and forth between the Terror and House Feer, as Lord Feer's staff had analyzed the data and compared notes. Avaryss hoped that they had found something. She was climbing the walls here. She wanted to bloody her lightsaber again. She wanted action. "Have we turned up anything on the freighter or its crew?" she asked Feer. "Any lead that might point us to where we go next?" "The erasure was quite thorough, Apprentice," the War Master said, "but the ship's computer was not the only lead we have. The weapons you seized were unmarked, any identifying marks had been removed, but that does not mean that there was nothing to be found." Avaryss grinned. "You found something?" The old Sith nodded, grinning. The generators and weapons themselves were unmarked, but the components within had to be manufactured somewhere. "We have been able to name at least 5 companies involved in fabrication of those components, nothing really telling by itself, but if you put them all together." "You found a common thread." Avaryss smirked. 2 of those companies were simple heavy weapons manufacture. Their involvement was not surprising. However, 3 of those companies were traced back to a single holding company. A company that not only placed the order, but made sure those components got where they needed to go, likely with no questions asked. "We have a lead," Avaryss said, only just stifling a girlish giggle. "We have them. The people they sought may not be publicized, but Avaryss was willing to bet that they would be able to point them in the right direction, provided they were still alive. We need to move quickly, before the Republic agents can cover their tracks." "What is the company's name?" "We must make haste. Everything we found traced the components back to a shipping company on Alderaan. Its director is a member of noble houses there." "His name is?" "Noden All," they both said at the same time. War Master Feer blinked. Avaryss realized in that moment what she said. She cursed herself for a fool. Knowledge was power. It was foolish to reveal her cards in her hands so quickly. "The Force serves you well, young one," the old pure blood said. "You managed to pick the name from my mind with little or no effort." "The dark side is generous," she said, bowing her head. "Our master has trained me well." She knew this would get back to Darth Feer. Feer was too loyal not to mention it to him. Would her master be pleased or concerned? Avaryss would need to keep her guard up. "Should I inform Captain Brande of our destination? The Terror should be able to reach Alderaan in a few hours." "Discretion is better here than brute force, Apprentice," Feer advised her. "Bringing a Harrier-class dreadnought to Alderaan may not send the best message. The continued secrecy of your mission would be better served if you went alone to Alderaan. Your interceptor would not cause the alarm that a Sith capital ship would." "It will be done, War Master," she said, bowing slightly. "Does the Empire have any friends on Alderaan? It is pretty deep in the Republic, one of the original members if I remember my lessons." "Alderaan was a Republic member," Feer said. "A recent matter of succession among the nobles has resulted in the planet reevaluating its stance. Things are quite tense there. The chance of a civil war breaking out is high. House Thule of Alderaan owes the Empire much. They are proving to be useful pawns for the Empire. They will aid you once they've been properly motivated. The old pure blood smiled. You can't use this to your advantage, girl? She almost laughed. As always, the War Master offered sage advice. She could use this chaos to her advantage. Plus, if things had gotten that bad, it would not be hard to find people eager to sell out their own world to better their chances to get the throne. She could not have asked for a better situation to walk into. We shall leave immediately, she promised him. Contact our agents within House Thule. I will need to move quickly once I've arrived. It will be done, Apprentice. The old man nodded. Good luck in the hunt, and may the Force serve you well. Have no fear, War Master, she said, grinning. This is going to be most interesting visit. Chapter 23. Darth Feer's agent in House Thule was currently staying at the family's mountain retreat. It was here that he agreed to meet with Avaryss and tell her what he had discovered about Noden All. The interceptor had passed unnoticed into the Alderaan system, or at the very least, unmolested. The clearance codes that War Master Feer had provided had gotten them past planetary security. Now the ship dipped down into the atmosphere. Avaryss stood on the bridge as Rink brought them in. She looked upon this new world with both her eyes and the Force, eager to see what awaited her. It was indeed a beautiful place. As they broke through the cloud layer, they cruised over a great rolling plains dotted with dark green forests. It was said that the Alderaan valued the peace and beauty of their world above all. A home of artisans and philosophers, the planet was said to be one of the most civilized in the galaxy, a blue and green jewel in the Republic's crown. Avaryss smiled. Looks, she knew, could be deceiving. Despite its peaceful look, she could feel the power in this place. The Force flowed strongly on worlds teeming with life, and right now, the Force was in flux. The struggle for the Alderaan throne was affecting this place. She could sense that discord through the Force. Another world where the dark side is in ascendance, she thought. That will make things far easier for me as we move forward. She did not know all the details of what was happening here, but it was clear that conflict was brewing. The future of the Alderaan throne was in dispute, and several noble houses bickered over who should be sitting on it, and what direction the planet should take moving forward. If they were not careful, the whole planet may fall into a state of civil war. Such a war might be useful to the Empire, but that was not why Avaryss was here. She had a target to locate. She hoped that their allies could aid her in that search, for their sake. She was growing tired of dead ends and being blocked. She was ready to start taking hits. Somewhere down there Noden All was waiting. She was not sure how he was connected with the conspiracy she was investigating, but she would find out, one way or the other. Ald was just another step on the ladder to success. She was ready to use it. They received a transmission from a servant of House Thule, the one noble house that was aiding Imperial interests. It directed them towards their destination. It was a path that led them through a great snow-covered mountain range. Despite her Sith training and control, Avaryss could not entirely suppress the sense of childlike wonder she felt when she saw snow for the first time. She knew what it was, of course, had even seen holos, but to see it with her own eyes. Back on Ardana, the winter months brought only windstorms. The grasses browned a bit, but that was it. To see a world so transformed, to see it capped in white was quite beautiful. While she had been watching, Barrett came up behind her. Her brother may not have been Force-sensitive, but he knew her reactions well enough to guess what she had been thinking. Pretty, isn't it? He asked. She nodded. He chuckled. After fighting on a few ice worlds, it's kind of lost its appeal. Elam, Rinvar, you really see snow on those worlds, and cold so deep it gets into your very bones. Her brother shivered. Snow kind of loses its beauty after having lived through that. Perhaps, she thought, her brother had no doubt seen more than she had during his travels, but that was part of the reason he was here, wasn't it? So that she could make best use of his skills and experience. Bring us in Mr. Rank, she ordered. I shall be in my chambers preparing. Send word when we touch down. Sure thing, boss, the pilot said with a grin. She slipped past her brother and went to fetch her best cloak. House Thule saw themselves as nobility. It would be best to treat them as such. Despite their lack of the Force, they were allies. She would treat them accordingly. An eager shiver ran down her spine. After so many months of sneaking through dark places on her master's behalf, it would feel good to walk in the light, to show off the sense of refinement she had been cultivating on Dromund Kaas. She was here not only representing her master, but the Sith as well. She intended to put her best foot forward. The sun was shining brightly as they finally touched down on the Thule landing pad. Avaryss blinked in the brightness as she descended the ramp. She pulled her hood farther down to shield her weakened eyes from the bright light. 4 guards in ceremonial armor awaited them. In the middle walked a young woman with dark skin, eyes and hair. Her clothing suggested nobility. She bowed slightly as Avaryss exited her ship. Welcome, Sith, the young woman said politely. I am Alana Thule. You are both expected and welcomed. She smiled warmly. This way, please, my cousin. The Duke is waiting. Avaryss fell and stepped beside her. Beric walked to her right, clad in a black combat suit. For the purpose of this first meeting, Avaryss had decided that Beric would serve best. His years of Imperial protocol and training would be respected by their Thule allies. Holly could have served that purpose, but she lacked the spit and polish of Beric Lilas. Despite his skill in the cockpit, and with a blaster, Threnton Rink was a bit too insolent to suggest anything else. No, Beric was the best choice. He was almost a poster boy for Imperial power. Despite the whiteness outside, the Alderaan seemed to favor darker colors when it came to their dwelling. The walls were made of dark red stone, and halls dotted with fine artwork. In truth, the place reminded her of the Overseer's apartment back on Butcher's Clearing. The Zabrak Overseer Elaria had tried to present herself as more than a Sith serving out her duty in a festering swamp. The wealth she surrounded herself with was a way to cope with difficult surroundings. She found herself wondering if her host suffered from the same affliction. Lord Feer's contact was Duke Kenda Thule, of House Thule. The man had risen to be one of the most vocal supporters of the Sith Empire in the last few months. Though not the head of their house, he had performed well in serving Sith interests in the past year or so. The Duke is a political creature, Apprentice. Be warned, War Master Feer had informed her, he does not offer his aid out of any sense of loyalty or gratitude, but rather out of a feeling of what the Empire can do for him. Perhaps he needs that thinking adjusted, she had offered. Unwise, the old pure blood had answered with a frown. Kenda currently has the favor of several Dark Council members. They view him as a valuable resource. They would be most displeased with the Sith that damaged him without permission. And so, she was left with no other option but place nice with the noble. Their escort brought them to a small solar overlooking the mountain range to the north. Kenda Thule stood with his back to them, his hands behind his back as he looked out over the snowy landscape. A slender, wiry man with the dark skin and hair of House Thule, Kenda radiated with both arrogance and a base cunning. My Lord Duke, Alana Thule called out to him, may I present the Sith Avaryss, apprentice to Darth Feer, master of both the Zahn and Itae systems. The Duke turned to face her, his eyes cold and evaluating, a smug sneer on his dark-skinned face. He radiated with a hunger through the Force, a lust for not only greater power, but to bask in the fear and respect of others. To Duke Kenda, she likely seemed like the perfect answer to slake that hunger. A shame, Avaryss thought. Had this man been Force-sensitive, he might have made an excellent Sith. She said nothing of this, of course. Not wanting to provoke the noble, she still needed his help after all. It was said that his network of contacts on this world were second to none. If he could not find aught for her, it was likely that no one could. Sith, yes, come and please, he said, gesturing grandly. I've eagerly awaited your arrival. I am honored by your presence, of course. Avaryss managed her most winning smile. I thank you for agreeing to this meeting, my Lord Duke, she said, bowing her head slightly. I was told of the beauty of your world, but clearly words could not do it justice. The Alderaan smiled. You are too kind, Sith, he said, smiling, his perfect white teeth shining in the artificial light. I do hope that we can aid you in your mission. House Thule is always willing to aid the Empire. He gestured for her sit. 4 comfortable chairs sat to the right of the room, centered on a large table. A tray of refreshments had been laid out for their meeting. The young woman, Ilana, filled 2 goblets with a generous helping of Alderaan wine. She waited, offering one to Avaryss, another to her cousin, the Duke. The young Sith continued to smile. She brought the glass to her lips, but did not drink. She reached out with the Force, and discovered that it was far stronger than the Alderaan wine she had sampled in the past. Interesting, Avaryss thought. Was the Duke simply being a generous host, or was he seeking to dull her senses before their work could truly begin? She would need to test the waters to find out for sure. That is good to hear, she said as she took a seat across from him. She brought her goblet to her lips again, but did not drink. I do hope that we can both find a measure of success in our endeavors. Speaking of which, I'm curious to find out what you have learned about Noden All. Her smile became more predatory. I do hope you have found something for us, for your sake. Kendall laughed dismissively. If he had heard her implied threat, he did not show it. I've begun looking into this matter for your master, but you must understand, my time is limited. I'm a busy man who has many followers depending on me. Though she continued to smile, her eyes flashed with anger. Did this little man think this as some kind of game? A Darth of the Empire had offered him his favor. Was the man truly so arrogant to risk angering that Darth's apprentice? I understand how important men can be kept busy by their duties, she said with just a hint of sarcasm. At the same time, I do hope that you understand just who it is you are dealing with. Darth Feer is not a man accustomed to having his interests treated as unimportant. It has often fallen to me to correct such slights. For the briefest of moments she felt a slight shift in the man, a crack in his confidence, or perhaps arrogance. She felt fear, its sweet sensation filling both the Force and the room. She eagerly drank it in, looking to push her advantage on this man who dared think himself an equal of one who was blessed by the power of the dark side. It was at that moment that a panel on the far wall slid open, and a new figure entered the room. Avaryss tensed slightly as the dark side bloomed from the new arrival, filling the room like a blast of flame, or perhaps poison gas. Avaryss' burning eyes narrowed. She had not expected to find another Sith here. She had assumed that Duke Kendall had kept their business private. Clearly, he had not. The new arrival was not only tall but big. Large muscles bulged beneath the dark fabric of his robe. His broad shoulders filled the entryway. His head looked almost small on his thick neck. He sneered down on her with golden eyes that were somehow familiar. Pay this one no mind, my Lord Duke, the new Sith said coldly. She is merely her master's cat hound. She barks but will not bite, not without her master's leave. The large Sith smiled coldly. Hello, farm girl, he said. It has been some time. The cold sarcasm in the man's voice struck her. It was both insulting and familiar. It took her a moment to recognize him. He had changed since they had last seen each other. Hesen, she purred cruelly. What an unpleasant surprise. She gave him a cold smile. How are your hands, by the way? The other Sith scowled and raised his arms, 2 wicked-looking robotic hands with sharp metallic claws extended from his elbows. They needed to be amputated, thanks to you, he said, his voice as hard as Mandalorian iron. She only just resisted the desire to chuckle. Hesen may have had great strength, but he had been a fool during their academy days. He had dreamed of replacing the academy's top student, but lacked the gifts to actually do that. After the death of her lover, and her connection to the Force being nearly crippled by a botched interrogation, Hesen had sought her out to prove himself her better, even going so far as to taking her lover's cloak as proof of his superiority. Avaryss had shown him just how weak he truly was. Seeing him wearing Fel's cloak had been just the motivation she had needed to reconnect with the full power of the dark side, to find her fury again. She had crushed every bone in his hands when he dared try to strike a fatal blow against her, and had used his life energy to repair her own injured body. Had the overseers not stepped in, she might have just killed the fool for his presumption. Perhaps she should have. You still have your life, she reminded him. Her smile then turned as cold as space. For now, she said. If the large Sith was intimidated, he did not show it. He laughed. Things have changed, farm girl, he spat. I'm more than what I was. Lord Tarek has blessed me with new abilities far beyond anything that you could hope to match. Avaryss nodded. Tarek again, she thought. That does explain how big he has gotten since his days on Corbin. Hesen had always been large, but now, he was monstrous. She could only imagine what Darth Tarek had done to alter her fellow Sith. So you are the mysterious apprentice that Darth Tarek talked about. The male Sith winced. I am not his apprentice, not yet, but I will be soon enough. Returning in triumph from Alderaan is my final trial. Once I've defeated you, I may take my rightful place at my new master's side. Avaryss put down her wine goblet and stood up. She tried to stand eye to eye with her rival, but even having reached her full height, she barely came up to his neck. He grinned down at her, eager to see her make one fatal misstep. Her hand drifted down towards her lightsaber. It was in that moment that she stopped. In the back of her mind, she heard a long-dead Jedi Padawan's voice, one that still haunted her to this day. It does not take much to get the Sith fighting each other. He was not wrong, she thought. Her history with Hesen was almost enough to see them come to blows. Any fighting between her and her fellow Sith right now was a mistake. They had real external enemies, the Republic and Jedi Order. As a Sith, she should be focused on that. Could she defeat Hesen? Probably. Even with his enhancements, he remained the same arrogant fool he always was. But in doing so, she risked alienating Duke Kendall, and that was something that she could not do, not yet. She frowned and stood down. There would be another time to deal with Tarek's errand boy. Right now, she had a much larger fish to fry. My friends, please, Kendall said, stepping between them. There is no reason for violence here. I'm certain that we can find a way to make all parties here happy. Avaryss glared at the Duke. Clearly the fool thought it in his best interest to play Lords Feer and Tarek against each other. She was not sure how Tarek learned of her coming to Alderaan, but she did not care either. His henchman was here. She would need to deal with him when the time was right. She gave Kendall her most winning smiling. You are right, my Lord Duke, she said. There is no need for violence. She gave Hesen her most venomously sweet smile. We are all friends here, after all. Excellent, he said, clasping his hands. I extend my hospitality to you both. We shall discuss matters further over dinner. In the meantime, please make yourselves at home. Avaryss nodded. As did Hesen. Through the Force, it was clear that he was no happier about this arrangement than she was. There was too much history here for either to be willing to play nice with the other. We are on a collision course now, she realized. No matter what the Duke may say, Hesen cannot leave here until I'm dead, and I do not dare risk leaving without ending him for the same reason. If I was to simply flee, he would likely turn up where I least expect it, and that is not acceptable. No, she would need to deal with this matter sooner rather than later. They would not be under the Duke's roof forever. An opportunity would present itself, she was sure. The Duke's cousin Ilana offered to show her to a place where she could freshen up before dinner. It had been a long journey, and Avaryss found she was not opposed to that. Avaryss said nothing as she made her way down the hall. Part of her wanted to climb back aboard her ship and go seeking aid at the main Thule compound near the capital city. She could not do that, of course. If she left now, then Duke Kendall was certain to give what he had learned about Noden All to Hesen. She could not have that. Have you ever seen anything like this, Sith? Avaryss blinked. She had been so lost in her own dark thoughts and fantasies of destroying Hesen, she had barely noticed the noble woman at her side. Ilana Thule smiled. We found that piece a few years ago, she said, gesturing to an old stone statue. It was discovered in a long-abandoned section of the Elysium. A Sith statue, we believe, proof that the Empire did have contact with us even before the Great Hyperspace War. The Sith regarded the statue. It did have, some similarities with the statues she remembered on Korriban. Why the noble thought that mattered right now was beyond her, but she was willing to play the enlightened guest. Interesting, she said, her voice flat and cold. She had no desire to discuss art. She wanted to find Noden All. And this is also interesting, the lady said, gesturing for her to follow. See the scroll work at the base of the statue. Avaryss rolled her eyes and followed. Be a polite guest, she thought to herself. The Duke might be testing her. She followed the girl closer to the statue. As soon as they were close enough to touch it, the girl's voice changed. Gone was the eager young girl trying to impress the powerful Sith. It turned colder, harder, and more commanding. Pretend like we are still discussing the statue, she advised. My cousin has cameras in this hallway, but no microphones. Alana smiled cruelly. We can't speak plainly. Avaryss sneered. And just what are we supposed to be speaking plainly about? Noden All, the young girl said. My cousin is a fool, Sith, and he does not understand the consequences of the games he is playing. I would rather not suffer the same fate that he does when that happens. Not if you agree. Avaryss could not deny the girl's take on the situation. She nodded as the girl pointed at a section of the statue. I can help you get to Noden All, she promised. My price would be minimal, and you would find me a far more grateful ally than poor misguided Kenda. Avaryss chuckled. Once again, proof that the dark side was in ascendance here. Power plays, betrayal, and a willingness to sell out one's own blood for the greater good. A shiver of excitement ran down the young Sith's spine. Perhaps when this world was conquered, she would have a palace built here. So far, she liked what she both saw and felt. She grinned. Keep talking, she informed the bright young woman. I'm listening. Chapter 24. The night wind blew the tall grass on the open plain. Avaryss leaned against the borrowed speeder while Rink sat behind the wheel, ready to take off at a moment's notice. He is worried, the young Sith realized. They had been here almost an hour, and no sign of their contact. This was starting to look more and more like a setup. Perhaps the Lady Ilana had lied to them. Avaryss' eyes narrowed. If she had lied, she would find out just how monumentally stupid a move that was. Her cousin was protected by his Sith contacts. The same protection did not extend to her. Anyone who willingly angered a Sith was taking their life into their own hands. Such people did not usually live very long. She resisted the urge to start pacing. Instead, she took a deep breath and let it out slowly. Her eyes went to the night sky, seeing stars so different from the world she had seen in the last few years. There is something about Alderaan, she thought, a quiet hum that seemed to fill the force itself. Though she had been here only a short period of time, she was starting to understand why the locals were so protective of this place. It had a rhythm all its own. The force sang differently here, but different was not necessarily bad. I could see myself living here, she thought. Once I become a lord, I should really see about building a palace here, after it has been properly subjugated, of course. From his place in the speeder, Rink looked around nervously. Unlike her, he did not see the appeal of this place. She suspected it was because he grew up on an Aarist. He was not conditioned for a place of simplicity. Being surrounded by growing things made him nervous. I don't like this, boss, she heard him say. I have a bad feeling about this. Avaryss smirked. Are you worried about my safety, Mr. Rink? I'm touched, she said with mock innocence. Of course I'm concerned, he admitted. You're my meal ticket after all. Varric and Holly's too. The young man frowned. What happens to us if something happens to you? Varric will see you safely home, I'm sure, she said. Yeah, but without you, it is not like we will get what you promised out of your master. He might even blame us if something goes wrong. Avaryss chuckled. All the more reason to keep me alive then. I'm a woman of my word, Mr. Rink. You continue to serve me well, and all your dreams will come true, such as my generosity. Good to know, he said, leaning back in his seat, his hands behind the back of his head. What do you think is keeping the lady's friend? Hard to say, she replied. Lady Thule did say we should be patient. These people consider the Empire's enemies. A thought occurred to her. She reached out with the force, seeking danger, but finding none. So no ambush then. I suppose we should be grateful for that, at least. She took another deep breath and crossed her arms over her chest. Where were they? Perhaps she had put too much faith in the young lady of House Thule. She had made a good case for herself, but that was all it was. Perhaps this had all been some game of Duke Kenda's. Perhaps she had made a serious mistake. They had spent almost an hour talking in the hall, going from statue to statue. If the Lady Alana was to be believed, the Duke's cameras would only see the two women discussing the artwork he had collected. If he watched the recording later, he might be a little suspicious, but he would find no evidence that anything amiss had happened. The only other people close by were Beric and Alana's two bodyguards, and they were loyal to her, and only her, or so the noble had said. Avaryss hoped she was right. My cousin has been playing your people off against each other for months, Alana Thule explained. One of you comes to him with the problem, and almost immediately a rival Sith contacts him making a better offer. The noble shook her head. He aids only those that reward him the most, and because of what he has done in the past, none of the Sith that have come out on the losing side dare seek to see him punished for that. Avaryss nodded. And what has Tarek offered the Duke for his aid? Sith acolytes to protect him and deal with his enemies. When the time comes, the Dark Lord hinted that the servants he would send would be far beyond normal Sith. He promised that they would be able to do things that their fellows could not. Do you know what he might have meant by that? Avaryss had her suspicions. She had seen Shire reveal after all. The girl was not only monstrous, but extremely strong in the Force if Tarek could enhance common acolytes in a similar way. Tarek's weapons are many, she admitted. I suspect that is why Kenda chose him over your master. That, and he thinks he is safe from retaliation because of his allies within the Empire. That was part of it, Avaryss suspected. The rest was likely that no Sith wanted to admit that they had been shown up by some Alderaan noble. Their fellows in the Order would see that as weakness, inviting even more challengers. She sighed. It was a good scheme, but it had one major drawback. Some Sith had hotter tempers than others. Your cousin must be very lucky, Avaryss said, pretending to inspect a frieze that the woman had shown her. Not all Sith are as forgiving as I am. It is only a matter of time, the noble agreed. Kenda was off-world when the Sith came during the war. He does not seem to grasp what your people are capable of doing to an enemy. I was only a girl when the war came, but I still remember what the Sith war machine can do. I will spare myself that, and my family, if I can. Eventually, my lord cousin will lie to the wrong Sith, and they will not care who owes him what. She shook her head. I joined with him to secure a place of power for myself, not die with him when he enrages the wrong person. She smiled at Avaryss. I think you may be just the person that I've been waiting for. Why me? Avaryss asked. I'm good at reading between the lines. What my cousin agents found out about you is that you don't use violence as your first resort. You are capable of it, but that you are a thinker, and willing to find more subtle ways to advance. You and I have similar styles of doing things. I think we should mesh well. Perhaps, Avaryss said, where's Noden All? Not with his family, that is for sure, Alana informed her. I have a few contacts of my own, and unknown to my cousin, I began making my own inquiries into where he might be hiding. Have you discovered anything? Only that he has retired to a secure location, protected by allies of his family. Alana sighed. As I said, my contacts are limited, but I do have an idea that might just help you find him. I'm willing to listen, Avaryss said. If your information proves useful, you will find me a most grateful and generous ally. That is what I hope, the noble said, bowing slightly. Tell me, Sith, what do you know of the political situation on Alderaan right now? I know there is tension, she replied. I know that your throne is currently having succession issues. That is the biggest part of it. Yes. Right now, House Ogo has the most power among the noble families, not enough to seize the throne, but they are moving in that direction. They have used their contacts in the Republic Senate to limit the other house's options, using their pet senators to pass laws and issue injunctions to block any kind of off-world aid that could be used to oust House Ogo from power. Some of the houses have complained, House Organa chief among them, but so far any pleas to the Senate have fallen on deaf ears. The Jedi may have intervened once, but they are still rebuilding after the last war, and have other interests right now. They have no time for complaints from one of Alderaan's noble families, no matter how high-placed that family might be. Has your house tried to stop them yet? House Ogo, Avaryss inquired. House Thule does enjoy Imperial backing. We could supply what you needed to stake your own claim to the throne. My father will not do that, Alana said bitterly. Your father? I'm the third-born child of Duke Horis Thule. He speaks for our family. Unfortunately, since our return to Alderaan, he has tried to distance us from our old Imperial allies. He had no problem accepting your help when we were desperate and homeless, but now he is focused entirely on rebuilding our relationships with the other houses. He thinks nothing of the Sith. In fact, he would rather forget you aided us entirely. My older brother and sister both follow his lead. Unwise, Avaryss said with a frown. Is that why you are here working with Kinda? Yes. He at least understands how much our house needs the Empire. We could begin a new dynasty, and when the Empire conquers the Republic, we will already be in place to make a peaceful and quick transition of power. The Empire would find House Thule valuable allies. Avaryss nodded. She could see the value in that. And what of your father? Does he understand what will happen? He does not, Ilana admitted morosely. I love my father, but his policies are foolish. There are too many opportunists in our family. Kinda is only one of them. It is only a matter of time until someone seeks outside aid to retire my father. And so you hope to beat them to the punch. That was my plan. I do not wish to see my father, or my siblings, harmed. If I was to claim my father's seat, I would be able to shield both him and them from harm. Alana Thule sighed. Do you know what that is like, Sith? That desire to protect your family? Avaryss frowned. She did not need to look over at Beric to know he was frowning as well. What had happened to their family had become the rancor in the room every time they spoke. So far he had remained patient, but how long would it be until that patience finally ran out? I understand, she said, nodding. I know what it is like to lose people because of the schemes of others. To lose those that I love. She gave the Alderaan a slight smile. I would spare you that pain. Help me in this endeavor, and I will speak with my master on your behalf. I can see that you rise faster than you would normally, even give you a chance to help your family, provided you can help me find Noden All, of course. Of course, the noble said, smiling. You said you had a plan? Yes. Avaryss said, turning her attention back to the frieze. What is it? How do you think I might find Noden All? As I said, he is being well hidden. House Alt couldn't arrange that on their own. They would have needed House Organa's help. The noble smile broadened. Fortunately, I happen to know at least one member of House Organa that may be open to providing us with his whereabouts if we can make it worth her while. Avaryss nodded. I will need some excuse to leave this estate, she said. I would not wish to rouse either Kinda or my fellow Sith's attention. That can be arranged, the noble promised. We can make it look like you needed to take your ship into the city. My allies here can arrange that. While my cousin thinks you are stuck in the city, I will set up a meeting between you and House Organa. It shouldn't take long. Avaryss gave her a cold smile. Isn't House Organa your sworn enemy? Won't the Duke wonder why you contacted them? The nobles of Alderaan are a very singular group, Sith. Despite our imperial connections, the past deeds and old favors we were owed still bind almost every noble house to each other. It is not unusual for one of us to talk to our rivals, not with House Ogo so close to securing the throne. Avaryss's smile turned sly. She was starting to like this one. Deceit, cunning, and yet driven by a desire for the betterment of something more than herself. It was a state of mind that Avaryss knew well. After all, she shared similar views. Yes, she thought, this one would make a far finer ally than Kinda. And if we can move quickly, we might just ensure that when her father falls that she will take his place. A house Thule unified behind the Empire would be far more valuable than one dragging his feet out of fear or a sense of ancient tradition. Yes, she could work with this. The Empire could work with this. Send word to your contact, arrange the meeting as soon as possible. Time is of the essence. It will be done, Alana Thule promised, bowing slightly. It will not take long. House Organa is more desperate than they let on. The lady chuckled. I can't just imagine the faces they will make when they realize that it is a Sith that wants to meet with them. It would be most amusing. Avaryss chuckled. War makes for strange bedfellows, she said. We will see just how desperate for aid House Organa is. If my agents are to be believed, very, Alana replied. Avaryss sneered. Desperation could be dangerous when found in an alley, but if one played their cards right, they just might be able to turn it to their advantage. Lord Feer controlled 2 full star systems. If he had nothing the Organa wanted, she would be very surprised. They would deal, they had to, she thought. She would have Noden All. One way or the other. They had been waiting about 20 minutes when the speeder finally arrived. Avaryss smiled as it approached and stepped between her own speeder and the new arrival. From his place at the controls, Rink was ready to take off if she needed him to. The young Sith's hand remained close to her lightsaber, just in case. The Organa speeder only had a driver, a handsome young man to be sure, clad in the vestments of Alderaan nobility. As his vehicle stopped, he flashed the lights in the pattern that Alana Thule had described, identifying himself as her escort. Rink responded in kind, blinking their lights to inform the man that Avaryss was the one who had requested a meeting. The Alderaan shut down his engines. He stood up in his seat and met her gaze. You are the Sith, yes, he called out. I am, Avaryss replied, an amused smile on her face. Her escort nodded. In the name of House Organa, he called out, I offer you our hospitality and protection. As long as you remain our guest, you will be protected and welcomed at our table. And in the name of House Feer and the Sith Empire, she replied, I accept your offer and swear to do no harm to my host or their holdings. So I swear. Avaryss found the whole thing amusing, but it was part of Alderaan tradition. By accepting the offer of guest right, as she had, she could enter House Organa without fear. Your driver can remain here, he said. We can't have you back about mid-morning. You will also have to surrender your laser sword, Sith, as sign of good faith. Avaryss nodded and took her lightsaber from her belt. She approached the Alderaan speeder and handed it to him, bottom of the hilt first. A minor loss, she knew. If these people knew all the ways she could kill with the Force, they would not have bothered taking her weapon. Oh well, what they didn't know could kill them, if they decided to play her false. She climbed into the speeder without another word. Her escort brought his vehicle around and headed back the way he had come. Avaryss watched in the rear view as Rink and his speeder shrunk into the distance. Some people might have called her foolish for doing this, but she had few options. She had to find Noden All before Hesen. The Organa were her best lead. She said nothing to the driver, and he said nothing to her. Their path took them away from the rolling plains and towards the forest in the north. Avaryss remained deep in the forest as they made their way. Her senses were hyper-aware, looking for any sign of a trap. She could sense the disdain of her driver. He did not think highly of the Sith, that much was clear. Avaryss ignored him. What did it matter what the servant thought? All that mattered was what his masters thought, and that they were willing to trade the location of her prey to her. Beyond that, she could care less what they thought of her. The speeder made its way into a large clearing in the middle of the forest. It was here that a small villa had been built. Guards in Alderaan security uniforms walked the perimeter. Several nodded to their driver as they passed. He brought the speeder to a stop by the entrance. He leapt out and hurried around to open the door for her. She smiled and nodded in gratitude. Never let it be said that Ander and Maya Lillis raised a barbarian. She had been taught how to behave around the wealthy and powerful. She might have preferred battle to etiquette, but that did not mean she was any less skilled at the latter as she was at the former. Her mother had taught her well. As they stepped through the door, they passed through another weapon scanner. The security here surprised her. She had heard that these people were pacifists, or had been before the Sith Empire's return years ago. "My lady," the driver called out, "your guest has arrived." "Thank you," blanks, a cultured, yet hard, female voice, replied. Avaryss smiled and bowed slightly. "Lady Organa, I presume." The noblewoman sniffed. Clearly she did not see herself much as a lady. Unlike Lady Thule, this one did not dress the part of a high noble. She wore a simple black pantsuit, her long chestnut brown hair pulled back into a braid that was pinned up to the back of her head. The woman might have been considered beautiful if not for the hardness in her expression, and the way she felt through the Force. "This one has no use for finery, she has a mission." Avaryss smiled. She could relate. "I am Giselle Organa," the noble replied. "I've heard that you had business with our family, Sith. I'm wondering just what that might mean." "A simple matter, your ladyship," Avaryss replied. "You have some information that I require, and I'm prepared to pay handsomely to learn just what you might know." "Information?" Lady Organa said. "What kind of information?" "The location of a man that I wish to question." Noden All. Avaryss smiled gamely. "I was hoping that you could help me out. Let me know where the man might be." She tried her best to appear non-threatening, to project only a sense of power and a willingness to share it. "As I said, I'm willing to reward whoever tells what I need. It will be a most handsome reward, I can promise you that." The Alderaan nodded. Avaryss doubted that she had a mercenary nature, but was willing to bet the woman knew an opportunity when she heard it. Hopefully, she would be smart enough to take advantage. Lady Giselle smiled. "I was just about to break my fast," she said. "Would you care to join me, Sith? Our cook does set an excellent table." "I would be delighted," Avaryss said. "I've heard only good things about Alderaan cuisine. I'm most curious to experience it for myself." "Excellent," the noble said. "We shall dine on the balcony. From there we can discuss our business free of distraction and prying eyes." The noble turned a demure-looking dark-haired serving girl behind her. "Jisa fetched some wine and pastries for our guest." "At once, mistress," the girl said in a soft voice. She turned and made her way towards what Avaryss could only assume was the kitchens. The Sith smiled. Interesting, she thought. Since first stepping through the door here, she had sensed something. It was a tremor in the Force, unchecked and undisciplined, untrained perhaps. She smiled at her new host. Lady Organa clearly did not sense anything amiss. So much the better, Avaryss thought. She had come here seeking Noden All, and found something else, something better perhaps. The serving girl, she thought, she is strong in the Force. She allowed Lady Giselle to lead her towards where they were to dine. She said nothing of what she had sensed. Why risk giving up the game? She smiled slightly. Interesting, she thought to herself. Most interesting indeed. Chapter 25. I must confess, this meeting is not going the way that I thought it would. Avaryss laughed. She paused a piece of sweet bread only a few breaths from her mouth. And how should this meeting have gone, Lady Giselle? How would you expect it to have gone? Threats, the noble admitted with a hint of a scowl. I expected both veiled and direct threats, both to my family and my world. She sighed. The last time the Sith came here, it was not as friends but as conquerors. We endured, but it was a very near thing. Know the Sith, no matter what happens, Alderaan will always endure. Avaryss smiled. I can be threatening when I wish to be, Lady Giselle. Threats have their place and their uses, but they are not the only weapon in the Sith's arsenal. We can be generous when we want, even aid others when it suits our purposes. Avaryss popped the food into her mouth. She savored the taste, leaning back contentedly. When it was gone, she smiled again. Today it suits our purpose, so tell me, Lady Giselle of House Organa, what can the Empire do for you? The woman did not respond quickly. Avaryss would not have trusted her if she did. We are just playing sabak now, she thought. Now it remains to be seen who has the best hand. The two women were sitting on a balcony overlooking a woodland stream. Though the sun had only just began to come up, the birds were already singing. Small furry animals raced from tree to tree, chasing each other over fallen fruit and nuts. A lovely image, and in the end proof of why the dark side would win in the end. Nature was conflict, and if the dark side invited nothing else, it invited conflict. The dark-haired girl Jisa refilled her goblet, while at the same time offering her some tart-smelling liquid in a small glass, a fruit juice of some type. Avaryss accepted it with a gentle nod, but at the same time reached out with the force and touched the serving girl's mind. What she had seen surprised her. During this lovely meal, she had thought of offering the girl a place on her ship, a place and a chance to explore her true potential. A Force-sensitive deserved more than the life of a common handmaiden, following around some entitled and pampered noble. She could sense the young woman's emotions, but they were muted, held in check by years of self-denial. As a servantess, Jisa was not entitled to have what her mistress possessed. No doubt she had been taught to accept that. That lesson had likely been drilled into her over and over again for years. It was no wonder that her emotions were so stunted. Avaryss could sense fear in the girl, fear of the Sith, of what Avaryss might do if provoked. No doubt the girl had heard stories, but under that sense of fear there was something else, something far more interesting and more valuable. Avaryss sensed resentment, pure and unrelenting resentment. She felt resentment towards her lady, towards the nobles, even towards Alderaan itself. Such resentment could be most useful. It could grow into hate if properly nurtured. Hate that strong could be most useful and could make a young Sith very powerful. Avaryss tried to keep her interest hidden, but she occasionally caught the girl giving her looks, and she might have been wrong, but she caught the lady shooting her glances as well. The girl would nod, and her conversation with Avaryss would continue. What was this now? The young Sith wondered. Did the girl have some control over her abilities? Did the lady know she had them? It seemed unlikely. The girl did not act like someone in full control of the Force. If she was, she would never broadcast her emotions so freely. She might have well wore that resentment on her sleeve. It was most interesting. The girl masked it well, but she could not hide it entirely, not from someone who knew what to look for. Avaryss smiled. The girl resented her mistress. They may have been raised together, maybe even had played together as children, but they were not equals. The girl Jisa knew that. That realization had defined who she was. It was a part of her. That resentment had left cracks in the walls of her sense of self-control. All she would need was a little push, and a whole new world would open to her. The Sith could give her that push, pluck out the pain, and offer her a life beyond any that she might have imagined. It would be a life of wonder. As Avaryss considered doing just that, she caught a swirling glimpse of the girl through the Force. One moment she was a powerful Sith, her face and hands stained with the blood of her enemies, laughing as she used a double-bladed lightsaber to carve them up, and the next, she was a gray Sith, using her powers to change the Empire for what she thought was for the better. As if a gray Sith could ever accomplish that. The Emperor's minions would cut her down long before she had the chance to do anything so important. It would be a waste. She would be better off becoming the ruthless killer that Avaryss had seen. She would be far better off. The dark side rewarded those that took what they wanted, and that girl, the one who had given herself completely to the dark side, knew how to take what she wanted. It would be a better future for her in the long run. Yet as she looked into the Force, as she explored the possible futures, Avaryss could not see herself in any of them. It seemed that the Force had other plans for the girl, plans that did not involve her, or Darth Feer. Annoying, Avaryss thought. I discovered her. Her power should be mine to guide and to mold. Yet, that future remained distant. The girl's destiny would take her down a different road. As Avaryss tried to follow it to its source, her own sense of self faded. The realization was not a pleasant one. This one is not for me. She finally accepted begrudgingly. I'm not yet ready to guide her, and even if I was, the dark side has other plans, it seems. She could sense it. Ashamed to give up something so powerful, but necessary, the girl's future was bound to the Sith. She was certain of that. She simply did not have a part in it. Not now, if ever. Annoying, she thought, but so be it. The dark sides will be done. She turned her attention back to Giselle Organa and finding her prize. In this, she could succeed. Giselle watched her carefully, evaluating her offer, no doubt considering what it was that the Sith might be able to offer Alderaan. Why are you looking for Noden All? She asked. I have some questions for him, the Sith replied. And will he survive those questions? Avaryss gave the noble a sly smile. That is entirely up to him. He has become involved in something, milady. The Empire has suffered several attacks recently. And you believe he is involved in these attacks? Avaryss frowned. She was unsure how much she should say about all this. It was best to keep it both short and sweet. He is either involved or knows someone who is. Either way, I need to speak with him. As long as he tells me what I want to know, he is in no danger. Organa sat back. Again that slight look passed between her and her handmaiden. Again the girl Jisa nodded. Avaryss felt the smile tug at her lips. So the noble did know about the girl's abilities. The girl was using the Force to seek, what? Deception. She would find none, not here. The young Sith did not care if Noden All lived or died, as long as he pointed her in the right direction. House Ald is an ally of House Organa, Lady Giselle said. It would not be proper to turn a member of their family over to the Sith, even if that family member brought Sith anger down upon Alderaan. Avaryss said with a sniff, as I told you earlier, my lady, we have no interest in Alderaan at this time. A single one of your nobles is involved in acts of aggression against the Empire. I would see him punished. If not, we may have to turn our attention to the rest of you. Perhaps you should start thinking of your family's future. A cold smile came to Alderaan's face. And there is the threat I expected. It is not a threat. It is a simple observation. One life versus the lives and safety of billions. Is that not a good deal? I'm prepared to offer you what you need to stake a claim for the Alderaanian throne, either for yourself or another member of your family. Avaryss shrugged. The choice is yours, milady. The noble nodded. She sat back in her chair. Avaryss could almost imagine the wheels turning in the intense young woman's head. House Ogo currently controls the bulk of our defense force. They have made sure that no other voice but theirs is heard by the Republic Senate. If you need soldiers, Avaryss said in a silky voice, we can provide them. Giselle wrinkled her nose in distaste. I'm not a fool, Sith. Organa is a powerful house. We have supporters and young men and women willing to defend our world. We do not need to hire mercenaries. We have the people, just not the tools. Avaryss grinned. An idea formed in that instance. A realization that was both delicious and mutually beneficial. In fact, she liked the symmetry of it. You need weapons, armor, perhaps even a few military-grade shield generators. Those would be useful, the noble agreed. Avaryss' smile widened. Then you are in luck. As I told you, I've been investigating a matter of security for the Empire. During the course of that investigation, I've turned up a shipment of military-grade weapons, blasters, detonators, shields. They were meant to destabilize Sith interests, but I see no reason that they could not be turned over to someone with a higher purpose. The noble blinked. You would turn these weapons over to us. They do not belong to the Sith, Avaryss said with a shrug. As I said, someone intended to use them to destabilize our interests. I just want them out of our system. If they can be turned to aid the Empire, I'm more than happy to see that they find their way into hands of those that will not use them against us. Giselle Organa's expression remained bland, but through the Force, the woman was afire with both curiosity and excitement. No doubt imagining what a shipload of military-grade hardware could do for her family, and their desires to secure the throne of this world. Avaryss tried not to appear too eager. She could sense the woman's desire, But if she seemed too eager to deal, the woman might back away. She did not want that. And you would give us these weapons. For the location of Noden All, you would turn these weapons over to us. Avaryss laughed dismissively. That would be a great deal, wouldn't it? She admitted. We would of course need reimbursement for the fuel used to bring the weapons here. A few credits to make sure that all the right people stay quiet about all this. If you can promise those things, and the location of Noden All, yes, I believe we can do business. Does that deal appeal to you, milady? The noble murmured. She rubbed her chin thoughtfully. Avaryss could sense the conflict within her. Jezal Organa viewed the Sith as enemies. No doubt she was trying to find some reason to say no. At the same time, though, she knew what those weapons represented. A chance to put the right people on the Alderaan throne. It was an offer not easy to turn down. Won't your people be angry with you? The noble asked. Technically, you would be arming an ally of the Republic. Some Sith might consider that treasonous. The advantage of having a high-placed master is that they can explain away much to the Dark Council and the military. Avaryss grinned. Your concern for my well-being is touching, but unnecessary. I will survive this deal, I assure you. Jezal smiled slightly. I will need to inspect the weapons, make sure they are everything you promised. Inspect away, Avaryss shrugged. If you have access to a hypercom here, I can get the weapons on their way here. You can make any preparations you like for their arrival. After all, they will be yours. Avaryss laughed dismissively. I am a woman of my word. I do have a hypercom here, the lady said. We shall go together and make the arrangements. If everything goes as planned, I will contact one of my allies in House Ald. They will know where Noden All is. Excellent, Avaryss exclaimed. Then we have a deal. She held out her hand. Again, she felt that brief sense of revulsion from the noble. She would never view this arrangement as a sign of peace between her house and the Empire, but that was fine. Peace was a lie. There was only passion. Jezal Organa was doing this for her family. She could care less about the Empire. She was willing to sacrifice Noden All for that future. Avaryss had no problem letting her do just that. Organa, fool, Olgo, she was starting to think that all these royal houses were more alike than they were different. They all sought power, and the means to wield it. Let them tear themselves apart fighting over their planetary throne. It would only serve the Empire when they finally did return to claim this world. Whoever survived would need to negotiate with the Sith. On that day, it would not matter who was sitting on the throne. Deal, Jezal Organa said, taking her hand. The two women shook on it. This way, Sith, Lady Jezal said, rising. The hypercom is upstairs. We will start making the calls we need to set this up. After you, milady, Avaryss said. I'm sure you will find that everything is in its proper order, and when it is, you will tell me where to find Noden All. That is the deal, Sith. I offer you this for the safety of my world, and for the location of a rebellious Ald. She frowned slightly. Do remember that House Ald is an ally of Organa. Try and exercise restraint in your questioning. Of course, Avaryss said with a smirk, as long as he tells me what I need to know, I will see him safely back to you. In how many pieces? She could not say, she thought to herself. A giggle nearly escaped her throat. He was still guilty of conspiring against the Empire. A person had to answer for that. Avaryss looked forward to teaching this Ald exactly what that meant. One piece at a time. Her driver returned her to where she had left Rink a few hours before. She arrived to find a second speeder waiting. This one was carrying Beric and Holly. She blinked. What was this now? She nodded thanks to the Alderaan blanks and leapt from his speeder. Her brother approached her, his expression grim. The ship was attacked at the city spaceport, her brother informed her. Avaryss scowled. Is it still space-worthy? It is, Holly assured her. It is locked down, though, until the investigation is complete. The attackers were dressed in Alderaan clothing. We thought you might have walked into a trap. Lieutenant Lillis was worried about you, my lord. Avaryss smiled at her brother. I thank you both for your concern, but it is unnecessary. Nevertheless, he said in his soldier's voice, I'm glad to see you safe, my lord. What of the attackers? Do we know who they were? City security is investigating, but from their equipment and weapons, I would say they were mercenaries, likely off-worlders. Could be anyone then, Avaryss frowned. Hesen, Duke Kenda, could even be House Olgo, unhappy that we were talking with the Organa. She smiled cruelly. Not that it matters now. We have the location of Noden All. We should deal with the matter quickly, before Hesen or Duke Kenda can arrange any more surprises for us. She glanced at her 3 crewmates. They all looked grim. Holly and Barrick both wore armored vests, blaster pistols at their sides, and carbines on their backs. Rink had his blaster pistol as well, looking as ready for a fight as she had ever seen him. Good, she thought. She was tired of playing the moving target. She was eager to finally make her own moves. Noden All was hiding in a stronghold owned by the noble House of Aarist and protected by their security people. According to Giselle, House Aarist trained the greatest assassins on Alderaan. Their knives had been influencing Alderaan's politics for generations. Breaking into such a place would not be easy. It would be a fight the whole way. Avaryss looked forward to it. It did not matter how skilled these Aarist people were. Their feeble skills would be no match for the full power of the dark side. Politics were nice, she did not mind talking, but sometimes a girl just had to get her blade bloody. She welcomed the chance to do just that. She would cut through their defenses. Any that dared stand in her way would meet a quick and painful end, and when she found Noden All, he would tell her everything. How much was left of him at the end of that conversation would be entirely up to him. He was her first direct link to the conspiracy. He would talk. In the end, everyone did. Chapter 26. Set target 1, Avaryss said coldly as she stared through the macronoculars. She smiled slightly. Fire. In the distance, there was a trail of smoke, and then, in the compound below, the shuttle sitting on the small landing pad vanished in a ball of flame and a flash of light. Even from her distant perch, she could hear the explosion, the distant wail of sirens. Set target 2 now, fire. Another plume of smoke, and with it the speeder bikes waiting near the compound followed the shuttle into destruction. The first exploded, and one by one the others kept it company, vanishing in flashes of orange flame. B.A. Doom! B.A. Doom! B.A. Doom! Avaryss nodded, pleased with herself. The first step is done, she thought, heading for her speeder. Rink sat behind the wheel, waiting for her orders. Now, on to the next one. Lady Giselle's contacts had come through in a big way. It had taken her almost no time at all to find out where House Aarist was hiding Noden All. She probably could have gotten the information herself, but likely would have had to have called House Ald until she found someone within and willing to talk. Using House Organa had been faster, and now she was on the cusp of seizing the Alderaan by the throat. Her heart pounded, she felt giddy, like a child waking on the morning of some grand feast day. Now, she thought with a hungry smile, it was time to have some fun. Hours earlier they had stood on a small wooded hill not far from the compound. It was here that they came up with their plan of attack. They had spent the bulk of the day preparing, not wishing to take any chances. House Aarist's reputation, it seemed, was well earned. The security net that they had established around their compound was quite extensive. Once again, Avaryss found herself happy to have brought her brother along. His military training served her well in locating the assassin security measures. They are good, her brother admitted after a brief recon of the compound's surrounding area, but their security is not perfect. He gestured to various points on the map. We have exploits we can use, here, and here. He grinned. It will be a bit of a jump, but I think we can breach this place, and once we're inside, they will be too busy fighting for their lives to worry about whatever measures they set up to protect themselves, Avaryss said with a sneer. She hated to admit it, but their Alderaan friends had come through. It would not be long at all until Noden All found his way into their hands. Organa had provided the location, a small estate nestled in the northern mountain range. Alana Thule once again proved her value by finding not only a map, but detailed floor plan for the estate. The map included all the changes that House Rist had made to the place in the last 20 years or so. The lower levels had been expanded, and a bolt hole added, an escape route that emptied out in the mountains. There will be no escape, Beric had promised her. I will have that exit buttoned up before we begin our attack. Excellent, Avaryss said, nodding. And what of the defenders? How many enemies are we looking at here? At least 30, my lord, Holly said with a frown. She had been watching the comings and goings since they had arrived. For hours she had watched and counted. Holly claimed to have an excellent memory. She claimed to have seen at least 30 different faces. It did not leave her in best of spirits. We are outnumbered at least 6 to 1. That will not be a problem, Beric said. Those extra men will have plenty to worry about when the attack begins in earnest. He grinned coldly. We will have to hit them hard and fast, take out all means of escape, he added. We don't want the mark slipping out the back while we are engaging the remaining defenders. You deal with the bolt hole, Lieutenant, Avaryss said. Let us deal with the shuttle and speeders. How exactly are you going to do that? He asked. Avaryss smiled, her red eyes glittering beneath her hooded cowl. We brought some wonderful new toys with us, Holly informed him. I was not idle while we were waiting aboard the Terror. The engineer smirked. We have just what we need to even the odds, automated rocket launchers, proximity mines, and a military-grade jammer, just to make sure our friends down there can't call for help. Holly gave him a proud look, pleased with the selections she had made while they had been Captain Brande's guests. They'll do the trick, she said, make the 5 of us seem like 100. Which is why you are going to need to take out that bolt hole, soldier boy, Rink said, giving Beric an evil smirk. I take it you have heard what the boss did to our original pilot when he screwed up one time too many. Beric Lillis glared at him. I know my duty, street rat, he spat. I hope you know yours. Enough, Avaryss told them both. We have real enemies here. Let's not start fighting amongst ourselves. Avaryss' eyes drifted over the map. She nodded thoughtfully. Holly was not wrong. With the tech she had acquired from the Terror, this fight would not be as one-sided as one would believe. It would be even less so when you added her own powers into the mix. The young Sith smiled. It had been far too long since she had had the chance to cut loose, to simply let go and use her abilities to the fullest. She had been training hard over the last few months, increasing her already formidable abilities. If she had to be honest, she would say that her powers had doubled since she had left Corbin and Darth Feer's service. She was not ready yet to challenge her master, but her skills and knowledge were growing, and with each new engagement, her powers continued to expand. One day, she would be strong enough to oppose her master directly, and on that day, they would see just who was worthy of being called a master. We shall wait until dark, she informed her crew. We will use the automated launchers to deal with the vehicles. Lieutenant Lillis will cut off any other escape routes. Holly will make sure that all our toys are functioning properly. She turned to the engineer. Make sure no one gets close to those launchers. Not until I'm inside the compound. It will be done, my lord, she promised. Good, Avaryss nodded. This is going to take a bit of finesse on our part, at least in the beginning. If you all work together, we can pull this off and be one step closer to ensuring the safety of the Empire. She chuckled. I'm not sure what is going to happen when the attack begins, but I do know this, the Force is with us this day, and it will serve us well. Fight well, and I will see you all when victory is assured. The group broke up. They still have several hours to get everything done, and it would be a lot, and all would have to be done without attracting any attention of the Rist guards. It was unlikely that anyone knew they were coming, but Avaryss preferred to err on the side of caution. Who knew if they would get another shot at this if they missed? They needed to be perfect the first time. They needed to have Noden All in hand tonight. She was determined to make that dream a reality. No mistakes, she thought. And no mercy. Set target, 3. Avaryss ordered. Fire. The automated launcher locked onto target 3, the main gates, and it fired. Once again, an explosion lit up the night. The gate did not fall, however. It seemed to have been protected by a small energy shield. The barrier flared as the rocket's energy depleted itself against it. The door remained, but its protection was greatly diminished. Avaryss saw another plume of smoke in the distance. That would be Barrack, she knew, making sure that House Risk could not smuggle their prize out through any escape tunnels. If all had gone to plan, those were now blocked. Noden All now had nowhere else to run. She could hear the distant shouts of his defenders. House Risk's agents were not panicking. She could imagine them trying to locate where the rockets were coming from, no doubt shouting into comlinks, calling out to their defenders outside to seek out and engage whoever it was attacking them. By now, Holly should have had the defenses in place, ready to deal with anyone trying to silence those launchers. It did not matter now, of course, the devices having served their purpose. Now they were just bait. She was eager to see how many members of House Risk came up to try and nibble. She began to count down slowly from 100, giving her enemies time to clear out, time to think that they had a chance of stopping their attackers. She watched the gates open and men and women rush out into the woods. Not yet, the dark side seemed to whisper in her ear. Not yet. Rink seemed relaxed, but she could see how he gripped his blaster. He knew they were about to come into harm's way. Yet, he trusted her enough not to question or offer any unnecessary suggestions. Avaryss knew her business, and with the counsel of her allies, they had come up with a good plan. All that remained now was to carry it out. Just as she reached the count of 40, her comlink chirped. Holly's voice whispered in her ear. 3, 2, 1. Static filled her earpiece. It was so loud the sonic dampeners in her ears kicked on, protecting her hearing. Avaryss smirked. That would be the jammer they had brought. The compound was now mute, unable to call for any further help. The young Sith continued to count and watch. More of All's defenders continued to pour into the wilderness. Her hand gripped the hilt of her lightsaber. Excitement bubbled up inside her, yet she held it in check, not wanting to move until it was absolutely the perfect time. She continued to play the old mental games, psyching herself up for what was to come. She willed the dark side to gather, to armor her against her enemies, and give her the strength to leave them broken and finished. By the time she reached the count of 3, she was almost ready to explode. The world was tinged with red, her fury only just held in check by her discipline. It is time, she thought. Now, she said to Rink. Let the slaughter begin. Rink gunned the engine and their speeder shot out from his hiding place. It flew like a blaster bolt, straight for the corner of the far right wall. So far the plan was working perfectly. The defenders were so focused on the rockets and where they were coming from that they had yet to truly take notice of the single speeder weaving its way through the trees. Those that did notice likely thought it no threat. The estate had its shields. Even if the speeder was packed with detonators, it was unlikely that a single vehicle striking the wall would do any major damage. That belief was exactly what Avaryss had been counting on. She was far more dangerous than mere detonators. A loud explosion went off in the forest. Smoke and flame rose into the evening sky. The defenders had just found Holly's proximity mines, or at least the first batch of them. Now, she the young Sith thought gamely. Let's make things interesting. Rink brought her in as close as he could. She unbuckled her safety straps and climbed up onto the back of the speeder. Give us a little height, she ordered. Hold us steady. Rink did not need any encouragement. He knew what was expected of him and carried out her orders. She closed her eyes, gathering her strength, letting her fury lift her up and make her more than any mere human. Now, she shouted. Rink brought the speeder around hard. Avaryss leapt, using its surface as a springboard. The shields were designed to stop fast-moving projectiles, rockets, missiles, and the like. A single leaping figure did not set off the shield's defensive perimeter. She passed easily through it. Between the force and her own strength, she easily cleared the wall in a single bound and found herself in enemy territory, inside the estate's courtyard. Two of the Risk noticed her arrival, They shouted out warnings and raised their blasters, firing wildly. She turned her descent into a roll, evading their fire even as she brought up her lightsaber, its crimson blade ignited with an evil hiss. She came down harder than she would have liked, the blast of fire having thrown off her trajectory slightly. The jarring impact caused her to bite her tongue, the copper-like taste of blood filled her mouth. Damn it, she thought. That hurt. The pain proved useful. It further helped her center herself. It served to awaken the dark forces that burned both within her and bound her to the rest of the universe. The rest of the Riss started to notice they had an intruder. Shouts filled the air as they woke up to the threat and started to move to engage. They were so slow, she thought. Too slow. She brought up her blade. You want death, she thought, glaring at those who would dare try to block her path. Then have it, in abundance. She leapt forward again, this time using the Force, almost too fast for the naked eye to see. She fell among Noden All's defenders. The dying began. If you asked her later what had happened, she probably would not have had an answer. The world vanished into a bloody haze as she gave herself over fully to her rage and hate. She remembered shouts for reinforcements, challenges, and promises of vengeance, but all these ended the exact same way. The hum of Avaryss' lightsaber, that and the cut-off shriek of the dying. Realizing what was happening, the Riss assassins tried to fall back, to give themselves some room where they might overwhelm her defenses by concentrating fire. Her lightsaber moved almost of its own accord, the sweet skill of Sheen sending her enemies' blaster bolts ricocheting back in their direction. Some of the Riss tried to dive for cover, but they were quickly dispatched by their own deflected fire. Many fell with blaster burns through their chests, heads, and stomachs. Cries of death and despair quickly filled the air. She reveled in each one. Those that did not meet their end that way found an equally painful conclusion to their lives. Avaryss moved in quickly, using both Makashi and Shaicho to terrible effect. She moved among them, lopping off both limbs and heads with equal efficiency. Some tried to resist with sword or stun stick. They may have well been unarmed. Each death only further excited her, filling her up with even more dark side energy, offering her even more ways to destroy those that dare oppose her advance. From the wall, 2 grenades began to fall towards her. She reached out, catching them with the Force and sending them back towards those that had thrown them. The walkway exploded violently. The world continued to burn crimson. As she fought, she murmured under her breath, casting a spell. She had wanted to use it for some time, but in the past, she had hesitated. She had been wary of using it on Dromund Kaas, not wishing to draw her master's attention with its use. On Alderaan, she had little to fear of that. I'm a Sith sorceress, she thought. Why should I not use my power? She cast her spell, and in that sublime moment, even more Alderaan began to die. Those that had not been struck by blaster bolts or cut down by her blade fell to their knees, wailing in a mixture of terror and agony. They tore at their own flesh. Cries of panic filled the night, as the horrors of their minds claimed them one by one. The spell was known to her as the Whisper in the Dark. She had discovered it among the text of an ancient scroll she had retrieved in a forgotten tomb back on Korriban. A horrible way to die, she knew. She had felt the Whisper's effect in the tomb where she had found it. Only the strongest of wills could hope to endure it. Her opponents this day did not seem to have such strength. Too bad for them. The scroll had described the spell as a way of burning one's enemies out from the inside. The greater their terror, the faster they would burn. She had seen the spell used to similar effect during her final trial on Korriban. She had seen what was left of the Sith that had been caught up in that spell. It had not been a pretty sight, even more so knowing that those affected had been strong in the Force. As she watched the remaining guards fall, reveling in their pain and destruction, she felt something warm running down her upper lip. She reached up and felt wetness. She pulled back her hand and saw it sticky with blood, her own blood. Her eyes narrowed. You should not be surprised, the darkness whispered in her ear. Did you not read the warnings? She had, truth be told. The spell was known to be very hard on the caster's body, almost as much as it was on a victim. If the caster was not careful, it was more than possible that the spell would consume them too, and even if it didn't, there was a price to be paid for using such magic. All power had a price. Avaryss managed to catch her reflection in a small puddle in the courtyard. What she saw surprised her, to say the least. She was not a woman who cherished her looks. They were a useful tool, nothing more, but still. Her eyes burned like red-hot coals. The space around her eyes had darkened and looked sunken in. It appeared like she had not slept in weeks. Blood ran from both her nose and her bitten tongue, giving her a smile far redder than it should have been. Blood ran down her chin. Her cheeks were also slightly sunken in, also darkening. In the bloodshine of her blade, her face looked like some pale skull with burning red eyes, perhaps some ghost or demon from legend. The thought made her take a step back. It is working, my spell, she thought, but at what cost? She glanced around at the few survivors. No one was shooting at her anymore. The bodies of some were starting to smolder. Life was fading, but it was still there. It was just what she needed. She reached out and cast again. A death field expanded from her, siphoning off the lives of the few remaining assassins. She felt the energy start flowing into her, restoring what the whisper had taken from her. It was a heady sensation, sweeter than even the purest spice. Again, she felt herself getting lost. It was so easy to let go and simply get drunk on the raw power she wielded. It took all her will to resist the desire to just keep taking and taking. She could not allow herself to do that. It was not a smart move. Her master warned her about using Death Field too often. Yes, it was the closest thing the Sith had to possessing healing arts, but it could also be a curse. Centuries ago, there had been a Sith who had had such a skill in conjuring death fields that he had grown strong enough to consume the life energy of entire planets. Such skill should have made him a god among the Sith, but the price had been too high. The energies that he had claimed undid him. His powers had destroyed his physical form, leaving him a living breach within the Force, a creature left with nothing but his hunger. He was caught in a constant state of hunger, even feeding off his own crew. Is that what you wish to become, Apprentice? Her master had asked. To be nothing but hunger, to no longer be able to experience life's pleasures. The answer was no, of course. She had many desires. To be consumed by her own powers were not one of them. She dismissed the death field, feeling both powerful and refreshed. She grinned savagely. Things were just starting to get interesting. She turned her attention to the estate proper. She could sense life within, more defenders, and among them, her prey. She was eager to make his acquaintance. She strode forward with purpose. Two guards fell upon her as she entered the building. They wielded wicked-looking curved swords. They were fast and forced her back a few steps with their unfamiliar fighting style, but she recovered quickly. Again, Makashi proved its value. The duelist style enabled to overwhelm the two. They fell to the floor of the estate, their heads rolling from their shoulders. Avaryss shivered with anticipation as she began her hunt for Noden All. This hunt was proving to be quite diverting. It had been a long time since she had been able to truly cut loose and enjoy herself, to revel in the power of the dark side. She moved from room to room, seeking her prey. The assassins of House Risk seemed to realize that they were facing something that was beyond them now. They fought with a lethal cunning, trying to surprise her. A few of them even tried to take her with them as they fell. These proved the most challenging, giving her pause in her hunt. You had to admire their determination, if nothing else, she thought. Still, she had seen no sign of Noden All. It was starting to frustrate her. Control yourself, the dark side chided. It would not do to simply cut the man down without realizing who he was. He still had questions to answer. She took a deep breath and let it out, some of her anger going with it. She was back in control again. Now, it was back to the hunt. From room to room she searched. She blasted open doors with the Force, scanned for her prey, and moved on. Her senses remained hyper-aware. Even the smallest of sounds seemed like a heavy footfall. Finally, she came to a bedroom with two wrist assassins inside. They raised their weapons. By this point, she had grown tired of killing them. Once she propelled out the nearest window with a force push, he fell 2 stories straight down. It was possible that he had survived, but at that point she could care less. She reached out with the force and ripped the weapon from the second man's hand. She flung it into the hall behind her. Before he could pull another weapon or try to blow them both up, she caught him in a crushing force grip. He let out a strangled cry and fell to his knees. Avaryss advanced, her patience finally wearing thin. She stood over him. "Where is Noden All?" she demanded. Though in agony, the man simply glared at her. He remained silent. She snarled and raised her hand, constricting the force grip and held him in place. The man coughed as she forced the air from his lungs. "Where is Noden All? You will tell me." "Sith?" She paused in her attack. She glanced around quickly, unsure of where the voice had come from. "Turn on the hypercom by the bed," the voice repeated. "I think we need to speak." Avaryss did not relax her grip on her prisoner. She gestured with the force, activating the communicator. A hologram appeared between her and the device. She grinned savagely. She recognized the man from the picture Giselle Organa had supplied. He was handsome, she supposed, in the Alderaan way. Slim of figure with short dark hair and eyes. Noden All seemed to be your typical Alderaan in every way. "Noden All, I presume." The man sneered at her. He looked her up and down. "You're a pretty little thing, I'll give you that." In that murderous, maniacal kind of way, he laughed lightly. His reaction surprised her. She had expected some loyal to the Death Republic agent. That was not the impression she was getting here. The man looked like a fop, and through the force, she sensed only a desire for self-gratification and a cruelty that matched most Sith. He was definitely not what she expected. "It seems you have been looking for me," he said. "I'm flattered." "It will pass," she said dryly. Come out, wherever you are." The man snorted. No, I don't think so. You will excuse me if I don't. You seem a little on the homicidal side today." The man chuckled. "That does not mean that we cannot speak, does it? You clearly want something from me. Perhaps we can make some kind of a deal." Avaryss considered his offer. She had enjoyed killing this man's bodyguards, but that had been a distraction. Answers are what she truly came here for. "I will kill your guard," she said flatly. "Go right ahead," he said with a shrug, always more where that one came from. If the assassin in her grip was surprised by his answer, he did not show it. He continued to remain silent while Avaryss continued to keep him pinned. "You clearly want something," All said. "You would not have gone to all this trouble if you didn't. Please, let us speak like reasonable beings." Avaryss shrugged. "Why not? She could always kill him after." "You were involved with hiring a crew of smugglers recently," she informed him. "They tried to sneak military-grade weapons to slaves on Dromund Kaas." She gave him her sweetest smile. "I want to know who hired you to do that." The young man rolled his eyes. "The freighter," he said. "That is what this is about. That is the reason you are killing your way through this house. That is why I've been forced to hide here like some common criminal." He shook his head. "I hadn't realized what a pain in the neck this business would be." Avaryss smirked. His outburst amused her. Clearly, he still did not understand exactly what it was he had done. She was eager to make him realize the full consequences of his actions. "Did you know about the weapons?" she asked. "I hired a freighter crew, people that weren't afraid to do something risky. I did not know what the cargo was. I didn't need to know, or want to for that matter." He shook his head again. "It was not supposed to be this way," he complained. "My name was never supposed to be recorded or said anywhere." He sighed. "You are not going to stop hunting me, are you? Not until you know the full story." "Why should I stop?" she asked dryly. "I find killing your men most diverting." He gave her a grim smile. "Perhaps you need a new diversion," he suggested. "How much is my life worth? Sith, what would it take to get you to leave me alone and allow me to get on with enjoying myself?" Avaryss considered his words. He still did not seem to understand exactly what he had gotten mixed up in. It was clear that he harbored no real loyalty towards either Republic or the Jedi. It took a bit of the fun out of her mission here. She sneered. Killing would be enjoyable, especially after all the hoops she had had to jump through to get to this point still. She smiled politely. No loyalty to your comrades? She asked. This was never about loyalty, he said. I'm a man who gets bored easily, Sith. I was approached by some interesting people offering me the distraction of being involved in something exciting. I saw it as a way out of my daily routine and said yes. He shook his head. Everything was going fine until they came back and told me I had to go into hiding. They told me that something had gone wrong with the shipment and that someone would show up asking questions. Avaryss chuckled. I'm surprised they simply did not try to kill you, tie up a loose end. What makes you think that they didn't? He replied, they offered to take me to a secure location, and when I refused, they tried to attack me. I managed to kill them and get away, but after that I realized that some diversions are not worth the risk. He shook his head. The people that hired me, you are going to kill them? Yes. The thought had crossed my mind, she admitted. Then I have no reason not to tell you everything, he said happily. I'm sure the name of their leader is more than worth my life. It would be a start, she agreed. I'll give you the name, he assured her. I'll give up the name, and you stop hunting me. You will no longer try to kill me. Once I have that name, there will be no reason for me to pursue you, she promised. Tell me what I want to know, and I will stop trying to kill you. Sounds fair, he said. She looked down at her prisoner. What about this one? Would you like me to spare his life? Do what you wish, All told her. It is not like he was very successful at stopping you, and it is not like I can get my money back. Avaryss felt a flicker of betrayal from the man she held in her grip. She did not feel sorry for him, but that did not mean that she did not understand. Betrayal was understood quite well, in fact, and gave her an idea. She was eager to see how this all played out. The one who hired me called himself Ponder, Master Ponder. He was a Jedi, I think. One of the feline-looking races, a Cathar, I think. Avaryss smiled at the realization. Finally, she thought. She had wondered when she would start seeing more Jedi involvement. She had already faced one knight. It was only a matter of time until she faced a master. Noden All told her everything he knew about the one who hired him, how they had met, what he looked like. He did not know where the man was now, but that would not be a problem. Master Feer and his contacts will find him, she thought. They will find him, and then he will face me, she thought excitedly. She found herself eagerly awaiting such a meeting. All still did not reveal his location to her. He claimed to be in a secured panic room somewhere in the estate. She could have searched for him, but she was running out of time. The rest of House Aarist had noticed the calm blackout. It was only a matter of time until they sent reinforcements. She could have dealt with them, but now that she had what she wanted, it would have been pointless. Now, she needed to get out of here. The hologram of Noden All vanished, leaving Avaryss alone with the last remaining assassin. She could have crushed him in her force grip, but by that point she had a different idea, a better one. She needed to act fast. Who knew how long she had until reinforcements arrived? Brink and the others would have likely made for their rendezvous. She would go to them soon, just after she tied up one final loose end. She looked down upon the wrist. The killer continued to glare at her. She gave him a sympathetic look. Your boss is a real shutter, she said. Finally, the assassin did something more than glared. He snorted with amusement. Our house is used to working for such people, he said. If not for them, we might never find work. Perhaps, she agreed, but that does not make him any less of a Hutt spawn. She smiled at the killer. His life was hers to end. Perhaps Noden All even wanted her to end it. That was more than enough reason to do otherwise. I'm going to release you now, she informed him. You are not going to attack me if I do. What would be the point? The assassin said. We were hired to protect Noden All. If you are not seeking his death anymore, Why should I do anything? The client's life matters, not mine. And besides, if I resisted, you would kill me. Isn't that right? It is, she assured him. She gestured, releasing him from her forced grip. He gasped, taking in a great lungful of air. He nodded, thanking her perhaps for this brief bit of mercy. She smiled slightly. If he liked this, he was going to love what happened next. She did not completely relax her guard. Her blade remained out and active. If the man tried to betray her, she would not have to do much to return to a fighter's guard, but, personally, she did not think she needed it. She had what she came for, now she wanted to do what she wanted. She suspected the assassin might enjoy it too. Your men fought bravely, she told him. I want no bad blood between Aarist and the Empire. They died defending our client, the man informed her. We all knew the risks. Death is the reward we all earn. We all understand that. Avaryss gave him a knowing look. Perhaps, but it doesn't have to be your death. I think we might find someone more deserving, if you are of a mind. The assassin blinked, unsure if he heard her correctly. You want us to kill someone? I have a contract, she said, and I'm prepared to pay handsomely to see it done, provided that there is no more unpleasantness between us. The credits I offer will no doubt go far in seeing to the families of those whose lives ended here. That would depend entirely on the target, my lord, the man said. Who do you want us to retire? She grinned, pleased at the man's use of the Lord honorific. She thought he would be more pleased when he heard the target's name. Noden All, she said. The man frowned. We cannot kill a client, he said. How about when the contract is concluded? Would you still owe him anything then? The man considered what she said. She suspected that Aarist survived on his honor, as much as it did on the contracts it took. She was not asking for all to die now, only that it happened soon. If it did after she left, so be it. She did not need to see a body, not when she knew the work was done. You promised to spare him, the man reminded her, that you wouldn't ill him. And I'm keeping that promise, she replied. I won't lift a finger to harm him. She gave the assassin a sly grin. That will be your job. If the man found any flaw in her reason, he did not show it. In fact, he nodded. I will see what I can do, he promised. And the price, she inquired, considering what she was asking, she figured it would be quite high. The assassin surprised her. Too many of us died here, he said. We died trying to protect our client, and he gave up what he should have been protecting without a thought. The wrist shook his head. A man without honor is nothing. He deserves to become nothing. The assassin grinned. As you said, that is our job. And the price, she repeated. The man laughed. Considering what he cost us, how little our lives meant to him, I'm willing to do the job on the cheap. The man grinned. How does a single credit note sound? She giggled like a humble peasant girl. Avaryss could not help it. The man's brazenness amused her. No doubt Ald would be insulted to hear how little his life was worth. In her eyes, that made it even more delicious. Besides, Ald knew too much. She needed to make sure that no other Sith, like Hesen, learned what she had just heard. Keep silent about what you heard, and you have a deal, she told him. I'll even offer extra if you keep what was said in this room between us. Aarist is known for his discretion, my lord, he said. Donations for the fallen are always accepted. I'm sure, she said, reaching for the pouch on her belt. A single credit note was more than worth it to see the arrogant noble silenced. There was a problem, though. She smiled. I don't suppose you have change for a 5? She asked. The assassin laughed. Fortunately for her, he did. Chapter 27. Something was wrong. Avaryss could sense it even as she made her way to the comm room of the House Thule estate. The force churned within her as she answered the summons. It had not taken long for Darth Feer to respond after she sent her mission accomplished message home. She could have tried to leave before this, to return to Dromund Kaas, but the Alderaan Port Authority would not give her ship permission to leave. She could have forced the issue, she supposed, but to be honest, she had preferred the wait. It had given her a chance to get to know Ilana and her allies better. It had given her time to get them to see her as one of them. Lady Ilana now walked at her side. It was she who now served as both her host and her chaperone. Officially, she was here as the ladies' guest, so it fell to her to make sure that Avaryss' needs were tended to. Emperor knew she got nothing else from the rest of the house. The other members of House Thule seemed to give her a wide berth, either because they were aware of how Ilana's father felt about the Empire, or they did not wish to provoke any response from Duke Kenda and his many Sith allies. Let them worry, Avaryss thought. She did not intend to leave without settling accounts with Kenda. He had brought Darth Tarek into her business. Such an insult could not, and would not be easily forgiven. She would deal with him, both for the Empire and her own Sith pride. She could not simply sit back and allow an enemy to cross her so openly. Another Sith might see that as weakness, and weakness was the one thing she could not show. Of course, she would need her master's permission to do so. The Duke still had powerful allies. She would need authorization from an equally powerful ally to make the whole thing legal in the eyes of her fellow Sith. You need not be here, she told the noble woman. I will make sure that my master acknowledges your accomplishments in this matter. That I do not doubt, my lord, the girl replied. Just the same, I would prefer that your master see me. Let him get a good look at his new ally, so that we may interact on a more equal basis in the future. Avaryss almost laughed at that. Feer saw no one as an equal, however it might be useful for her master to interact with someone who could be such a useful tool as they move forward in their endeavors. Plus, by allowing this, it ensured that when the time came that she took over, Ilana would hold no grudge or insecurity when it came to dealing with her new master. Avaryss needed the girl to see her as Feer's one true heir, and letting her sit in meeting might go a long way in assuring that. Avaryss ordered the comm room cleared of any Thule personnel when they arrived. House Feer had enough leaks right now, and she had no wish to add to them. The sense of foreboding she had been feeling since the call first came and remained. The young Sith frowned. I need to be both mindful of my thoughts and careful of my words. If her master was displeased in some way, he may decide to take out his anger and frustration on her. She needed to make sure that did not happen. She needed to keep his displeasure focused on external threats. It was the best way to ensure her continued survival. She was not sure what her master would be angry about. So far she had managed to accomplish every task he had set at her feet. Be careful, she thought to herself. And be mindful. The hypercom was beeping as the last of the Thule servants cleared out. The connection to Dromund Kaas was fully established and coming in loud and clear. Avaryss dropped to one knee and motioned for Lady Ilana to do the same. You are about to be addressed by a Darth of the Sith Empire, she reminded the woman. Bending the knee to such lord is never a bad idea. Ilana nodded and followed her example. When they were both in position, Avaryss gestured to the hypercom with the force. The hazy blue-tinged projection of Darth Feer appeared before them. Avaryss only just managed to suppress a gasp. Her master did not look well. Lord Feer was slouched over in a chair, probably the one in his office in the estate. A black cloak and cowl hid most of his form, but where it did not, Avaryss could make out signs of injury. Red marks on his hands. A long crimson scar ran from her master's chin up the left side of his jaw. I can feel his pain even from here, she thought. She was not sure what had happened, but... Lord Feer laughed. It was an ominous croaking sound. She could just make out the glow of his golden eyes beneath the black hood. They burned like molten gold. Injured her master may be, but that made him no less dangerous. In fact, he was likely more dangerous now. The pain he was in was fueling his powers. Yes, she would need to be extra careful this time. You are hurt, she said flatly, a statement not a question. Yes, Feer hissed. There has been an incident, a matter involving what was likely one of Darth Tarek's minions. Her master laughed again, a septic wheeze that foretold just how bad the incident he had referred was. Feer pulled his hood up farther, hiding his damaged features. As you can see, I did not come through it entirely unscathed. Fury bloomed in Avaryss' heart. How dare someone strike at her master? she thought, only I have the right to do that, and only at a time of my choosing. She realized what a mistake that thought was almost immediately. Their time studying together had strengthened the ties between master and pupil. He might not have been able to read her thoughts, but he could sense her emotions. Feer frowned. His eyes burned into hers. A cold shiver ran down her spine. Fear of punishment. No, she thought, not that. Never again. My wounds are not life-threatening, he informed her. The medical droids say I will make a full recovery. His grin returned. Have no fear, my child. I will be around for many, many more years. She strengthened her mental walls, trying her best to hide her true emotions. She smiled. I am pleased to hear that, my lord, she said, bowing her head submissively. If I may be so bold, may I inquire on the health of your lady wife and the young master? Her master snorted with amusement. Sinestra and Beale are both fine, he informed her. His smile turned cold. Try not to be too relieved, my dear, he growled. Avaryss did her best to hide her emotions, not wishing to provoke her lord. An injured Tukata could be far more lethal than a healthy one. You wound me, master, she said. My loyalties are to our house, always to our house, and the Empire. I am. Avaryss coughed. She shook her head. Her hands drifted to her throat. It felt like she had just walked through cobwebs. She could felt something touching her throat. She coughed again. Her master's eyes glittered evilly beneath his hood. It was all Avaryss could do to keep from panicking. Impossible, she thought. It isn't possible. He can't be choking me, not when I'm here and he is there, She felt the pressure around her throat tighten. She fell silent and bowed her head deeper. I wound you, he asked dryly. Is that what you think, young one? You have no idea what I could do to you if I was motivated to do so. He sat up straighter in his chair. I will hear your mission report now, or you will find out exactly how much I can wound you. She felt the pressure on her neck tighten, but she did not beg or claw at her throat. She would not give him the satisfaction of seeing that. Yes, my lord, she said, nodding, resisting the urge to try and pry the invisible fingers off. It would have been useless, after all. Noden All is dead, my master, she said, and the name of the one who hired him is now in my possession. She smiled. The mission was a complete success. Her master paused. She felt the tightness around her neck loosen. Really? He said. It is true, my lord, she said quickly. Her master snorted. That is not what I've heard from Duke Kenda. He contacted me this morning, saying that you had fled as holdings without leave and lost yourself in the pleasures of Alderaan, that you were ignoring my commands. I think you know me better than that, she said. My loyalty to our house is absolute, and besides, Kenda has proven to be unreliable. So you claim, he said. She was still in danger, but, through the Force, she felt his temper starting to cool. He was thinking with his head again, not his heart. If he believed that she had betrayed him, there were few places in the galaxy that she could hide. She certainly would not be able to escape his vengeance. I'm not strong enough for that, she knew, not yet. Not yet. One of Darth Tarek's thugs was waiting at Kenda's estate when I arrived. I believe the man intended to play you and Tarek off against each other, to see which of you would offer him the biggest reward for the information we sought. Avaryss sneered. It is true that I left his estate. I found another Thule willing to aid us, and as for enjoying the pleasures of Alderaan, well. She shrugged. I did attend a gathering last night, but only after my main mission was completed, to make contacts here, for our house, of course. Of course, Feer said, thought she could not tell if he approved of her choice, or he was being sarcastic. All she knew for certain was that the tightness in her throat finally ceased. It seemed she had earned her way back into her master's good graces, at least for now. So, he said, Noden All is dead. Yes? You are sure? Yes? So you killed him? Avaryss chuckled. Word of All's death had reached her while she was attending Lady Ilana's salon. He had only just left the Risk compound that morning, and in a tragic turn of events, his luxury airspeeder had gone down in the mountains. The body had been recovered and identified by servants of House Rist. The news had put a smile on Avaryss' face. He was killed. That is all that matters. He took what he told me to his grave. Her master nodded thoughtfully. Then everything is as it should be, he murmured, though I do have another question. You arranged the arms we confiscated to be sent to Alderaan. Why? To advance Sith interests, of course. Explain, he master ordered. She did her best to do so. The death of Noden All had set off an interesting turn of events. House All complained to House Organa, who blamed House Ogo for the death, citing suspicious circumstances. It was a tense situation to be sure, made even more so by House Organa's newly armed status. Captain Brandy and his crew had come through for her. Giselle Organa, now calling herself General Giselle Organa, was said to be arming her newly formed militia as they spoke. The Ogo took it for saber rattling, which is what it was. Tensions continued to increase between the two houses. Ald blamed the Ogo for the death of their brother, thinking his death was retaliation for acquiring the arms that House Organa had received, an idea that Alanatho's agents had provided proof for. Anonymously, of course, evidence that was true from a certain point of view. The whole thing amused Avaryss. Lord Feer was not so impressed. You realize that your actions have armed an enemy of the Empire, and at the same time given an edge to our Thule friends, she replied. Organa will fight Ogo, weakening both, and if Organa should become a problem, well. She grinned savagely. Ensign Holly took care of that. Feer laughed a laugh that turned into a coughing fit. Avaryss waited for her master to regain his composure before continuing. Holly made some alterations to their newly acquired shield generators while they were being searched. She replaced the power coils on them with some of our own coils that can be deactivated with the proper clearance code broadcast over the precise frequency. Hearing that made her master sit up, his eyes widened. We can disable their shields. If that is our desire, Avaryss said. Surely the Organa will do a thorough inspection of the devices. They will find the changes that your engineer made. All the more reason to provoke House Ogo, Avaryss replied. Organa does not have the time to leisurely take apart their shield generators, not with the Ogo threat on their doorstep. And even if they did, the coils are not easy to come by, hard to replace, even in peacetime. Avaryss chuckled. If the Empire needs to, we can handle the Organa, but for now, we should do what we can to make sure they do what we need them to do against Ogo. Darth Feer sneered, his lips curling beneath the shadow of his cowl. And we are the only ones that have both the code and frequency. Excellent. If I may make a suggestion, we should provide my new Thule friend with the code as well. They may find it useful should the Empire choose to support their claim to the Alderaan throne. Feer glanced over at Ilana Thule. Avaryss extended the viewing field of the hollow signal to include her as well. Her master noticed the girl for the first time. Darth Feer nodded. My master, may I present the Lady Ilana of House Thule, the one who helped me find Noden All. Lady Thule, may I present my master Darth Feer, Lord of the Sith and Master of the Itae and Zon systems. Greetings, my lord, Ilana Thule said, bowing deeply. Pleasure radiated from Avaryss' master. The Dark Lord smiled. Your aid in this matter is most appreciated, my lady, he said. House Feer can be most generous to his friends, as you will see. Why else would I seek to aid you, and my lord, Ilana said, grinning slyly, that in my desire to become the new head of my house. Feer laughed at her reply. He turned to his apprentice. I like this one, my child, he said, brash and ambitious. We shall do what is needed to see her rise. An excellent idea, my lord, Avaryss said. Her master's demeanor had changed. He had been in pain and looking for someone to blame when their conversation had begun. Now he almost seemed jovial, more than pleased with her efforts on his behalf. You should return to Dromund Kaas, Apprentice, he ordered. We have much to do. Avaryss frowned. What of Duke Kenda, my master? should he go unpunished for his arrogance. For now, he remains untouchable, her master said with a flicker of his earlier anger. He enjoys the protection of several powerful lords, Darth and Gian of the Dark Council among them. Avaryss bristled. She did not like leaving Kenda unpunished, especially after this incident on Dromund Kaas. Still, there was little she could do. If her master advised caution, then it was wise to follow his orders. Duke Kenda's luck would run out eventually. Hopefully she would be there to see it, to savor his destruction. The mere thought of that excited her. You should give me the name you acquired, her master suggested. I will get the War Master's people started on finding out what they can. Avaryss frowned. I think it wiser to bring the name home in person, Master. Tarek's servant here suggests we have a leak somewhere in House Feer. Her crimson eyes narrowed. We will need to clean house and find the rat. For a moment anger flashed in her master's eyes, anger at her denial, but then his wisdom took over. He nodded. A wise idea, my child, he agreed. You will bring it back to the estate, and we shall seek the next step on this journey together. He grinned. We are getting closer, my dear. Soon we shall reach the end of this journey, and then retribution will be ours. I eagerly await that moment, my lord, Avaryss said, bowing. As do I, he agreed. Return to me swiftly, my apprentice. We have much to do. She nodded again. I will return shortly. Excellent, her master said. Feer out. The hologram faded. At her side, Ilana Thule giggled, pleased that she had made a new contact. Avaryss smiled. Feer out, he had said at the end. She chuckled. One day, he would be. Avaryss was in good spirits as she and her team made their way back to the Thule-controlled spaceport. Alderaan security had finished its investigation of the previous attack and had given the Sith ship clearance to leave. To be honest, Avaryss would be sorry to put Alderaan behind her. This world had proven an interesting diversion. Perhaps she would even holiday here someday. Their successes of the last few days had brought their little crew together in a way their previous missions had not. Rink and Barrick had seemingly buried whatever issues they had, and Holly had come respected by both for both her skill and humor. The unity that they had found would serve them well, especially as their investigation turned towards the Jedi Order. Avaryss grinned. She was quite interested in finding this Jedi Master, the Cathar that had brought Noden All into the plot. Was he the mastermind behind it all? If he was, then ending his life would be a top priority. Of course, she doubted it. It was unlikely that anyone who masterminded such a scheme would unveil himself to such an untrustworthy ally. No, she suspected a more subtle hand in this. Perhaps the Jedi Master would have the name of that man. If he did, he would give it to her, whether we wanted to or not. Tread lightly, the dark side warned. You have yet to face a true Jedi Master in combat. Such a battle will not be easy. You must gird yourself, prepare for when that time comes. She nodded thoughtfully. A Jedi Mazer would be a challenge, but she welcomed it. Defeating a Jedi Master would be her next great challenge, the next step in her evolution, and her growth towards absolute and unlimited power. She could not expect to ever challenge her own master until she had defeated another master of the Force. She would rise to the occasion and defeat this Jedi. It did not matter how powerful he was. The dark side was stronger than the light. She would not be denied. The speeder finally arrived at the spaceport. Avaryss leapt from the vehicle like a child going on her first space voyage. She was eager to get back to Dromund Kaas, to continue the hunt. The hangar door hissed open as they approached, revealing their ship, and Hesen. Hooded and cloaked, the Sith warrior radiated both rage and malice. Her crew began to draw their weapons. She heard the sound of blasters leaving their holsters. Avaryss stopped her crew with a raised hand. Hesen may have been an arrogant fool, but he was a skilled arrogant fool. He knew the sheen form, and any blaster bolts fired at him would likely go right back at the one who fired them. She was unprepared and unwilling to sacrifice any of her crew, at least for now. If they had to die, it would be to serve her greater glory, not because they tried to deal with the problem that she was more than capable of handling herself. She grinned savagely. Reaching up, she let her cloak fall away from her shoulders. It would only slow her down when their lightsabers started spinning. Darth Tarik's thug stood between them and the ship. The massive Sith raised his head, his golden eyes shining beneath his hood. "Farm girl," he spat, "you go no further." Avaryss sneered. "We'll see about that, Shudder," she thought. "We shall see." "Stay here," she ordered her crew. "I'll handle this." Hesen laughed. "It is nice to see that some things don't change." He cackled. "You are still an arrogant slimo, Avaryss." "Look who's talking," she replied dryly, drawing her blade from her belt. She did not ignite it, not yet, but the threat was there. She found herself thinking back to their first encounter. She had been wounded then, still recovering from her interrogation, cut off from the Force, and reliant on a respirator mask to survive. It had been Hesen who allowed her to come back from that. It had been her anger and hatred of him that gave her the fuel to escape that prison and find her power again. She had owed him for that, and for that reason she had spared his life. True, she had left him crippled, but at least she had let him continue to draw breath. Her crimson eyes glittered dangerously. This time, she would not be so forgiving. She tried to draw him away from the ship, perhaps even get him to chase her. If her crew managed to make it to the ship, they could get it prepped for takeoff. Once they were airborne, Hesen would not be able to stop them. That was one way she could handle this. If she outsmarted him here, who was to say that Darth Tarik would let him live with that failure? The Dark Lord might just do her job for her. "Do not waste your time on what ifs," the dark voice inside her murmured. "Kill him now." He body ached with the hunger to draw blood, but at the same time, fighting him was a risk if she lost. Well, she knew how to reach her master, but at the same time, her blood was up. She had no desire to have this fool dogging her every move. No, she would end this now. "You learned something from Noden All," Hesen snarled. "You will tell me what it was, now." "I've learned many things," she shrugged, "including how to deal with an enemy who simply will not get out of my way." Tarik's pawn sneered at her. "It will not be that easy this time, farm girl. Lord Tarik gifts have doubled my powers, perhaps even tripled them." She chuckled. "Triple the pride, triple the fall. Change is coming to the Empire, Avaryss. A new war is on the horizon. It shall fall to the truly great among us to lead the Empire into a new era." He smiled slyly. "Give me the name, and I will be merciful. I'll only take one of your hands as payment for what you did to me, but you will get to live, and when your master falls, Darth Tarik may allow you to live. After you have been properly reconditioned, you may even get to serve as one of his lesser apprentices, under me, of course." "What an enticing offer," she said dryly. "You will forgive me if I respectfully decline." Hesen growled in the back of his throat, his eyes flashing like an angry tukada. "You still think you are better than me? Me? Know that I'm only the first of many. Even if you destroy me, Darth Tarik's first apprentice will end you. Even now the Dark Lord is continuing to alter him, improve him. Soon, not even your master will be a match for that one. Is this the one you are planning on replacing? You think killing me will make the Dark Lord abandon his pet project?" She shook her head. "You may be bigger than the last we met, but you are the same small-minded fool." She laughed. "You were never meant to be an apprentice. You are a test. Your master wanted to see my abilities, maybe even try to tailor his work on his real apprentice, give him an edge when we finally meet. I'll have to make sure that there is nothing left for him to examine. It will be better that way, in the long run." Hesen growled and let his cloak fall away from his massive shoulders. He drew his lightsaber. The hilt was a massive heavy thing. Avaryss would likely have had trouble lifting it with both hands. He ignited the blade. The hangar was suddenly bathed in crimson light. Avaryss followed suit, igniting her own weapon. The two faced each other, silently, waiting to see who would make the first move. "I've waited a long time for this," Hesen growled. "You have made me very happy." Avaryss snarled, her rage boiling to the surface. "I will make you dead, fool. Your time has come." The two Sith lunged at each other. Avaryss only barely escaped their first exchange with her life. Hesen moved with almost blinding speed. He deflected her first strike and nearly took her head off with his riposte. Avaryss cartwheeled out of the way, only to have the massive Sith fall upon her like an avalanche. Her blade whirled as she turned back his powerful strikes with Surisu, but with each strike, he seemed to be growing faster. She could not tell if it was the cybernetics or some genetic enhancement that Darth Tarek had given him. In the end, did it really matter? It seemed that Hesen had not lied. He was stronger, but unfortunately for him, so was she. She fell back, lashing out with force lightning. Even as she reached out with the force, she seized several large cargo containers behind Hesen. She flung those containers like missiles. Both attacks proved ineffective. Hesen caught her lightning with his lightsaber, and the cargo containers striking him did nothing. They hit with enough force to shatter his spine, but thanks to Tarek's experiments, Hesen barely flinched. He lunged at her again, raining blows on her overtaxed defense. Surisu was keeping her alive, for the moment, but it did not change the fact that Hesen was far faster than he had been in their previous encounter. He was perhaps the faster opponent she had faced up to this point. Of course, a lightsaber and telekinesis were not her only weapons. She managed to roll away from his strikes, and spoke quickly, gesturing with her offhand. The air rippled before her. Large insects formed of living shadow flew from her fingertips. The spell should have been enough to leave Hesen writhing in pain, set him up for the killing blow. But again he proved himself stronger. He sent a wave of pure force energy rippling towards her. The sheer power of the attack disrupted her spell, and sent her tumbling back, and once again Hesen leapt at her, whirling his blade as he tried to break through her defenses. Magic tricks, he spat. They are no match for the power of the dark side. Again she found herself on the defensive. Again she found herself falling back. It was not a situation she enjoyed. He is strong, she thought. She was barely keeping up with him, only barely blocking his attacks. For the first time her near-infinite confidence faltered. She found herself feeling a sense of worry. She frowned. Perhaps he is too strong. A frisson of fear passed through her, but she did not let it paralyze her. She had been trained well, and knew how to turn fear into anger and hate. She lashed out, feeding off those emotions. She struck out with her lightsaber, her blade moving just quick enough that she managed to strike at both of Hesen's wrists. His mechanical hands should have fallen away. The spot on his arm, where they connected, should have been nothing but molten slag. But instead her blade simply deflected off. Energy-resistant plating, she realized, cortosis weave plates. She hated to admit it, but Tarek's work was impressive. Hesen laughed. Behold the mighty Avaryss, he crowed, sorceress and would-be Dark Lord of the Sith. He sneered. You are nothing, farm girl, do you hear me? You are nothing. He cackled, reveling in her troubles. Fel would have been so disappointed in you, or perhaps he wouldn't. The enemy chuckled. You poisoned him after all? How truly powerful could you be? Avaryss' crimson eyes narrowed. He had thought to throw her off balance by mentioning Fel, but in doing so, he once again proved that he had not truly changed. His new powers and enhancements were impressive, but he remained the same arrogant as he had always been. In her mind's eye, she saw Fel. The way he had looked after Nas poison had ended his life. She thought of the pain she had been forced to endure while being interrogated. How Hesen had looked after he had claimed her lover's cloak. It was enough to reignite the fires within her. Hesen knew nothing. The dark side coursed through her veins. She felt rejuvenated, while mere moments ago she had been on the edge of exhaustion. Hesen was a pawn, no more, no less. She would not be defeated by a mere pawn. She was Avaryss, Avaryss of the Sith. She would not be denied. She renewed her assault. Distantly she heard the rumble of the ship's engines come to life. She could have broken off the attack and tried to flee, but she would not. She would not run away from Hesen. She would not spend her time being pursued like some common criminal by a bounty hunter. She would end this rivalry, here and now. She tried to get inside his guard. He missed a powerful overhead strike, and she moved in for the kill. Before she could take advantage, he raised his left hand. She expected a telekinetic push or pull, but that is not what happened. His left hand split open, a second lightsaber emerged, igniting and coming up in a wicked arc. She fell back, but the blade caught a glancing blow on her shoulder. Again, she felt the frigid kiss of a lightsaber. The pain woke her up, fueling her hatred. She reached out with the force. The outer parts of Hesen's cyborg hands were shielded. As it turns out, the internals weren't. She sent a blast of lightning at the exposed cybernetics. The plates had yet to complete sliding back into place. Hesen convulsed as the blue-violet lightning lit a skeleton like a glow rod. Avaryss sliced through the cyborg's exposed left hand. The trick lightsaber fell away in a shower of sparks. It was not completely gone. The shielding had prevented that, but it was no longer functioning as seamlessly as it had a few moments ago. Hesen's damaged hand sparked, his fingers twitched. She had clearly cut through something important. He howled and brought his blade down hard. She danced out of the way, but moved in again quickly. Hesen had preferred the powerful two-handed grip of gems, so the damage done to his mechanical parts had limited him slightly. He was still extremely strong, but now he had a breach in his armor. She exploited that breach to the fullest. She stopped thinking. She let the force guide her hand, her lightsaber. Hesen fought on, his speed and strength still impressive, but the slight damage she had done made him hesitant. He was thinking when he should have been letting his emotions flow. "Come, my lord," she heard Holly call out distantly. She ignored the engineer. "I'm not running," she thought. "I will not." "You are nothing," Hesen howled as he tried to reclaim the advantage. "You will be nothing." "I will." When it happened, it took only a few seconds, yet to Avaryss it seemed like an eternity. Something in Hesen's left hand popped. The plate slid back, forcing him to lose his full grip on his lightsaber. His blade was out of position for barely half a second. It was all the time that Avaryss needed. She did not bother trying to chop through his cybernetics this time. She brought her blade up and took his right arm, slicing his right arm off at the shoulder. The massive warrior gasped as his weapon and sword arm fell away. He gulped, his eyes wide with shock and horror. He looked up at Avaryss, his lips starting to form words. She did not give him the chance. She had grown tired of his mewling voice, his arrogant taunts. She whirled, striking her enemy twice. The first blow took Hesen's jaw. His face caught fire as he spun around. A strangled cry escaped him, but even that was cut short. Avaryss's second strike took his head. It bounced away smoking. The smell of burnt meat and metal filled Avaryss's nostrils. Hesen's body stood rigid for a few seconds before finally toppling over. She did not let it fall, choosing to hit it with one last force push. She sent it flying hard into the wall. She had hoped to hear the sound of bones snapping, but again she was disappointed. Tarek's enhancements held, at least against mere impact. Avaryss sneered. A lightsaber was another story. Lucky her. She retrieved his lightsaber. It was a trophy she would not leave behind. She considered taking his head too, presenting it to her master. Not just the head, the darkness whispered in her ear, the whole body. War Master Feer or scientists might find something useful in studying the enhancements. We could. The body began to twitch and sizzle. She stepped back, wrapping herself in the force. She had feared some kind of self-destruct, perhaps a bomb planted on the body. As she watched the body crumbled away, the damaged metal parts of Hesen's cybernetics smoked and glowed hot. It took almost no time at all. Soon she stood over a pile of ash and scorched metal. Hesen's head was barely half a skull, his severed arm less than that. Avaryss frowned. So Darth Tarek did not want anyone getting a good look at his work. She was not surprised. An autopsy could have revealed much. Still, what did it matter? She was victorious. "Goodbye, Hesen," she said sweetly, before spitting on his ashes. "Rot in hell." She left without another backward glance. As it had been on Corbin, so was it here. Only victory mattered. If you died, you were forgotten. Hesen deserved to be forgotten. Yet, she still remembered that final look of surprise on his face. That one defining moment when he realized that all his fancy enhancements meant nothing, the brief sweet moment when her blade bit through his neck and ended his life. That memory was worth savoring. Delicious. Barry gave her a cool look as she entered the ship. No doubt he thought she should have run when she had the chance, that she owed it to the Empire to preserve what she had gotten from Noden All. No matter, he was not Sith, he did not feel the dark side singing triumphantly through his veins. It had been a risk, yes, but it had been worth it. Defeating her old enemy, seeing him end, it had put a smile on her face. That is what mattered, and in that sweet moment, it was the only thing that had. Chapter 28. The hologram was grainy, clearly taken from a distance or by a holo-cam not meant for close-up work. What features it did show marked the subject as clearly non-human: the small button nose, the curve of the lips that suggested a feline origin, even what might have been whiskers. Avaryss drank in the image. She wanted to burn it into her brain. When they finally met, she wanted to be sure this was the one she was seeking, for he was the next link in the chain, the next step on the road to getting to the bottom of all this. "Hello, Master Ponder," she murmured to herself. "I will be seeing you soon." "Did you say something, Apprentice?" Avaryss smiled at War Master Feer. "Just imagining my blade at that Jedi's throat, War Master," she replied. From his place across from her, Darth Feer cackled, a cackle that turned into a coughing fit. She was still not entirely sure what had happened. All that Feer would tell her was that her master and his entourage had been caught in some kind of attack orchestrated by Darth Tarek, and that her master had been the only survivor. Both Avaryss and the old pureblood waited for their master to regain his composure. Yet, as she listened to him cough, a new thought came into her head. "Is it time?" she wondered. "Has my master grown weak enough to remove?" Feer stopped coughing and wiped at his mouth with the back of his scarred hand. He looked up at her. The golden eyes seemed to burn into her, seemingly looking beyond her face at something deeper. Her master grinned. There was much in that grin, both a warning and a challenge. It was as if he was daring her to try to fulfill the Sith imperative. No, she thought, not yet. Making that final move should not be taken lightly. No, when the time came, it would not be on some lark, or in a moment of weakness. She would wait until she was sure that she could defeat him when the Force whispered in her ear that it was time. She would be patient. She could wait. "You will get your chance, Apprentice," her master promised. Whether he was referring to him or the Jedi she could not say. "We will find this one, and you will be the one who wrings the truth out of him. I've foreseen it." "It will be done, my lord," she promised. She would not hesitate. She would see it done. The comm room was fairly empty. This war council was as important as it was private. Lord Feer, Avaryss, and War Master Feer were meeting to discuss their next move in the investigation of the conspiracy that continued to plague the Empire, and given the leaks that they had been forced to endure, Feer had ordered the room cleared of all servants and techs. He had even had a scanning crew come in and sweep the room to make sure that there were no hidden listening devices here to pick up what was said. It seemed that everything was clear, or so War Master Feer said. Avaryss was not so sure. The Sith had access to abilities beyond the understanding of normal creatures. Whether those abilities might allow their enemies to spy on them, the Apprentice could not say. All she had to do was keep the faith and trust in her master and War Master Feer. The three of them wanted the same thing after all, the preservation of the Empire. That was their main goal, and it was all important. Her master turned to Feer, his eyes hungry. "What have you found out, old friend? What do we know of this alien Jedi?" The old pureblood began his report. "According to my sources, Master Ponder would never be considered as the greatest of his order. His accomplishments, though considerable, were never enough to see him rise to the height of the Jedi Order. He has been a Jedi Guardian for most of his life, and he has assisted in several major victories during the war." "Assisted, but never led?" Avaryss asked. "This appears to be a true assessment, Apprentice," the pureblood said. "His name is often mentioned in the company of his betters." The more ambitious members of his order look to him when they need a solid ally, or so my agents claim. The War Master tapped his chin thoughtfully. I don't think that this one is typed to mastermind all the trouble that we have been experiencing. This one carries out plans, he does not conceive them. Even so, Darth Feer growled, this man may know who is behind all this, or he can point us to someone who does. Darth Feer chuckled. I never thought I would be spending time trying to untangle the schemes of a Jedi. I thought such games above them, or rather that they feel they are above such games. Our return changed much in the galaxy, my lord, Feer reminded him. We hurt the Jedi during the last war. We hurt them badly. Such pain can lead to growth. Things may have changed more than we realize. Avaryss nodded. What the pureblood was saying made sense. The enemy had changed. She found herself remembering her 2 previous encounters with members of the Jedi Order. Both the Padawan on Butcher's Clearing and the night she faced on Terrace had both seemed obsessed with what the Sith had done to the Jedi Temple during the war. Both had seemed eager to see her dead. They might have called it justice, but it would have been revenge. It might have gone a long way towards their conversion, but she would not have been around to see it. No, for those 2 enemies, death had been preferable. She had destroyed them, and in doing so, continued her rise among the Sith. They had deserved their fate. She did not question that. Only Jaz Darbin and the Beast Girl Shira Veal showed her a different side to her enemies. They would still have to die in the end, but that was for the good of the Empire. She did not trust an enemy who resisted the dark side's call. Such an enemy was dangerous. When the war finally came, she would not hesitate to kill them. It would be for the good of the Empire. Of course, right now, the mission did not involve Jaz Darbin and the Padawan. It involved the Jedi aiding the Republic SIS. They would all need to be killed before they became rivals to the Empire, and it was clear that usual methods would not work. The Sith needed to change as well, to adapt their tactics to deal with this foe, to match what was going on around them. It could mean the difference between victory or defeat, and the Empire could not afford for them to be defeated. If House Feer failed, the Empire itself might fall with it, torn apart by infighting. She would not allow that. She would stop it. Whatever it takes. Avaryss turned to the War Master. They were in his hands now. He had passed the Jedi's name on to his agents. Hopefully they had managed to turn something up. Do we know where this Master Ponder is? Avaryss asked. It took a bit of doing on my part, but yes, I did manage to find him. The War Master adjusted the holocrons. The grainy image of the Jedi vanished and was replaced with the rotating holo of a planet. Thick gray clouds raced across the surface that was mostly black and gray. A lot of cities, Avaryss thought. It might make things easier when the time came to sneak up on the Jedi, but at the same time it offered the chance for too many witnesses to see what was going on, or even to offer aid. They would need to move carefully when they tried to take this one. Lord Feer, Apprentice, may I present Mirren 8. It is one of only 3 moons capable of supporting life in orbit of the gas giant Mirren. For the most part, the planet has gone unnoticed. It is a Republic world but not far from the Imperial border. Technically, it is a mining world, but its profits were never enough to draw Imperial attention during the last war. Our forces passed it over in search of more profitable targets. Her master leaned in for a closer look, his golden eyes glittering. Close to our border, you say? It is only about 80 parsecs away from our closest outpost. It is well within range of our long-range probes, and we have never really found anything worth contesting the world for. Avaryss smiled slightly. An unremarkable world, you say, but with a close enough proximity to us that it might serve as a beachhead of sorts for our conspirators. She turned to her master. Perhaps it is this world where the bulk of our problems are coming from. Her master nodded sagely. It is possible, he said, looking at the map with new eyes, seeking some new insight perhaps, through the Force. Avaryss was not sure what he would find. Her own senses revealed nothing, hopefully that would change when she arrived on this Mirren 8. Her master turned to Feer. Does the Empire have any agents on that world? A few, my lord. The pure blood informed him, I'm in the process of looking for the one in charge, but given the degree of discretion you have asked for, it will take time. It will be worth it, provided we can keep our movement secret, Feer said. He turned back to his apprentice. How well do you trust your crew? They know the consequences of betrayal, she replied. Her master chuckled again. Nevertheless, we must keep this on a need-to-know basis, at least for now. Tarek has grown bolder, his choice to strike at me, and send an agent after you is proof of that. Avaryss frowned. Are we certain that this attack was not caused by the conspirators we are hunting, Master? If they know we are looking for them. It is possible, he agreed, but that is a matter of motivations, and at this moment, motivations do not concern me. Tarek struck at me, wounded me. Such an insult must be answered in kind, and it will, once we have these Republic dogs properly collared. Her master's eyes narrowed. Prepare yourself, my apprentice. You and your crew must be ready to leave on a moment's notice. As soon as the War Master has what we need, you will be deployed immediately. We will be ready, my lord, she promised. Just give the word, and we will be on our way. The wounded Dark Lord smiled. He raised his head enough that she got a look at the scarring that was visible beneath his hood. It was not a pretty picture. Whatever weapon Tarek had used had made a mess of her master. If that was not yet another reason to handle this business with the Republic quickly, she did not know what was. Whatever his reasons were, Tarek was now an open rival of House Feer. Normally, the Dark Council kept the Lords in check, but with so many power plays happening at once. No, they could not count on the Council, not in this. Avaryss frowned. She remembered Hesen's warning the one about Tarek's apprentice, his grand experiment. They would need to move to neutralize him, and soon. Hesen had been strong. If this new apprentice was as equally strong, he could become a problem. Take care of any business you might have here on Dromund Kaas, my dear, Feer told her. I sense that when the time comes to move, you will be very busy. This Republic conspiracy has gone on long enough. He smiled wickedly. It is time to end it. Avaryss found her crew at a small cantina not far from the spaceport. It was the type of place that few Dark Lords frequented, a place for those that lived and worked on the lower rungs of the Empire. Not that there was anything wrong with that, of course. Everyone needed to blow off steam every now and again. She would not deny those who served her that one simple pleasure. She arrived to find them playing cards at one of the far tables. The three noticed her approach and started to rise to greet her. Continue with your game, she said. What I have to say will be brief. Despite her words, only Holly seemed to take them to heart. Rink remained as cautious as ever, and Beric, given his training and history, was not the type to let his guard down. She informed them of Darth Fear's orders, and the fact they would be off-world for some time, likely not to return until the conspirators behind the attacks on the Empire had been dealt with. Does the Dark Lord know our final target yet? Beric inquired. What kind of security are we looking at? War Master Feer will give us the full details when we are en route, she promised. After that, we follow the chain back to wherever it leads, and make sure that the Republic realizes the folly of its actions. Once that is done, we will be in a position of great power and respect. She smiled slyly. We will all be heroes of the Empire, and free to choose whatever reward we desire. I'll finally be free to go after Tia, Rink murmured. You will, and will be able to offer her more than anything you could have ever offered during your days on the streets of Nar. That made Rink smile. Avaryss could feel his eagerness through the Force. She grinned. What of you, Holly? She asked. What reward would you ask for? Before the engineer could respond, Beric spoke up. We're getting a little ahead of ourselves, aren't we? We haven't even left yet. He frowned. It is a bit early to beginning planning our victory celebration. Avaryss eyed him. He may have been her blood, but... She sighed. There is nothing wrong with planning ahead, she informed him. Incentive can go a long way towards finding success. Her brother did not break his gaze. It remained as hard and cold as her father's had ever been, especially when he was feeling cross. They are so much alike, she thought. Which sometimes made it hard to look him in the eye, that in the memory of destroying the shades of her family during her final trial on Korriban. They had not been real, but still, it had certainly felt real. She knew what reward he wanted, the full story of what had happened to the rest of their family. Yet, it was a story she could not give him, not yet. She needed him fully focused on the mission, not obsessing on the fact that they were serving the man who had ordered their family's extermination. It had taken her a long time to get used to that fact, that in the knowledge that this was the only way to get close enough to see Darth Feer answer for what had happened. He will blame me, she thought. When I do tell him, he will think that I've betrayed our family. She could not handle that, not right now. She wanted Beric with her. She needed him to be with her. He rose, his gaze cold. "May I be excused, my lord?" he said professionally, his training of how to act around a Dark Lord ever present. "You may, Lieutenant," she said flatly. He saluted and left the table. Avaryss, Holly, and Rink watched him go. Avaryss only just suppressed the snarl. Damn him, she thought. Damn him to the void. What was that about? Holly asked. Lieutenant Lilos isn't usually that harsh. Rink chuckled. I think he needs to find a woman, he suggested, might help him relax. Avaryss rolled her eyes. She doubted that Beric would do so even if he could. He was after all a child of Ander Lilas, like she was. She had no interest in pleasure slaves. When she sought out companionship, she preferred someone who she actually cared for. Like Fel, she thought morosely. Or Taya. That last thought gave her pause. Taya certainly would not have denied her if she asked for companionship. She remembered their one night together. How her friend had held her in her arms and soothed her to sleep. They had done nothing but kiss, but it had been nice to feel safe, to feel protected. It had not been the same as it had been with Fel. The fiery passion was not there, but it had been nice, that feeling of safety. For a Sith, safety was often an illusion, threats were everywhere. She turned to her Holly and Rink. Take care of whatever business you have here in the capital, she said, repeating her master's words. We will be very busy soon. Both the engineer and the pilot nodded. Avaryss rose and made for the door. A pair of off-duty troopers just barely managed to get out of her way. She shook her head, her mood much darker than it had been when she entered. Thinking of Beric and her family had left a need in her. She was about to march into harm's way. She wanted to feel safe, for one night, at least. She brought out her comlink. She knew just who to contact. How long will you be gone? Avaryss sighed, her head resting on her friend's bare shoulder. As long as it takes, she murmured contentedly, my master wants this handled. Taya nodded as she stroked her back, her touch sending ripples of pleasure down Avaryss' spine. The smell of Taya's skin soothing her as much of the silken sheets of the bed they shared. She had already been in the city when Avaryss had sent word to her, handling the matter for her master Lord Goss. Avaryss had aided her. It had been a simple matter, reminding one of her master's underlings of their place. It had gone extremely well. They had not even needed to kill the fool. The excitement had been just what they had needed. They had returned to the apartment where they had spent their first night together. Now they once again lay in each other's arms. Avaryss sighed contentedly. If only Fel could be here, then this would have been perfect. The alchemist you sent us finally finished the item you requested, the blonde girl informed her. I will have it sent your ship in the morning. Thanks, Avaryss sighed, her finger tracing lazy lines over the other girl's heart. Taya murmured softly, clearly enjoying the sensation. Avaryss smiled. It was such a simple thing to ensure Taya's loyalty. It was almost too easy. How are things going with your master? Good, Taya moaned, though whether she was referring to her master or Avaryss' touch, she could not say. He is not a Darth, but that is not necessarily a bad thing. She looked down fondly into Avi's red eyes. I would hate for us to be rivals. Enjoy it while you can, Avaryss told her. When I rise to lead House Feer, you will find yourself elevated as well. She smiled slyly. We will have much to do when that time comes. I'm sure your family will look proudly upon you when that day comes. That will be nice, Taya said, leaning in. She kissed her on the lips. Avaryss returned the kiss, her heart beginning to beat faster. She began to kiss down Taya's throat, maneuvering her friend fully onto her back. Avi, the blonde groaned. Yes, Avi. Avaryss sat up. She could see the desire in her friend's eyes. Her breathing was heavy, her back arching slightly. Almost there, she thought. Now I seal the deal. I want you to keep an eye on House Feer for me while I'm gone, she said. My master is injured. Beal and Sinestra might try something. Send word if you hear anything suspicious. Yes, Taya gasped. She looked on her friend with barely controlled desire. Whatever you need. Avaryss smiled. She ran her finger from Taya's ear and down her jaw. The other girl whimpered, leaning into her touch. And continue looking into the matter of Lord Feer's daughter. His injuries might be enough to convince someone to speak out of turn if they think he is in a weakened state. But be careful, this is not a game for the faint-hearted. Avi's hand drifted up to Taya's thigh, but slowly, very slowly, and that was all it took. Her friend looked ready to explode. I will do it. I swear, she nodded. Please, please, Avi. Do you need something? Avaryss teased. Yes, oh yes. Avaryss giggled. The things she did for power and the Empire. Here, she purred, leaning in for another kiss. I have just what you need. Chapter 29. I'm sorry, Sith, but it cannot be done. Avaryss' eyes narrowed behind her new mask. The alchemist had done a fine job fine-tuning its effects to her powers. The red crystal built into the bracer on her wrist glowed with her growing anger. The mask itself resembled her own face, except it was far more angular and harsh. The permanent scowl that it showed did much to suggest how great her anger could be. Anger that was growing, even as they spoke. She leaned in closer, bathed in the slate-gray surface in the crimson light of the hologram. I don't like words like "can't, Captain," she said coldly. They tend to bring out the worst in me. Captain Torv winced. He bowed his head slightly. The show of weakness infuriated Avaryss. We are on the edge of Republic space here, she thought to herself. The officers posted out here should have a bit more fire in their bellies. Mirren 8 would never be considered an attractive place. The night sky may have been beautiful with the huge yellow gas giant Mirren Prime, filling much of the sky, but even that beauty was all but blocked from the smog and smoke rising from the many foundries that made up much of the moon's urban sprawl. Though she had not yet been able to experience much of the city, she could feel the sense of hopelessness that seemed to rise from the people living here. No doubt the Republic would not wish this place to be on their tourism guides. Avaryss smiled slightly. Such places were evidence enough of why the Republic needed to fall. The Sith were at least honest about possessing such worlds. The Republic simply chose to ignore them, and the people that called such worlds their home. The Sith forces stationed here were not the best. She got the feeling that duty on this rock was considered punishment. They were supposed to be operating a listening post, but from the fear she had since her arrival, it was clear that they had not been doing their duty for quite some time. In fact, she saw a sign hanging above one of the doors, proclaiming this place as a home for the Empire's forgotten ones. These men were on the verge of becoming useless to the Empire, and Captain Hall Torv was the worst of all. He was a squirrely, balding man with watery eyes and yellowish skin, the kind of skin that one got from sitting before holo screens for too long. She only just stopped herself from sighing. And this is all I have to work with on this mission, she thought. Wonderful. Even Beric wrinkled his nose at what they were seeing. Her brother was Imperial Army through and through, but even he was disgusted by these men. Apathy was a disease here, and these men were on the verge of dying from it. She suspected that it was for this reason that the Jedi and Republic SIS had had such free reign of movement here for so long. The Sith troopers stationed here were too lost in lamenting their lot rather than truly doing their duty. The hopelessness of this world is infectious, she thought. She would need to keep her guard up. The prize she sought now was here. She would not leave until she had acquired it. She stared again at the hologram that Torv had provided for her, one of the few things the captain had done right. The holo was of a large security building in the city's southernmost tip. It was here that the Jedi had built their enclave, and it was here that the answers she needed had likely been stored. It began as a payroll office for the mining guild. Torv had informed her. When the Empire returned, the Jedi took it over as an enclave, using it as a base, and used it very well during the last war, launching raids against our forces as they advanced. None of those raids amounted to much in themselves, but they stunted our supply lines and slowed down our advance, resulting in the stalemate that only ended after the sack of Coruscant, Avaryss thought with a frown. They blocked us from absolute victory. They stung us like gnats until our advance stopped. An annoying, yet apparently effective strategy, she had to admit. I'm surprised the Empire never destroyed this place, she growled. The Jedi should never have had a beachhead this close to our territory. The captain's frown deepened. As I said, Sith, the Jedi were smart. They never did anything to draw too much attention to what they were doing. It has been a thorn in our side for years now, and since the treaty was signed, we have been trying to find a way into this enclave, with little success. He sighed heavily. Security is too tight, and any attempt at something overt would result in our discovery and destruction. As I said, I fear it cannot be done. I assume you have tried standard infiltration tactics, she said, trying very hard not to let her disgust for the man show. Surely a technician or servant could. The Jedi bring in their own people and keep them inside the enclave. Food and water are supplied by the Republic garrison here, and any problems are immediately reported to that garrison. My men and I number only 100. The Republic can field 5 times that, plus whatever Jedi are currently staying within the enclave. Have you tried knocking out communications? Beric asked. Cause distractions in other districts to draw off Republic forces. Any loss of communication or problem in the city results in the entire enclave going under lockdown. The security measures installed by the mining guild remain intact. The Jedi did nothing to change them. And you have the floor plans, Avaryss reminded him. Surely you should have found a weakness by now. Yes, we have the plans, but they were never classified because the security measures put in place were so tight. The captain gestured, showing a floor plan of the main entrance. Every one of these entrances are fitted with reinforced blast doors, he said, pointing. Those blast doors are made of Mandalorian iron and reinforced with Cortosis weave. Nothing short of a capital ship's heavy battery will even scratch it. He looked at Avaryss. Even your lightsaber would not be able to cut through before Republic reinforcements arrived. Avaryss hissed under her breath. Through the force she could sense that she had found the place they were looking for. Security was far tighter than anything the Jedi or the Republic normally used, at least from her limited experience in fighting them. She was starting to see why Torv and his men had lost hope. All it took was one angry Dark Lord to look at this, and either order them into a suicide attack, or to execute them for failing to accomplish their mission. No wonder these men had all but given up. She had not. Do you at least know how many Jedi are in the Enclave at any one time? Guard rotations, training schedules, how often, and when they communicate with their masters. Anything could help, Captain, anything. Captain Torv frowned. They use standard Republic encryption for most of their transmissions. We broke those codes during the war, but it is safe to say that the Jedi are using something more subtle in their communications. As for the Jedi themselves, there is usually no less than 7 Jedi in the Enclave at all times. We've observed Master Ponder interacting with them. Most do not stay long, but the number never drops below more than 5. All nights, I assume, Avaryss said, scratching her masked chin thoughtfully. There are at least 3 Padawan stationed here as well. They are students, we think, learning at feet of Master Ponder and his acolytes. Their masters bring them here, leave, and most of the time come back a few days later. Assuming that the Cathar has taught them what they need to know. Avaryss considered that. That was one interpretation. Personally, she preferred her own. So, they come here, Jedi working with the conspiracy. Then they train for a bit with Master Ponder before receiving their marching orders from elsewhere. When going into Sith space, the Master might choose to leave the Apprentice behind, either to receive future orders, or maybe to hide the fact that the Master is breaking treaty. It made sense, considering what she had experienced in the past. Again, her mind drifted back to Butcher's clearing and the Nautolan Padawan she had slain. Perhaps the Order learned from that mistake. Perhaps they were no longer so quick to throw their students into danger. Something tickled in the back of Avaryss' mind, a slight shift in the Force. She was getting closer. What about the access codes? Beric volunteered, if you have their communication. All codes are changed by Master Ponder, and all on a random basis. He never speaks of the past codes during his transmissions. We surmise that they are dispersed verbally, and only when a Jedi needs to lead the Conclave for some reason, and the Jedi do not venture out often. Avaryss growled. This was pointless. What they were searching for was here. She was certain of it. Yet, they could not reach it. The Jedi recognized the threat they faced. They knew their enemy. They were not likely to make some foolish mistake. It was at that moment that Rink spoke up. He had stayed quiet up until now. Maybe we can just go up to the door and knock, he suggested. I doubt they would expect a Sith to come and knock in to borrow a cup of tea. Avaryss glared at the pilot. His suggestion was not helping. It was. Again the Force whispered in her ear. It was a slight thing, barely recognizable. The young Sith smiled. That is not such a bad idea, she purred, her eyes flashing hungrily. Yes, the more she thought about it, the more she liked the idea. If they could not force their way in, or slip in undetected, perhaps they could get invited in. It would be a challenge, sure, but when was anything worth doing easy? Both Beric and Captain Torv looked at her like she had lost her mind. Perhaps she had. She giggled. That was the reason that this might just work. Forgive me, Sith, the captain said. I've seen Sith Masters do amazing things, but I fear this is even beyond even the greatest of your order. We will see, Avaryss purred. You think that the Cathar is simply going to open the door for you? Beric said. A Jedi is not some weak-minded thug from Nar Shaddaa. Heroi, Rink piped in. I wasn't talking to you, street rat, her brother growled back. Peace, Avaryss said, raising her hand, both of you. All three men fell silent. She should have been feeling lost, but instead, Avaryss felt rejuvenated, excited even. You are right, Lieutenant, she said. The Cathar would never willingly open the door for us, one of the Padawans, however. Her grin turned shark-like behind her mask. That is another story entirely. One of the students, Torv said, still sounding unsure. You think you might be able to turn one? Maybe, Avaryss thought. More and more she felt sure that this was indeed the way to go. Yes, this was it. Yes. She found herself reflecting on the words of Darth Baras, the Dark Lord who had been known as the Corruptor. He had been quite skilled in seducing young or weak-willed Jedi to the dark side. He considered it both his work and his greatest joy. Tales of his exploits, his various conquests had been a source of inspiration to her during her training. Her first and most favored mentor, Master Adaz, had been a student of Baras and charged Avaryss with continuing his grand work. Perhaps the time had finally come to start doing exactly that. You said you have the Jedi security cameras, she asked Torv. Of course, Sith, but... And I trust you have made recordings of the Jedi's training methods, their interaction with their students. Of course, but... Good, Avaryss said, nodding. A shiver of excitement ran down her spine. This was going to be fun. I will need to see those recordings, Captain, all of them. I want to examine the Jedi training methods for myself, and see how their students react to those methods. Hopefully we will get lucky. Beric shot her a curious look. You hope to turn one of the Jedi to our cause? I do, she replied. That is impossible, Sith, Torv said. Jedi are incorruptible. Avaryss almost laughed. How little the captain truly understood. Whether they admitted it or not, The Jedi who were carrying out this conspiracy were playing very close to an abyss. They were shadow dancing, skating just on the edge of where Jedi ended and Sith began. A senior master might be able to do that and not fall over that edge, but a student, a Padawan, especially one left angry by the death of their friends at the temple years ago, they might just be what Avaryss needed to complete her mission and take her next step on the dark path. I've heard that only a master can turn a Jedi to the dark, Barrick said. She turned to him. You doubt my abilities. I think you might be biting off more than you can chew, he replied. She laughed lightly. Do not underestimate me, or the power of the dark side. She turned to the captain. Ready your troops for a full-force attack on the Enclave. We will strike as soon as I have turned our pawn to my way of thinking. The captain did not look convinced. He shook his head again. I fear this will not work, Sith. We should act. Avaryss raised her hand, her fingers closing into a claw. The Sith captain gasped for breath, his eyes bulged. Avaryss' world suddenly took on a rosy glow, her new mask, and bracer responding to her anger, and her lashing out at the cowardly captain. Her red eyes narrowed. I'm about to make you a hero, Captain, she informed him. For too long, this Enclave has been a source of embarrassment for the Empire. In a few days' time, you will be known as the Sith officer that finally cracked this problem. Or I can crack every bone in your neck right now. She smiled coldly. Do you want to be a hero, or do you want to be a corpse? The choice is yours. The man's face was starting to turn red. Soon it would turn to blue, then purple, then black. He croaked out an answer. What was that? She asked. I could not hear over the gurgling noises. Her dot. Hero, he managed to gasp. A hero. Avaryss grinned. As you wish. She released her grip on him. The man flopped down heavily against the table, gulping in the air. Barrick shot her a dirty look. Clearly, he did not approve of her treatment of a fellow soldier. Well, that was just too bad. The weak existed to serve the strong. Sometimes they needed to be reminded of that. She had just reminded him. Avaryss went around so that she could whisper in the captain's ear. When she spoke, her voice was as soft as velvet, but also dripping with venom. Make sure you don't choke on your insecurities, Captain. The man nodded, still trying to catch his breath. He no longer met her gaze. He was completely and utterly cowed by her. Excellent. Have every recording of the Padawans in that Enclave sent to my quarters here, she said. I need to find the one who will serve us best, and when I do, we will both be rewarded for this great victory. It will be done, my lord, the captain promised. Everything will be as you ask. Good, she said, turning her black cloak flaring behind her. Two of the captain's peon soldiers could not get out of the way quick enough as she passed. Beneath her new mask, she was grinning. The thought of corrupting a Jedi to her side excited her, and who knew, this Jedi may know exactly who was behind the conspiracy, which would not only shorten her path to glory, but build on the legend that was Avaryss. Beware the corruptor, she thought. Beware the rightful heir of Hykidus. She laughed. Oh, how her enemies would tremble. Chapter 30. So how do you turn a Jedi to the dark side? Avaryss chuckled. Holly's question was to be expected from a mundane, to someone who had never felt the Force rushing through them, to feel its power lift you up and grant you gifts far beyond what should have been possible. Bringing someone over into the darkness was not something so easily quantified. According to Darth Hykidus, turning someone depends entirely on them, their desires, hopes, and dreams. The true Sith is able to understand those desires, understand them, and know how best to offer them to another, to show them the advantages of turning from the light and embracing true power. And are you a true Sith? Holly asked. Avaryss laughed. She liked to think so. It was not all desire, of course, but that was a big part of it. It was also about understanding a person's limits. You needed to know how to turn pride into arrogance, and insecurity into fear. In short, you needed to find their breaking point. Not an easy thing, to be sure. This will work, Ensign, she promised. Trust me. Holly nodded. If she believed, Avaryss could not say, All that she didn't know was that being Sith was a choice. Now, she had to convince her prey to make that choice. She had spent the last few days watching hour after hour of recorded video of the Jedi Masters and their Padawans. Now, she thought she had found the perfect person to let them into the Jedi Enclave. Captain Torv and his men were on standby. When things started to happen, they would happen fast. If the Force was with them, this operation should be over in a matter of days. All Sith troopers stationed on this world were being recalled to their safe house, a small warehouse just outside the Foundry District. When they did begin to move, it would need to be a lightning strike, a dagger straight into the heart of the Jedi Enclave. She hoped that Torv and his men were up to the task. In the meantime, she had the captain and his men continue to monitor the Enclave. They needed to know when the Jedi that she had chosen was away from her fellows. This first step would work best if the girl was alone. It was the least the soldiers could do. They were fairly useless for anything else, at least until she had found a way inside. As for the turn-in itself, Avaryss trusted only her crew. Hollywood handled slicing into the Jedi's comms. Rink had gotten her the various props she had needed to sell her deception, and Beric, he got to put on the finishing touches. All in all, she thought he had been most pleased to do his part, once he got over the shock of what she was asking him to do. The two of them went off alone. This was not something for the others to see, and certainly not the common soldiers that served on this miserable rock. She could sense Beric's curiosity, but also his military calm. You could say what you wanted about him, but he was a good soldier. That is why she knew she could count on him for what came next. "You have to hit me," she had said. "I have to look like I've been hunted and on the run for days, and that I've survived several rough scrapes." Her brother's eyes narrowed. "Are you sure that this is what you need to do?" he asked. "You are certain that this is going to work?" "Nothing is certain," she shrugged, "but from what I've seen of these Padawans, this will be the best way to sell the story." Still, Beric did not look convinced. "I'm not comfortable with this," he complained. Avaryss rolled her eyes. Perhaps she should not have been surprised. A Sith soldier was trained and drilled for two purposes, one to kill the enemy, and the other was to defend their Sith masters. Add into it that they were family on top of that. No wonder Beric Lilos hesitated. "Would you rather that I do this myself? Would you rather that I hurt myself?" "I will, but, given your training, you know how to hurt without leaving any lasting damage. I cannot say the same. I just need to look battered and bruised. I think that you can do that, yes." Her brother sighed. "Yeah," he admitted reluctantly, "I can." Avaryss smiled. She leaned in slightly. "Then do it," she said. "You have my permission. Feel free to mess me up. I'm sure, after everything that has happened, the idea is not entirely repellent." He stood there, watching her coldly. Clearly, he did not like the idea of striking his little sister. "You know what you want," she reminded him. "It can only be yours when this mission is completed. Hitting me is only another step on that path. Do it, brother, hit me. Hit the witch that is hiding the truth from you. Strike me for denying what is yours by right. Do not be weak." Father would not have hesitated. "By holding back, you are disappointing him and embarrassing me. You are unfit to be a member of our family. You are." "Sister," he said. "Yeah." "What is that?" he asked, pointing. She turned her head slightly. His fist struck her hard across the face. She staggered into an empty shipping crate, but did not fall. She looked up angrily, fury building in her eyes. She felt warmth on her lips, the salty taste of a bloody nose. Anger quickly faded, replaced by amusement. Corruption was not that hard, not even when you did it to your own family. She grinned. "See, I knew you could do it," she laughed. "I thought you would enjoy that." He shrugged. It was therapeutic. "Again," she ordered. "Are you going to tell me what happened on Aurdanna?" "No." He struck her again. This time, he did very little to pull his punch. Again she staggered back. She laughed openly. "You hit like a girl? Come on." She smiled at him through bloody lips. "Let's see what you can really do." He struck her again and again. She finally fell back coughing. She spat blood on the floor, but she barely felt the pain. She had been nearly tortured to death once, and survived her master's special brand of punishment. Compared to that, a few shots to face were nothing. They were not truly pain. There was no pain where the power lies. She was Sith, a servant of the dark side. Pain was an ally. Her brother paused. She could see the conflict in his eyes, the concern for his little sister, and the anger at the Sith sorceress that kept things from him. She found the conflict delicious. That's better, she said, touching her bruised cheek. You wanted it to look real, he reminded her. That I did, she said, now bruised and bloody. Most people would think her some sort of victim, which was the whole point. What did a Jedi do, if not aid a victim? Anything else, sister? Yes, she said sweetly. One more time. By the time that they were ready to reach out to their little pawn, Avaryss looked like the perfect mess. The clothes that Rink had found for her were ratty and dirty. They looked like she had spent the last week sleeping in one of the alleyways near the foundry, which was, of course, what she wanted. Add into that the bruising on her face, the split lip, the bloody nose. Avaryss looked quite the pathetic little waif. Which was, of course, exactly what she wanted. She only permitted her own crew to see her this way. She did not want to give Captain Torv or any of his men the idea that she was weak. Whenever she would meet with them, she wore her mask, heavy robes, and hooded cloak. Rink glanced up from the pad he had been reading when she and Beric entered the room. You look like Poodoo, boss. She laughed. Thank you, Rink, she said dryly. I'm sure you say that to all the girls. Holly looked up at her with a concerned frown. Are you okay, my lord? She waved the engineer off. I will be fine once this matter is concluded. She turned to Holly. Have we isolated the Padawan's comm frequency? I believe so, my lord, Holly said. It matches the signal that the captain provided us. As long as he is not pulling something, we should be ready to make contact. Excellent, Avaryss said. She turned to her brother. Are you ready, Lieutenant? Ready and able, my lord, he said with a satisfied grin. Good, she thought. Then we are ready. It is time to start the show. Holly approached her, holding up a data pad. The grainy image of one of the Jedi students flashed on the screen. Remember, the Padawan we are targeting is Quinai Malik, Holly began. Of course I remember, Avaryss said confidently. I chose her, didn't I? She stared down at the image of the Jedi. Quinai Malik was a Devish female from Devran system. The Devish were an interesting-looking people. The males were mostly bald with pointed ears, short stubby horns, and teeth that could either be razor-sharp or flat like a human. Their females lacked the horns but did have small round spots on their head where their horns would be. They had same reddish skin and pointed ears but, on a whole, were more attractive than their male counterparts. This particular Devish had a rather interesting history, or rather, her family did. According to Torv's recordings, the Psi Malik line was quite storied among the Jedi Order, several of his number achieving great fame and prestige. The girl's uncle Vilmer Psi Malik had been a hero during the Battle of Alderaan. He had died defending a pass from Sith troopers, a sacrifice that had allowed Republic reinforcements the time they needed to catch up with the Sith main body and help decimate it, saving Alderaan from falling under Sith control. Then there had been the girl's great-uncle Ardu Psi Malik, who had single-handedly bested a Hutt crime lord in the Commoner, saving several villages there and breaking an attempt by the Hutt cartel to establish a foothold in the Corellian system. There were several other famous family members as well, but Torv's recordings made no mention of their names. Not that it mattered, Avaryss had her foothold. Now she would exploit it. Yes, the girl was heir to a great Jedi legacy, and from what Avaryss had seen and heard on the recordings was a poor excuse for an heir indeed. Both Master Ponder and the girl's own master, a Jedi named Darzu, pushed the girl very hard. She was proud of her legacy, but at the same time seemed to be struggling with it as well. As Avaryss had watched the recordings, she had counted no less than 4 instances where the girl seemed resentful of the 2 Jedi masters. She tried to carry her legacy, but lived in the constant shadow of it. The masters had said things like, "A Malak should know better," or "Your great-uncle would not make such a base mistake." Avaryss had grinned as she watched the training sessions. The girl had skill, she could see that. Her understanding of both Makashi and Sheen were good. Not as good as Avaryss perhaps, but that could not be faulted. She got the feeling that the masters did not understand their young charge, the pressure that she was under, the desire to live up to such a storied bloodline. Her place in that bloodline made her both arrogant and at times caused her to think herself better than the masters and her fellow students. That arrogance got in the way of her training. She showed up late to training sessions and had on occasion spoken down to her fellow Padawans. She was not well liked, that was clear. In short, the girl was not a perfect Jedi candidate, but she was, possibly, a very useful pawn. Avaryss would see just how valuable soon enough. Her comlink beeped. When she answered it, Torv informed her that the girl was now outside the Jedi Enclave. She had been sent on an errand by Master Ponder. Avaryss thanked him and dismissed the captain quickly. It was time to start the show. "Get out of sight," she ordered her crew. "The girl must think me alone." She waited until they were well hidden and well out of line of sight for the small holo communicator, and while she did, she slipped into character. Her posture became hunched and nervous, her eyes wide and darting, her hair both messy and dirty. She had seen fear on the face enough of her enemies to mimic it for this gambit. She took a deep breath and centered herself, reaching out to the dark side, invoking its strength. Now is the time, she thought. Here we go. She activated her communicator. The game began. It took several seconds for the device to find the right frequency, but then the tiny image took shape, forming into the shape of the Devish Padawan. "Yes, master," she said quickly. "Do you?" The girl paused. She stared into Avaryss' face. "What? Who are you? How did you get this frequency?" Avaryss looked around her, like she expected some enemy to jump her any second. Are you her?" she said in a small timid voice. "Are you Malak, Quinasi Malak?" I'm she. Who is this?" "Praise the Force," Avaryss said with a nervous laugh. "I had hoped the frequency I stole would enable me to reach you, but I almost lost hope." Avaryss brought the holocom closer. She wanted the girl to see the fear in her eyes, the desperation. "You must help me, please. I have nowhere else to turn. I'm being hunted. You must help me. Please, you must." The alien girl blinked. She was clearly caught off guard. It was likely that no one had ever come to her begging for help. Of course, the Jedi would never turn away someone in need. "Who are you? Who is after to you?" "Forgive me, great Jedi," she said, bowing her head. My name is Avaryss. I'm a Sith Apprentice, and I need your help. Please don't disconnect. Please don't go." "You're a Sith?" The girl's expression turned cold and distrustful. Whatever game you're playing, it won't work." "I'm playing no game. I'm being hunted. My master, I failed him on my last mission. He said my life was forfeit, that my connection to the light makes me weak. He is going to kill me. Please, I have nowhere else to turn." Behind her barrack let a heavy crate fall. The sound was loud enough to be heard even on the hypercom. A frightened cry escaped Avaryss' lips. She spun around, almost dropping the communicator. "What was that?" the Jedi said. Avaryss could hear the concern in voice, despite the fact that she had identified herself as an enemy. "The hunters are getting close," Avaryss gasped. I have no more time. Please, Master Jedi, you must help me. No one else will. Please, please, please." Quinasi Malak looked confused. On one, the person begging for help was an enemy. On the other, and it was another person begging for help. Avaryss understood that confusion. It was, after all, a part of her plan. "You need help? Why come to me? Why not contact Master Ponder or Darzu?" I did not know them, but I did know you. Your name, it carries great weight in the Sith Empire." It does," the girl said, surprise showing on her devish face. "Oh yes," Avaryss said quickly. "My master fought on Alderaan during the war. He told me tales of your uncle, how his power held the Empire's advance in check. He was a true champion of the light. I hoped that you were the same. Only a true Jedi can protect me. I can trust no one else." Despite the size of the hologram, Avaryss could see the girl was thinking about what she was hearing, weighing the risk, trying to decide if the pleas of her enemy were genuine. She had flattered the girl, stroked her ego. Now she had to offer her something more. She had to fatten the prize a bit. My master is a Darth. He is planning something big. I managed to take one of his data pads when I fled. I can't break the encryption, but it is big. He made that quite clear." Avaryss smiled nervously. "It should serve your order well, not to mention be quite a prize for one such as you. It is yours if you help me. I offer it freely, that in myself. I want asylum to learn the ways of the light. I'm told that your order does not fear it, that they might be able to teach me. It is a Jedi's duty to instruct others on the ways of the light. I could help you, and a datapad, you say? Do you have it with you?" Again, Avaryss had to resist the urge to smile. She could hear the hunger in the girl's voice, the ambition. If she brought back secret war plans to her masters, who could say how they would reward her? Avaryss wanted her focusing on that alone, that advancement. It would blind her to anything else. "I hit it," Avaryss said quickly. I will bring it to you, if you agree to meet with me. I will surrender myself to you and you alone." "Yes," the girl said, "I could." She hesitated, perhaps having received a warning from the Force. She looked right at Avaryss. Perhaps I should bring Master Ponder into this. He is a great Jedi. He could." "No," Avaryss shouted. "Sith?" I said no. I heard my master talking about spies within the Jedi Order, particularly on this moon. If one gets word that I'm here, I'm dead, and many others as well. My master is ruthless. He would destroy half the city if it meant killing me. You can say nothing to no one. It is not safe. In the name of all that is good, say nothing. Please, I beg you. I think I saw something," Beric shouted. His voice was loud enough for the Devish Jedi to hear. Again, Avaryss looked over her shoulder. She whimpered with mock fear. I can't stay here any longer. I must move on." "Wait," the Jedi girl said. "Send me your coordinates. I can help you." "There she is," Beric shouted. "Open fire," Rink called out. They fired their blasters over Avaryss' head. She drew her lightsaber. "I will send word," she shouted into the communicator. "Please, Master Jedi, help me." Avaryss let the communicator fall. The Devish girl's image wavered but came back. Sith? What is going on? Can you?" Beric jumped out and stepped on the communicator, destroying it. On the other end, the girl would have seen only a man in Sith armor pursuing the one she had been speaking to. Avaryss said nothing more until she was sure the comm unit was destroyed. Only then did she stand upright and dust herself off. She smiled at her brother and Mr. Rink. "Well done, gentlemen," she purred. "Very well done indeed." Rink chuckled. "You are not a bad actor, boss," Rink acknowledged. "Who knows, if this whole Lord of the Sith thing doesn't work out, you could try your hand at drama on Alderaan." "It is something to think about, Mr. Rink," she replied. She turned to her brother. "What do you think? Do you think she bought it?" Beric shrugged. "You have laid out the bait. Now we will see if she bites." The young Sith nodded thoughtfully. She had laid things on a little thick, she acknowledged that, but at the same time, she had needed to. She had played both to the girl's ego and her desire for advancement. If the recording of her had been correct, the girl hungered for the chance to prove herself, to prove that she was better than what her masters thought, to justify her pride in herself. Avaryss had just given her that opportunity. She would wait a day or two, let the girl think about what she had said, make her worry that the opportunity that she had discovered was lost. Then, she would receive word over a private channel, a location somewhere not far from the Enclave, close enough that the girl would feel safe, but isolated enough that Avaryss would be able to work her magic. The young Sith shivered with anticipation. Destroying an enemy with a lightsaber was fun, but this had its charms too. Deception, cunning, and trickery. They were part of the dark side, weapons that were just as valuable as a lightsaber. She would now get a chance to see how well she wielded them. If the girl did as she asked and came alone, things would as they should be. If she did not come or brought back up, well. Avaryss smiled hungrily. If the girl did not come, she was back to square one, but if she brought back up, that could be useful too. At the very least, they would be able to get their hands on an access code. If they could take a prisoner alive, that could be useful too. Quinai Malik was not the only Jedi that could turn to the darkness. Who knew they might just get their hands on someone better, someone stronger in the Force. In the meantime, though, they simply had to wait. The game was on. Now, they had to wait for the next move. What would the Jedi do? Your move, Padawan, she thought to herself. Your move. Chapter 31. Are you ready to play your part, Mr. Rink? Avaryss smiled as she watched the young Jedi moving down the busy street below. The Sith and her ally stood on a small balcony of an apartment complex not far from the Jedi Enclave. The one thing that struck her was how small the Jedi looked. She seemed dwarfed by her brown robe. She moved through the crowded street in a fashion that Avaryss found distasteful, moving out of the way for any fool or brute blocking her path. The girl did not carry herself like one who was strong in the Force. She could sense the girl's power, even from here. Unlike Avaryss, it was clear that no one had ever taught the girl the techniques used to mask her presence. She shook her head. No wonder the girl had said nothing about their initial conversation. She seemed like someone who was just waiting for something great to fall into her lap. That her family name destined her for greatness, and that she did not have to seek it out. The young Sith smiled. She could definitely use that to her advantage. Torv's watchers had confirmed that the girl had told no one about their conversation. The Jedi Enclave showed no signs of alert, and any conversations between the girl and her masters had had nothing to do with the Sith contacting her. It truly seemed that the girl had chosen to keep the matter to herself, seeking to solve the issue without aid and prove herself to her fellow Jedi. If that was the case, then all was well. The plan was working, at least it seemed to be. Now all that remained was to contact the Jedi again, draw her deeper into their scheme. That is where Mr. Rink came in. She glanced over at him. The former street rat had changed out of his uniform, choosing a look similar to the one he had been wearing when they had first met. He seemed more comfortable on this world. Alderaan had not been to his liking. Urban sprawls were familiar to him, and he had adapted quickly, proving quite useful in setting up the next stage of her plan. Once again, she found that she had made the right choice in bringing him into her circle. He fit in well with the people that lived here. The girl would have no reason to doubt him, provided he play his part well. He had not responded to her question, so she repeated it. Are you ready, Mr. Rink? He nodded, but his expression suggested that he was not as ready as his Sith needed him to be. She frowned slightly. Is there a problem? No, he said, keeping an eye on their target. The Jedi girl had bumped into a large Aqualish, one who clearly did not understand what the brown robe meant. He pushed her and started to get belligerent. Only the intervention of his companion stopped him. Avaryss could not hear what the girl said, but it was clear that it had not worked. Poor thing, she thought. She truly doesn't understand how truly wondrous she is. If she was smart, she might just live long enough to find out. Rink shook his head. He turned to her, a look of concern on his face. Are you sure about this one, boss? You doubt me? She inquired. His reaction surprised her. No, he said quickly, not wishing to anger her. It is just this one. She doesn't seem worthy of your attention. Avaryss snorted with amusement. Do not let what you see with your eyes fool you. I can sense the potential in this one. If she is given time, she might become a threat, not just to me, but to the Empire itself. A shiver of anticipation ran down her spine. We need to make sure that she does not have that chance. Rink nodded, but again she felt apprehension. Perhaps the street rat had a breaking point that she had finally reached. Perhaps it would soon become necessary to discard him. That thought did not appeal to her. She had developed a fondness for the young scoundrel. It would not save him if he became a burden, but it was smart removing him. She would, however, take little pleasure in doing so. The Sith teachings were quite clear on such matters. When something ceased to be useful, you got rid of it. Nothing and no one could not be allowed to negatively affect your plans. She was prepared to do that, but at the same time she took one last chance. He had proved useful. It would be a shame to discard him out of turn. This girl is not your Twi'lek, she said. Think of Tia. She is why you are doing this. You have your whole life ahead of you, a life that you can share with your girl. Plus, don't forget who and what the girl down there is. Remember, she is a Jedi, one of the very same people that handed you over to Republic intelligence and sent you away to be tortured. She turned her gaze upon him, trying to make it as cold and as hard as she could. Do not let the innocence you see fool you. It is an act. Avaryss grinned. No Jedi is innocent. Rink nodded again. She felt a slight shift in him, one closer to what she needed. She would still need to keep a close eye on him, but for the moment, he seemed receptive to what she had said. Hopefully, he would stay that course. So I just go down there, deliver the hologram to her, and get out. That is all, Avaryss replied. We don't want the girl taking too close of a look at us, not yet. We just have to convince her to let me into the Jedi Enclave. Once that is done, Captain Torv and his men will do the rest. You trust them, Torv, and the rest of his flock of nerfs? Of course not, but they do understand the price of failure. She gave him an evil smile. Remember what happened to Captain Slyn? Right? Rink said, nodding. He took a deep breath, looking like he was trying to psyche himself up. Avaryss understood that. She often played her own mental games before facing an enemy. She would not fault Mr. Rink for doing something similar. Say little, she advised. Just make sure she gets the holo. He nodded and took off to fulfill her desires. Avaryss watched him go, rolling her eyes when he was out of sight. Rink had his uses. They were limited, but they were there. Don't go soft. The darkness whispered in her ear. You know what must be done if it comes to it. That she did, but she would not kill Rink on a lark. He had served her loyally so far. That bought some consideration on her part, she supposed. She watched as he made his way through the crowd. The young Jedi stood out like a beacon to her through the Force. Avaryss was a bit surprised that her masters had not taught her how to hide her presence through the Force. Surely they must have realized that the Empire was watching. It seemed foolish to her, the lack of care the Jedi took. Were they simply without cunning, or did they count on their toys to protect them? Rink waited until the girl was almost upon him when he stumbled and fell to his knees. The Mallet girl went to his aid, kneeling down and doing her best to help him up. Avaryss watched the two with curious eyes, wondering what the street rat was saying to the girl. She thought it too risky for Rink to wear a microphone, and it was too loud out here for her hear. Even using Force technique to enhance her hearing would not have helped. Reaching out with the Force was risky. If the girl sensed her presence, she might wonder why the Sith, who supposedly needed her help, was spying on the one she hired to contact her. She watched the exchange between the two. The Padawan was not much older than she was, maybe a year or two younger. Though she could not listen in, she could sense the girl's emotions, emotions that shone like a beacon. What she sensed surprised her. This Quinisi Malik was intrigued by her former street rat. She sensed interest, even a sense of attraction. The discovery made Avaryss chuckle. So much for the vaunted Jedi self-control. Still, she supposed that she should not have been surprised. She knew from her own experiences during her training that emotion could get in the way. Perhaps the Devish girl had a thing for bad boys. Avaryss could relate. Her Phil had been the baddest boy on Corbin. Though she had enjoyed physical pleasure since his death, it had not been the same. she had never lost herself to her passions as she had with her pure-blooded Sith betrothed. Perhaps Fel had spoiled her for all other men. Rink was attractive, she acknowledged that, but she saw that attraction as simple art appreciation. She recognized it, but it held no sway over her heart. Even her liaisons with Itae and Itae had been mere distractions. Itae had been all about pleasure, and Itae was about keeping her friend's loyalty. She was still capable of feeling lust, but the loss she had suffered had tainted it, diminished it. It felt like that part of her was gone, perhaps forever. It annoyed her that she could no longer feel the intense passion that Fel had awakened in her. Though, maybe that was for the best, her relationship with Fel had nearly been the death of her. She still intended to bring him back, but wondered if it would be the same. Would their passions be as intense as they had been during those few sweet weeks on Korriban? She could not say for certain, only that she remained committed to her goal. Once she had dealt with this Republic conspiracy, she would be free to carry out her own plans. Fel would live again, she had foreseen it, and when he did, the galaxy would open itself up to them. It would be theirs for the taking. Nothing succeeded like success, and once she and her master were hailed as heroes of the Empire, not even the Dark Council would be able to deny their will. That victory would free her up to seek out her own desires. Even her own master would not be able to deny her that. She watched the girl take her leave of Rink, noticing that she had slipped something into one of the pockets in her brown robe. Avaryss nodded, pleased that her pilot had carried out his mission. It seemed that he had not exhausted his usefulness to her yet. She would stay her hand for now, and permit him to continue living. Rink returned with his usual swagger, that cocky smile on his face. She kept her cool and said nothing until he was at her side. She was nothing if not patient. I take it everything went well? She asked dryly. Seemed to, he replied, that smile of his never fading from his face. That one seems really eager to meet you, tried to get me to tell her if I knew if you were okay. She was eager to get the secrets that Avaryss had promised if there was any concern. That was more the reason than anything else. Still, he had verified that the plan was working. That pleased her. What did you tell her? She asked. About me? I said you were okay. When you gave me the holo, he said with a shrug. Beyond that, I said I didn't know. Good, Avaryss replied. Very good. She could not hide her elation. Let the Jedi's concern grow. Let her worry that all that I offered her has been lost. Avaryss understood what desire was like, to pursue a goal, until it became the only thing that truly mattered. No doubt the little Jedi thought what the Sith offered would make her a hero, put her in the same place with her storied ancestors. It would, Avaryss supposed, just not for the reason that the girl thought. It must have been hard, being trapped in the shadow of your betters. Given time, the Devish might have blazed her own trail, contributed to the history that her family had built. It sounded like her masters were interested in offering her that chance. Perhaps they were too caught up in their work against the Sith to see the damage that they were doing. So much the better for her if that was the case. Avaryss cared nothing about the girl's history, only what she could do for the Sith now. We are done here, she informed Rink. We must make sure the others are ready to move. How long do you think this is going to take? He asked her. As long as it needs to, she said, a hungry expression on her face. If what she suspected was true, these Jedi had been attacking the Empire for too long. She was most eager to see the tables turn, both that and to test herself against a true Jedi master. If she could kill a master of the light, would a master of the dark be that much harder? Yes, the dark side was superior, but that did not mean that there was nothing to learn in destroying a servant of the light. It would be a challenge, that was for sure, one that she intended to meet head-on. She had learned much at Darth Feer's feet, both from him and through her own research. The time had come to test just how much she had learned, how far these Jedi fools were willing to go. We will see soon enough, she thought. We shall see. The holo she had sent requested that the Jedi meet her in a park not far from the Enclave. It was close enough that the Jedi would feel safe, but far enough away that Captain Torv's men would spot a trap before it had a chance to be fully set up. Avaryss doubted it was necessary to take such precautions, but did so anyway. Chance and the Force favored the prepared. She stood in the shadow of a large pine tree, awaiting the arrival of Quinai Malak. She was grateful that she chose to arrive early. It gave her a chance to mentally prepare for what was to come. The park itself was a poor excuse for such a place. The ground was littered with dry dead needles from the tree she was standing upon. The grass looked stiff and dying. What should have been a small stream running through the park had been turned into some drainage canal from one of the many foundries here. Corrupt and dying, Avaryss thought as she shook her head. It was much like the Republic itself. When the Sith Empire finally committed to renewed and total war, the Republic would fall, and places like this would find themselves under new management, superior management. The sound of a snapping branch caused her to whirl around, but is simply part of a dying tree, breaking away under the weight of a sickly-looking bird. "Do not lose your nerve now," the darkness whispered. "Stay calm. Stay ready." Avaryss pulled the ragged cloak she was wearing tighter. A slight breeze rustled the dying plant life. She used her abilities to keep her presence in the Force small, hopefully unnoticeable. If she was wrong, Varric was not far away. He had hunkered down in a nest, with his weapon in sniper configuration. If the Jedi tried anything cute, they would find that she was not without backup. She watched the entrance to park waiting for her little pawn to show herself. She hoped that the Jedi had not wised up, and thought better of coming here. The message she had sent insisted that the girl come alone. Avaryss was only willing to trust her. Only a Malak, so steeped in the successes of the light, could be trusted. The Sith hoped that she had not laid things on too thick. There was a fine line between stroking a person's ego and being too much of a bootlick, seeming too eager to make things happen. "Sith?" She nearly jumped. The Jedi emerged from the shadows, to her right. It seemed that she had not used the park's main entrance, probably jumped the fence and came in from across the dying greenery. So she was not entirely trusted. Good. That was an excellent start. "You are being the Sith?" "Yes." The girl repeated. "Master Jedi," she said meekly. Quinai Malak nodded. For the first time, Avaryss got a good look at the girl. Her dark ruddy red skin, her freckled nose, the two round spots on her head where her horns should have been. Her eyes were a light shade of yellow, not Sith eyes, just the natural color of her people. The Jedi paused, staying just out of reach if Avaryss drew her weapon. "I have done as you were asking," the Padawan said. "I have come alone." Again she showed caution. "Good." Avaryss smiled. "Praise the Force," she said. "I had feared one of my master's agents had found me again." The Jedi took a step towards her. "You are being safe now," she said. "I will be bringing you back to the Enclave. Master Ponder will be able to be helping you. You will not be needing to fear your master's assassins." "Thank you," Avaryss said, her eyes wide with false innocence and gratitude. I've been afraid for so long. The Sith are being very hard on their initiates. It is amazing that they are having any willing to take up their training." "Fool girl," Avaryss thought. "You speak of something you don't know and can't possibly understand. The dark side is worth it, dangers and all. How else would we achieve true greatness?" She used her powers, reaching out with the Force, warping the space around them. This was yet another spell she had learned from the scroll she had found in the forgotten tomb on Korriban. It was used to confuse a Force user's danger sense, to dissipate the feeling of danger until it seemed simply the normal background dangers you found in any place in nature. It would work better in a city such as this, Avaryss had realized. The hopelessness of this place would shield her intentions until it was too late. If the Jedi noticed, she did not show it. "Are you having the recordings you told me about?" she asked. "The one telling of your master's plans?" "I have it," Avaryss purred. She pulled out a small recording device. Now we will see, she thought. If the Jedi was going to try anything, now would be the time. She had shown her the prize. If she was going to attack Avaryss, now would be time. The girl nodded. "We will be needing to be silent. I will be finding you quarters within the Enclave. In the morning you will be speaking to Master Ponder. He will be offering you protection, I'm sure of it. And you will be hailed as a hero, Avaryss thought, or so you believe. We will see just how that works out for you. We would be wise not to be using the main entrance, the Devish advised. Can you follow? As if my life depended on it, Avaryss said, which it does. The Jedi girl nodded. Then we are being off. The Malak girl led her deeper into the park. Avaryss had no trouble keeping up, but chose to hang back a bit, to convince the girl that she was struggling. The dark side was sinking inside her. This deception filled in her with dark power, power that she was only just able to conceal. Would the girl sense it even if I was not? She wondered. She could almost taste the eagerness in the Padawan, the desire to profit from bringing in a Sith defector. It blinded her, perhaps from all threat. That worked out well for the Sith. The two jumped the fence. Quinaya led a zigzagging route back to the Enclave, hoping to throw off any pursuit that might have seen Avaryss enter the park. So the girl was not completely without guile. It was another point in her favor, but it would not save her from what was to come. Captain Torv's men she already be deployed, watching whatever interest the girl chose to use when she entered the Enclave. Before any alarm could be raised, the first Sith strike force should be inside the Enclave, silencing any alarms. Torv assured her that his men were capable of carrying out such a mission. They had the layout of the Enclave, and had been waiting for a chance like this for some time. The captain would not admit it, but they had likely been waiting for a Sith to take command of this operation, to help them finally carry out their mission. Avaryss did not intend to disappoint. The entrance the girl chose was one of the unguarded ones near one of the Enclave's 4 fire escapes. Avaryss felt her eagerness growing. Her heart was pounding like a war drum. The Jedi looked at her, her expression was curious. Had she sensed her Sith charge's eagerness? Avaryss did her best to appear innocent. You will be speaking to no one until I speak to Master Ponder. We shall then see about formally arranging your asylum. Are you understanding this? Yes. I do, Avaryss replied. Almost time, she thought. We are almost there. Still the girl kept her distance. As he moved to enter the cove for the door, she gestured for Avaryss to stand where she could see her. The Sith eagerly complied. She was most eager to find asylum within the Jedi Enclave. The Devish shielded the cold panel from her eyes, but that did not bother her. She wasn't trying to get the code, she just needed the door open. Then, an electronic chime sounded. The door slid open almost silently. Captain Torv's men struck. Stun blasts rippled through the air. The troopers' specially modified weapons made an energy spike from the rifles almost undetectable. They caught the Devish girl unaware. She cried out as she was struck, but somehow managed to remain standing. She looked at Avaryss, her pale yellow eyes widening with understanding. The Sith smiled. No, she hissed, trying to draw her weapon. Avaryss did not give her a chance. She sent the girl falling back with a hard force push. Quinaya Malak struck with crunching force. The girl's eyes fluttered as she slid down the wall. A slight streak of Devish blood marked where her head had hit. She collapsed to the ground. Avaryss reached out with the force. The Jedi girl was still alive, but injured. A squad of Captain Torv's men emerged from hiding. They moved silently. They entered the Enclave without a single noise. Avaryss nodded. It was good to see professionals at work. They knew what they had to do. First, they silenced the alarms. Then, they would silence the rest of the Enclave. It should not take long. Beric emerged from hiding. He walked up to her, his expression both cold and professional. He heard Quinaya groan. He looked down at the Jedi, and back at his sister. Avaryss shrugged. He cursed slightly, and drew his sidearm. He walked up to the Jedi, intent on putting a blaster bolt through her skull. No, Avaryss said, her hand lightly pushing the weapon down. Why? He asked. Avaryss grinned triumphantly. It is my mission, brother, she said. The girl deserves to see what her trusting nature has bought. Beric Lillis shook his head. As you wish, he said, though I think it is a mistake. The girl will want you dead for this. I know, Avaryss said with a giggle. That is what makes this fun. If he understood, he did not have a chance to tell her. There was a flash of light from within the Enclave, and a voice cut short. The second Sith Commando team arrived, entering the building without a word. Avaryss drew her lightsaber. She looked down at the wounded Padawan. Bind her, she ordered. I want her to see what comes next. He did so without a word of complaint. Once she was secured, the children of Ander and Maya Lilith entered the Enclave together. They could hear the sounds of battle now, yet no full alarm rang out. Avaryss smiled. So it begins, she thought. Do not engage the Jedi alone, she warned him. Afraid I will steal your kill? He asked. She chuckled. That sounds like a challenge. Perhaps so, he said. We will keep score. She chuckled. Yes, she thought. The Enclave's files were the priority, but that did not mean that they could not have a bit of fun. A wounded Republic technician staggered into the All. Avaryss lit her blade and lunged forward. The man did not even get the chance to shout since her blade took his head. One, she murmured. The sound of more voices drew her like a tukada. Beric moved at her side. Here we go, she thought. Let's have some fun. Chapter 32. The girl's screams rang out through the abandoned warehouse. Avaryss stood back, admiring the fruits of her labor. Quinai Malik thrashed wildly. The nightmares that the young Sith spells had summoned assaulted the devish girl's mind, likely doing far more damage than the array of blades and bludgeons that Captain Torv had supplied her with. Physical pain had its uses. She had studied the art of interrogation during her time on both Butcher's Clearing and Corbin. She knew what it took to get a confession out of someone, but this was not about a confession. She already knew everything that she needed to know. She was testing the girl, see if she broke. Her Jedi techniques had shielded her from the pain inflicted by Torv's interrogators. Avaryss had watched the two men bumble through until finally she could not take it anymore. Amateurs, she thought to herself. She had gone in, dismissed the two soldiers, and immediately got to work with her spells. The first one assaulted the body, and the girl resisted, glaring at her silently. Avaryss could sense the anger in her, the sense of betrayal. Good, she thought. Those emotions are just what you need, but it was time to take things a little bit farther. She went on the attack, assaulting the girl's mind, using her anger as a doorway in. The Padawan had no defense against that. Her screams filled the young Sith's ears. Scream all you want, she murmured. With everything that has happened, no one will hear you. The Jedi Padawan did not respond. She was beyond that at that moment. Avaryss nodded. Pain was only the first step. Others would need to be taken before they were finished. According to Darth Hakita's writings, this was how one began. His writings had been filled with his mirth and joy in these early moments, though, personally, Avaryss' pleasure in this was muted. Once she had reveled in torture, seeing a person break was proof of her superiority. Personal experience had robbed her of much of the joy she once would have felt. It may have been the first step, but she hoped to move quickly past it. Torture, she thought with a shake of her head. It was a tool, useful, but she used it begrudgingly. She had nearly been tortured to death herself. If not for her master's intervention, she would have died on Corbin. The experience had left her broken, forced to rely on a respirator mask to survive. She still had nightmares about that mask, the taste of kolto in her mouth, the heavy sensation on her jaw, and not to mention the steady in and out of artificially enhanced breathing. She had fear she would need to wear the damn thing for the rest of her life. She remembered the elation she had felt when she had finally been able to tear it off when she stopped it. The darkness roiled inside of her. That is the past, focus on the future. Yes, she thought, the future, and it belonged to her. She pushed the thoughts of her own pain and fear to the back of her mind, despite her feelings. This was the first step. She watched as the alien girl thrashed against her bonds, begging and pleading for help. Help yourself, girl, Avaryss growled under her breath, sickened by the girl's begging. They had only just begun. She stayed until the girl finally lost consciousness. She left her under guard, with word to report to her if and when the girl awoke, and finally sought out some sustenance. She had neither eaten nor slept since returning from the raid. Perhaps she would meditate for a few hours. That would restore her flagging strength. Food might be a good idea too. Why is that thing still alive? She paused. Turning, she smiled at her brother. Beric did not understand. She intended to make him. That thing has a name, she reminded him. You should consider using it. She will be joining us, provided she survives the next few tests I have for her. Hearing that made him stop short. His response to her defense of the girl died on his lips. Joining us? She nodded. I intend to bring her over, set her on the path to the dark side. She grinned wickedly. She will serve me well. Beric scratched his chin, thoughtfully. Clearly he did not agree with her choice. So, you want the girl for what exactly? Is she to be a trophy? Are you taking her on as a new pet? Her brother grinned. You have rank. I thought one stray would be enough for you. If she does turn, I would not be so quick to say such things around her brother. An acolyte of the dark side is not someone you should take lightly, and certainly not someone who should be the butt of a joke. He snorted. She betrayed her own. You actually want someone like that fighting at your side. She thought that she was helping someone, and she saw the chance for advancement, for recognition. She wanted it so much that she did not tell her masters about our meeting. It is that ambition that I want. It marks her as useful. Avaryss' expression turned thoughtful. Of course she will have to survive the next few days. She has to make the choice. I cannot make it for her. And if she doesn't? Her brother asked. Then my desires will be moot, she shrugged. She will either survive, or she won't. That is the way of the dark side, the way of the Sith. It is survive or perish, my brother. Survive or perish. A few hours later, Avaryss once again found herself facing her would-be acolyte. The girl had managed to emerge from her nightmares, and seemed no less for it. The invigorated young Sith smiled. A bit of food and rest had done her a world of good. She was prepared to take the next step with the Jedi girl. Now they would see if the girl was able to follow. Despite being bound and tortured, the girl did not seem broken. She was frightened, yes, afraid of what next horror the Sith would inflict, but she seemed to have control of that fear. What are you wanting with me, Sith? She demanded, her yellow eyes narrowing. Is it not being enough that you have ruined my life? Avaryss chuckled. Did I ruin your life? I don't seem to remember me using the Force to compel you to hide our little deal from your masters. You did that all on your own. The Devish growled low in the back of her throat, but she did look away. Avaryss felt a wave of shame off the girl, an emotion she quickly tried to dismiss. Do not turn away from your emotions, Avaryss advised. Let the guilt, the pain, let it nourish you, let it restore your strength. She smiled. We still have a ways to go. The girl looked confused, unsure why the Sith would say such a thing. She truly did have much to learn. What are you wanting with me? The Padawan demanded. Why am I still being alive? Oh, this is not about me, Avaryss said, admiring the various torture tools that Torv's fools had left behind. She glanced down at them, and then back at her guest. Quinai's eye Malak quailed. She almost hit it. Almost, but Avaryss saw it. She thought that Avaryss was going to start hurting her again. That was not her plan. She would not hurt the girl, unless the girl made her. Let us play a game, the Sith said. You want to find out my desires? You get to ask me questions. If you get it wrong, I hurt you. If you get it right, I answer. If you win, you will not be letting me go, the girl spat. I will not be believing your lies anymore. Oh, you will be free to go, she says. I swear it on the name of my great emperor. Her expression turned playful. I won't lie to you and not here. The truth is far more fun. So you may ask away, get it right, and you are free to go. It is not a bad deal, is it? A chance of escape is better than no chance, is it not? Quinai pursed her lips, considering her words. What do you want? She asked. Avaryss snarled. She leapt forward with a scalpel from the table. She slashed the alien girl's arm. The Padawan hissed. Blood ran freely down her arm. Wrong question, the Sith spat. This is not about me. Try again. The Padawan struggled, blood flowing freely down her arm. Avaryss brought the blade to her neck. The girl's thrashing stopped. One false move, and the Sith would open up her throat. Try again, Avaryss said. Try or die. Her prisoner's eyes widened. Again Avaryss felt that frisson of fear, and again the girl held it back. The Jedi swallowed hard. This is not being about you, that is what you said. Yes. It is, Avaryss said, moving the blade slightly from the girl's neck. Who is it being for then? The girl asked. Your empire. Your order. Technically wrong answers, Avaryss replied, but I'm willing to give you a break because it is clear that you are probing for the right answer and right on the cusp of it. The Sith's merry smile returned. It is not about the Empire or the Sith Order as a whole. Try again. She could see that the girl was confused, but the blade at her throat was a motivator. She was seeking what Avaryss was looking for. It took her only a few moments, but she finally figured it out. Me, she said. This questioning, it is being about me. It is being about what I want. Avaryss removed the scalpel from her neck. Correct, she said. The Sith returned the tool to the table. She found a medical pack near where the torture tools had been set. She found something to tend to the girl's cut arm. Why am I being important? The Devish asked. Because you have value, Avaryss replied, and you don't understand everything, not yet. She looked up at her prisoner. You will though, I promise. You will. She went to the table and began tending the girl's wound. It was not deep, but would likely leave a scar. The girl flinched when she first touched her, but when she realized that the Sith did not mean her any harm, she relaxed. You have value, Avaryss repeated. Can you honestly say that your masters ever said those words to you? The girl winced, but that might have been from the Kolto-based medicine Avaryss had applied to her slashed arm. A Malak must be doing better, the Padawan said morosely. That is what the masters were always saying to me. I was not living up to their expectations. Avaryss sniffed. Because of who your family was. I've read your files. Quinaya nodded. Avaryss sniffed again. Your masters wanted you to be more instead of focusing on making you the best that you could be. They wanted you to be like your ancestors. She shook her head. I simply want you to be you. I want to see what you can do. Your ancestors are gone, dust and bone. Their accomplishments will never be yours. She finished cleaning the girl's wound and applied a Kolto patch. A Force user must follow her own star. The girl nodded. It was probably the first time in her life anyone had told her those words. It had been a failing on the Jedi part. The Devish girl's eyes widened. The Masters, the Enclave, she said quickly. What has become of them? Gone, Avaryss said blandly. Gone, the girl said, blinking. Yes. A gas line exploded under the street. The city's power systems did not detect it until it was too late. The Enclave, and half the block around it, is now gone, burning. The Sith grinned. It was a tragic accident. The alien girl's eyes narrowed. You killed them all? The people in the Enclave, the Masters? Yes, Avaryss admitted. I did. They had caught the Enclave almost completely unaware. The Sith troopers descended on it like a tidal wave, blasting down all in their path. They went for the Jedi first, sealing off the sections that might have allowed someone inside to try and call for help. The girl's fellow Padawans had died first. They had been sleeping, but sensed the danger and rose. They walked into the waiting arms of the Sith troopers. There had been 4 of them, their masters having left them there while they tended to whatever mission the conspiracy had sent them on. 2 had been gunned down before they had even gotten to raise their lightsabers. Avaryss had dealt with the rest. She had proved more than a match for a pair of unprepared Jedi Padawans. Her lightsaber ended their lives. The masters they found had been more diverting. A knight she did not know attacked her. He had killed several of their soldiers when she finally fell upon him. He had been wounded, but still put up a decent fight. She gave him a quick death. Quinia's master Darzu fell next. The human Jedi had not believed that the Sith could have penetrated their vaunted security. She let him know what happened before the end, that his Padawan had let them in. He died cursing the girl for a fool. Avaryss had made mental note to let her see that recording later. She was pretty sure she was in a chamber where the Sith had access to the Enclave's cameras. He died just as the Cathar Jedi Ponder had shown up. It was then that the fun had truly begun. The Cathar were a hot-blooded species. The feline-like Jedi had fallen on her like a storm. His mastery of Adaru, the acrobatic style of lightsaber combat, had been terrifying. He moved with the speed that even gave her pause. It took all of her talent with Sarisu just to keep from losing her head. The Jedi yelled and snarled as he pressed his attack. To the unenlightened, the two likely looked like two shadows moving far too fast for the eye to keep track, their lightsabers just swirling patterns of blue and ruby light. Avaryss had taunted the Jedi as the two of them danced back and forth, confronting him with what she knew of the conspiracy. The beast had growled. He spat back how the Empire was doomed, that despite what happened here, she would not save the Empire, that the Sith would finally answer for all the Jedi they had slain when the temple on Coruscant had fell years ago. His words had given her just the push she had needed, and in the end helped seal the Jedi Master's fate. These conspirators held a grudge for the destruction of their precious temple. They hoarded that hate like a Hutt hoarded his credits. Despite their dedication to the light, that grudge, that hate ensured their defeat. As the battle continued and Master Ponder failed to slay the young Sith, his anger and frustration grew. The light side of the Force withered under such conditions. His connection to it sputtered as his anger continued to grow. Meanwhile, Avaryss grew stronger as she drew on the hate and despair that continued to grow as her forces continued to clear the Enclave. The Jedi's aggression may not have been as overt as a straight-up attack, but it was still aggression. This whole conspiracy had set the Jedi involved on a course towards the darkness. They would likely never admit it, but it was a weakness. It had been a weakness that Avaryss had been more than willing to exploit. The Jedi Master's shield sputtered as his rage grew. He could hear the darkness call, but still resisted, still tried to hang on to the light, to deny how much his actions had changed him. The hypocrite, Avaryss thought, anger and fear were not to be feared. Wasn't Master Ponder a little old to be afraid of the dark? His unwillingness to take that final step had been her step to victory. She reached out with the dark side, attacking with the spells of the ancient Sith. The Jedi's tenuous grip on the light faltered. He tried to strengthen his shields, but his own anger and desire for vengeance poisoned that connection. His own fears consumed him. As he slashed at phantoms, her lightsaber took his hand, sending the weapon flying away. She followed up that attack by driving the tip of her blade through the Jedi's heart. He gasped, his cat-like eyes widened in disbelief. She could have ended it right there, but instead chose to twist the blade, make his end hurt even more. "I will end your conspiracy," she hissed in the dying Master's ear. "I will end you all." She deactivated her blade, but before he could fall, she reached out, took him in her arms, and kissed him. His eyes widened in surprise, but that surprise quickly turned to terror and horror. She would not simply let him slip into death. She conjured a life-drain spell. As she held him in her arms, his body withered and turned to dust, dry fur blew away, flesh and bone turned brittle and crumbled. When the spell was done, all that was left was the Cathar's skull, a dusty relic of Avaryss' victory. She reveled in his end, drinking deep of his failure and death, but still she was not done. It took the Sith another 20 minutes or so to finish clearing out the Enclave, killing the last of the servants. It took Holly another 20 minutes to finish downloading their files, but by then they were cutting things quite close. Who knew how long they had until someone at the Republic garrison noticed something amiss? Avaryss did not give them a chance to respond. She found Torv and Barrick. They were done here. It was time to cover their tracks. "Set the charges," she ordered. "Destroy the entire block. Leave no evidence of our being here." The accident angle had been Captain Torv's idea. It seemed that the presence of a Sith and the taste of a long-denied victory was just what the man had needed. Their losses had been minimal. 10 soldiers had fallen as they had cleared the Enclave while the Jedi suffered a total loss. The explosion made sure that no evidence would get back to the rest of the Jedi conspiracy. Beric had been a bit hesitant to destroy an entire city block, but it had been necessary. Avaryss had weighed the lives of the downtrodden citizens of that block against the future of the Empire. A few hundred dead was a worthy trade-off to ensure that the Sith Empire continued to thrive. She had not hesitated. The destruction had been as complete as it had been glorious. Once she would have mourned those innocents that had been caught up in the scheme, but not anymore. The weak deserved their fate. Those people were nothing, expendable. She was more than happy to expend them. You killed them, Quinaya gasped, her eyes wide with horror, an entire block of people. They were nothing, the Sith replied. Their deaths will ensure that my work can continue. The Devish snarled. She struggled against her bonds, furious at what she thought was Avaryss' atrocity. Good, the Sith thought. She lets her anger flow. She does not hide from it. Good? You want to stop me? She inquired. Yes, the alien girl hissed. You wish me dead? You are being a monster. Avaryss laughed. That depends entirely on your point of view. The girl fell silent. She continued to glare into her enemy's eyes. It is your people's conspiracy that drew me here, Avaryss said. Had your masters not broken the treaty, there would have been no cause of bloodshed. She told the girl about her investigation, how the Jedi and Republic SIS had been trying to set the Dark Lords against each other. She told the girl of Taris and Tatooine. She told her of the wreck and Alderaan. She showed her the evidence she had collected. It was damning, even without what they had collected from the Enclave here. Still the alien resisted. Lies, the Jedi spat. You Sith are all being liars. I told you I would not lie to you in this, and I meant that, Avaryss said. Now, Quinaya Malik, I ask you again, what is it that you want? The girl shuddered. Avaryss could feel her hate. The girl blamed her not only for the death of all those people and Jedi, but for tricking her in the first place. She wondered how much responsibility the girl took for her own actions. If she had told her masters what was going on, the Sith would never have gotten this far. This must end, the Padawan said. Then help me end it, Avaryss declared. Your master and his friends violated the treaty. Had they not, I would not have come here. Help me stop this before any more innocents have to die in the crossfire. You care nothing for the death of innocents. But you do, the Sith reminded her. As I said, I care nothing for your fathers or their lineage. I want to see what you can do. Help me end this before it gets any worse. The Devish shook her head. I am not being dark side. I am not being Sith. The Jedi will blame you for what happened here. You will be a criminal in their eyes, a rogue force user. Avaryss grinned. Come with me, help me, let me show you what the Force is truly capable of. Together we can end this conflict and bring order to the galaxy. The Republic will never see you as nothing but a criminal, but you can still save lives. You can still be a hero. Avaryss put her hand on the girl's shoulder. You can be a hero of the Empire. Avaryss knew that she had one. She could see it in the girl's eyes, feel it in her soul. She sensed the confusion falling away, the girl's fear pushing her towards the darkness, towards Avaryss. I am not being dark side, the Devish repeated. And I am not yet a master, the Sith confessed, not yet. But I can be a guide, I can show you the way, if you let me. Avaryss stood back. She picked up the controller that would either electrify the table or unlatch the Padawan, the former Padawan's restraints. Please, Avaryss said, let me help you. Let us help the galaxy. The Devish girl sighed. You will not be hurting any more innocents. You can be there to stop me, Avaryss promised. You will have your weapon, and if you don't like the way things are going, you will be free to try and strike me down. As I said, I'm offering you your desires. I will not yield willingly to death, but you will have a chance to try and stop me if that is your desire. The Force roiled around the girl. She would not admit it, But she hated Avaryss. The thought of killing her new enemy excited her, perhaps even enough that she would be willing to lay in wait until the time was right. Master Ponder was being wrong, Quinaya said. Master Darzu was wrong. If all that you are saying is true, then they are the enemies of the Republic, not me. Avaryss shrugged. When this is done, you will be free to make that choice, she promised. If you decide to return to the Republic and face judgment for what happened here, I will not stop you. We will not stop you. As I said, this will be your choice. The Devish girl shuddered. A wave of pain and guilt washed over her. She knew what she wanted, the choice she had to make, but her Jedi training was getting in the way. Avaryss stepped closer again. The girl needed one final push out of the light. Rise above the pain and guilt. Stand back from it. Imagine it is far below you. Look at it with both your mind and the Force. You will find it is not so painful when you step back and look at the larger picture. The girl closed her eyes. Avaryss could feel the shift. Her reasoning had got through. The girl did not want to see herself as a criminal. She let go of her self-righteousness and guilt. She finally stopped denying the pain and started feeling it. When she opened her eyes, she looked different, changed. The scared animal look in her eyes were gone. I want to help you end this, she said. I will not be going to the dark side, but I will be helping you. Together we will be ending this nightmare. No more will be dying because of my former master's hypocrisy. Of course, Avaryss said, you will be in control for the first time in your life. It will be your choice. Yes, the alien girl hissed, cold smile now on her lips. My choice. Avaryss shivered with delight. I will not be going to the dark side, the girl had said. The Sith almost laughed. She had already crossed over to the dark. She simply did not recognize it, not yet. She would learn. The former Padawan nodded. I want to be off this table, she said. As you wish, Avaryss said. She disengaged the restraints. Quinaya Malik was free. She dropped from the table, falling to her knees for a few moments, but then rose, unsteady, but still standing. I will be needing my lightsaber, she said. If I am to be aiding you, I will need my weapon. That can be arranged, Avaryss promised. The Devish girl grinned. The darkness was blooming inside like a flower after the spring rain. I can be helping you in decrypting the Master's files. We can be finding where to go next. I would welcome your help, the Sith agreed. Thank you, my lord, the girl said. Let us be finding who was giving Master Ponder his orders. Let us be dealing with him once and for all. I could not agree more, my friend, Avaryss purred. Quinaya Malik laughed. Then let us be getting his done, she declared. Let us be being heroes. As you wish, Quinaya, Avaryss said, feeling the darkness within, reveling in the power of the girl's conversion. As you wish. Chapter 33. Greetings, I am HK Sigma 3. My assassination protocols are now restored and fully at your command. Hello, meatbag. I'm ready to. Avaryss jumped back as electricity arced from her assassin droid. Holly let out a small cry and scampered out of the way, yanking out several cords from the data pad she had connected to the HK's head. Systems failing, Master. The droid buzzed before it slumped forward, smoke and sparks spewing from its chassis. The droid fell silent, the lights faded from its optics. Then there was silence, that in the stink of burned metal. Avaryss sighed and shook her head. She should have guessed that it would not be that easy. I'm sorry, my lord, Ensign Holly said morosely. I thought I fixed that power problem. I thought the new leads would hold. She approached and reinserted the data pad's wires back into the droid's head. Next time I will reinforce them better. She gave Avaryss a nervous look. Clearly Holly understood what happened to officers that failed their lords. I ask for another chance. Avaryss' expression remained thoughtful, but finally she nodded. Considering that droid sat for decades if not centuries in the Tatooine sand, I call it coming online, even briefly, as progress, she said. She gave the engineer a gentle smile. You may continue with your work. The ensign let out a slight sigh. No doubt she had worried after summoning Avaryss to see what she had accomplished. Some Sith rewarded such setbacks with death. Avaryss was not one of them. Holly had done what most would have called extremely difficult, if not impossible. The droid stood before her and may not have been fully operational yet, but it had come online briefly. It was enough of a success to stay the young Sith's hand. Holly entered several commands on her datapad. She rubbed as a small grease stain on her chin. The droid's main processor is still intact. Self-repair functions built into this model reinforce the higher cognitive functions. The droid's mind is stable. Avaryss nodded. It has self-repair. She asked. Limited self-repair functions, Holly explained. It made sure that his mind did not completely melt down. The girl shook her head. Not enough to get it working on his own, but at least I do not have to start from scratch. She smiled at Avaryss. We are getting close, she said. Avaryss nodded, pleased with the engineer's work, at least for now. Send word to supply. Get what you need. Price is no object, Avaryss ordered. As you say, the girl said, Boeing. I will also send word to 1A, K3. Lackey might be able to help me find a new way to reinforce the power conduits. Do what is necessary, Avaryss said. Let me know when you are ready to try again. Yes, my lord, Holly said, saluting, her hand barely covering the grease smudge on her forehead. Keep me informed, the Sith said as she left the cargo hold. Yes, my lord, the girl shouted after her. Despite the setback, Avaryss was pleased. Holly was getting close. The Fury was currently in hyperspace, heading back to Dromund Kaas. They were bringing back the data they had mined from the fallen Jedi Enclave. Avaryss had thought it best to deliver the information in person, not trusting that one of their enemies, Republic or otherwise, might not intercept the transmission. This matter will be coming to a head soon, she thought. They had records of dozens of transmissions, and with them, several encryption keys. Thanks to Quinaya, they now had an idea of how the conspirators were striking at the Empire. No names were mentioned in the transmissions, but given the targets and the locations, it was not hard for the Sith to predict what lords were being manipulated. We can begin coordinating efforts with the other lords, Avaryss thought. We can also begin tracing this whole sorry mess back to its source. We can finally find the mastermind behind this mess and deal with him or her. She was looking forward to that. After she had agreed to join them, Avaryss had questioned Quinaya about what she knew about the conspiracy. The Devish confessed to knowing little. Her masters had not trusted her enough to bring her fully into their confidence. Either that or they had not thought her ready to join their scheme. Avaryss suspected the latter, but pushed for the girl to believe the former. The larger the wedge she drove between the girl and the Jedi and their allies, the better. In time, she would be a willing servant in Avaryss' campaign. She was certain of it. It just felt right. Rink and Holly had been welcome into their new shipmate. The former street rat offering his aid to the former Jedi Padawan to help her adjust to her new life. Quinaya seemed flattered by the offer. She was intrigued by Holly's work, especially on the old HK. The girl had little understanding of droid operation, but given the history of the model, was intrigued by the idea of having one that actually functioned. Barrett kept his distance. He was clearly watching the girl, not believing that she was as willing to convert as his sister hoped. He does not understand, Avaryss thought. The dark side's call is hard to ignore, especially after you have already opened yourself up to it. But has she opened herself up? The thought gave the young Sith pause. She would still need to test the Devish, she recognized that. But for now she seemed to be cooperating, willingly giving up any secret that the Sith asked for. Yes, things were working out nicely. Once they were back on Dromund Kaas, they would be able to find their next target, and the next, and the next. Eventually they would reach the end of the chain, and then they would deal with the ones in charge of all this. Bridge to Avaryss. She paused. Rink's voice had rang out over the overhead loudspeaker. Yes, Rink. What is it? She called out. We have a call coming in, boss, for your eyes only. Avaryss frowned. That was odd. Her master was not the type to be so secretive. I will take it in the comm room. She made her way there, engaging the security locks on the doors as she entered. She reached out with the force, trying to sense her master's mood, yet she felt nothing. If he was calling her, she should have felt something. Strange. Very strange. She activated the holocomm and stepped back. She prepared to drop to one knee in homage to her master. As it turned out, she did not need to. Her eyes widened slightly. It wasn't Darth Feer. Well, wasn't this a surprise? Darth Baras, she exclaimed, "My lord, this is a most unexpected pleasure." The broad-shouldered Sith Lord in the silver armor and mask tilted his head slightly. "Greetings, youngster," he said. "I do hope that I've not caught you at a bad time. Your master has had you so busy lately, hasn't he? You have traveled far, and I suspect you will travel farther still." Avaryss smiled. What was this about, she wondered. Her master and Darth Baras were hardly allies, much less friends. How had he gotten this frequency? She should not have been surprised. It was said that Baras had spies everywhere, that he likely knew what the Emperor had had for breakfast this morning. Finding Darth Feer's private frequency would have been child's play. She was impressed, of course, but that did not mean that she was above having a bit of fun with the senior Sith. She grinned. "How is your apprentice doing, my lord? The one I encountered on Tatooine a while back." Her expression turned sly, teasing. It might not have been a good idea to provoke him, but since he had gone to all this trouble to contact her, she thought he would be willing to put up with a little snarkiness on her part. "I do hope he managed to escape the explosion of that Republic safe house," she said. "Good help is so very hard to find these days, don't you agree?" If the Dark Lord was insulted, he did not show it. He laughed. "You revealed the limits that my apprentice was capable of reaching," he informed her. "He survived your encounter, but has since moved into a less interesting role in my service." "I'll bet," Avaryss thought. She remembered the fool cutting his face with his own blade. If Baras was smart, he would seek out a new apprentice soon, one not so easily ensnared by the power of his fellows. Hopefully, Baras' next apprentice would be a bit more clever. The Sith Lord stood straighter. "Of course, we are not here to discuss past issues. It is the future that interests me, and so, for that reason, I have contacted you." "I'm listening, my lord," she promised. "As a Darth, it is my duty to aid you, as long as it does not negatively affect my house, of course. Hopefully, I'm sure, we can come to a mutually beneficial understanding. I have no desire to make any more enemies than I need to." Again the Dark Lord chuckled. "Perhaps you are not entirely without wisdom," he said. "Feer may have made a mistake in recruiting you." "That remains to be seen," she said. "For now, let us discuss what it is you want of me. I have heard whispers that you recently acquired some data from a Republic enclave that closed recently. I was hoping that I might convince you to surrender that data to me." Avaryss smirked. "I doubt that my master would approve. If that data does exist, and that is not an admission, it would be unwise to share such information with an unaffiliated Sith." She sensed a brief flicker of anger from the Dark Lord. "Careful, the darkness within warned. You can play with him, but only so far. He is a Darth, death incarnate. Remember that? You show the caution of a good apprentice, girl," Baras said, "but it is unnecessary. I do not ask for you to simply give me the information. Simply send me a copy. In return, I will share any conclusions that I reach from that data, provided that you share anything you might learn with me." Though she could not see his face hidden behind the mask, she sensed that the older Sith was smiling. "My resources are considerable. I might be able to discover something that your people might miss, or the other way around." It made sense, she supposed. Still, it seemed a lot of risk for very little reward. War Master Feer's people would surely find her some new targets. Why did she need Baras' help, beyond staying on the good side of a Darth? That might be worth it, but she still wanted to see just how bad the old man wanted this. "I'm no fool, child," Baras added. "I'm aware of your investigation, what do you believe to be happening? Most Sith would dismiss what you have found as a minor threat or a fantasy. I do not. The Dark Lord crossed his huge arms. This presents an opportunity for the good of the Empire. This conspiracy must end, but that does not mean that we lords who are in the know can't profit from it before that happens. Avaryss smiled. She knew it. The Dark Lords, at least some of them, knew about the conspiracy and were trying to manipulate it to fit their own designs. She wondered if the Jedi realized that. Were they walking close enough to the dark side to see the plans within the plans? Possibly, but that did not change the final outcome. The Jedi-Sith conspiracy needed to end, and she would be the one who ended it. The rewards for that victory would be hers. I see your point, my lord, but the personal risk to me is still great. So, forgive me for being blunt. Say I give you the information you desire. Her expression turned sly. What is in it for me? Baras chuckled. A chance to reclaim something that should have been yours since your student days, young Avaryss, he replied. She said. What was this now? Baras chuckled. I'm sending you coordinates, as a show of good faith. It leads to the holdings of a minor Sith on the outskirts of the Empire. Lord Kaas is the man's name. What is this Lord Kaas to me? A man who has stolen your rightful inheritance, Baras said. That got Avaryss' attention. My inheritance. I've read the reports of your training on Korriban, even the supposedly sealed ones dealing with your relationship with the fellow acolyte, a pure blood named Fel. My relationship was never a secret, she shrugged. I do not see why such files would be sealed. Do you realize that your Fel had already named you his heir? He submitted a new will, naming you as both his bride and successor. You may not have been formally wed under Sith law, but that does not change the fact that the will existed, and that, in the event of the boy's death, all his holdings should have passed to you. Avaryss blinked. She hadn't known. Fel, he had formerly declared her his wife. Amazing. Is that why the overseers on Korriban were so intent on getting me to confess to his death? They wanted to make this will invalid. It was Lord Kaas that informed the overseers of your plan. Child, Baras informed her. He had been named executor of Fel's holdings. If you had arrived as the boy's betrothed, then you would have possessed all the power that Kaas now wields. He took advantage of the situation. He did not poison your boy. I was hoping to have verified that for you, but I came up empty. Still, Kaas did steal from you. He took advantage of your lover's death. Avaryss' eyes narrowed dangerously. That shudder. She would have his head on a plate. I will need a copy of this will, she told Baras. It is included with the coordinates, he promised. She could hear the amusement in his voice. I trust this is enough to convince you to surrender the information that I require. It is, Avaryss said with a cool smile. She began entering codes on the communicator, accessing the files that they had seized. Master Feer likely would not have approved. Still, it was a good deal. Plus, Fel's holdings would make her even more valuable to her master, not to mention move her one step closer to her own freedom. He will pay Fel, she thought, this thief. He will pay. I have sent you half of the data trove we recovered, my lord, she informed the Dark Lord. Once I've verified what you have told me and dealt with the matter of Lord Kaas, I will send the other half. I trust this arrangement is satisfactory. Quite, the Dark Lord replied. You will have no trouble verifying what I've told you. He glanced to his right. She heard a slight pinging sound on the hypercom. Darth Baras radiated pleasure. Transmission received, he said. You have my thanks, youngster. And you have mine, she said, nodding respectfully. If anything, I hope this shows my willingness to cooperate with my fellow Sith. It is a start, he said. I will inform my master, Darth Vengean, of your willingness to aid us. This may not lead to an alliance, but at the very least, it may result in a profitable business arrangement. Send Counselor Vengean my regards. I will, Baras said, and good fortune in recovering you inheritance girl. A Sith cannot survive without a power base. Hopefully this will be a good first step in building yours. Not the first step, she thought. She already had credits pouring in from her alliance with TCS. Having more physical holdings would make her more formidable, though. She thought of Fel, what they might have had Nas not taken it upon herself to murder him. She felt a dull ache in her belly. She found herself imagining a small squalling red-skinned babe in her arms, the child that she and Fel would never get to have. It is not the end, the dark side whispered. You can still have Fel again, both his holdings and him. You simply have to be patient. She nodded grimly. She could be. Thank you, my lord, she said. I will have the other half of data ready to transmit soon. Very well, youngster, the lord said, raising his hand in salute. Until then, Baras out. The Dark Lord's image vanished. Avaryss approached the hypercom, looking to erase any records of the transmission. She did not want her master to know what had happened. It did not appear necessary. The data package that Baras had sent had included a program that already erased any record of the call. She smirked. You had to admire the old man's professionalism, if nothing else. She disengaged the safety locks and made for the bridge. Rink would need to bring them out of hyperspace. They had a stop to make first before returning to Dromund Kaas. Lord Kaas, Avaryss thought, her hands curling into angry fists. We are going to have a lot of fun now. The door gave way with a single cut of her lightsaber, that in a blast of pure dark side telekinesis. Avaryss strode into the chamber. At her side stood Quinaya and Beric. Two Sith acolytes leapt forward, their crimson lightsabers raised. Beric distracted one with shots from a heavy repeating blaster, while Quinaya engaged the second. Her green-bladed lightsaber flashed as she drove the bodyguard back. Her skill with the lightsaber was decent, a blend of the basic Shicho and Adaru. They would have to work on that, Avaryss thought, that and find the girl a proper crystal for her blade. Green was not the color of a would-be Sith. Avaryss grinned. She had wanted their newest crew member on this journey. She wanted to get her used to killing for her new leader. So far, she had not hesitated. It is because these are Sith, the dark side whispered. The real test will come when she has to fight her former friends. Avaryss nodded. Yes, that would be the real test. Lord Kaas' holdings were modest, true, but his defenses were top of the line. The Fury had to strafe the small compound twice before an entrance could be made safe enough for the Sith and her comrades to enter. Once inside, she had been a woman on a mission. She regretted killing these men. Technically, they were hers, after all. She hated damaging her own holdings. But they are not mine yet, are they? I need to show them that I am their master. Cutting down the old one will be a good first start. As the three of them finally breached the main chamber, she looked up and saw her enemy, the usurper Kaas, was a slender pureblood. The robes he wore, though fine, did not seem to fit such a slight Sith. Fel would have worn them better, she thought. My husband would have been glorious, a living colossus. Now it fell to her to make sure his will was carried out. What is the meaning of this? The Sith Lord shouted out indignantly. Who are you? She grinned. I am the lady of the house, she said. I am the bride of your fallen master. The Lady Avaryss fell, or I should have been. Hearing her name made the pure blood snarl. You are not welcome here, poisoner. I did not kill Fel, she snarled back. What you did or did not do is irrelevant. I'm lord of this house now. I have served it long, under Master Fel's parents, his regents, and then the master himself. The older Sith drew his lightsaber. He ignited the blade and leapt down to meet her. Who are you to claim these holdings? You are just a girl who amused our master for a time. You are not even of the old blood. Avaryss sneered and raised her weapon. I am your master's chosen, she said. Let me show you why. She attacked the pure blood viciously. He fought back. Like her, he used the Makashi duelist style. Unlike her, he lacked the polish and skill that she had refined both during her training and her service to her master. He is a bureaucrat, she thought, an administrator. It takes a lord of the Sith to govern a house. She would teach him for forgetting his place. Neither Quinaya nor Beric intervened, which was good. She switched seamlessly between Makashi and Sarisu, giving just enough ground to draw her enemy in. Then when she was ready, ARRRGH. Her blade sliced through the silken sleeve of Lord Kaas's robe. His robes caught fire as his weapon and his hand tumbled away. He fell to his knees gasping snarling obscenities. Avaryss stood over him smiling. She enjoyed watching him squirm on the ground, trying to crawl away. It was delicious. Damn you, he spat. You had no right to this house. Your lords will says otherwise. He spat blood on her boots. The master's infatuation with you was his undoing. He should never have made that will. It should have vanished. I don't know how you managed to recover it. I have my ways, she purred, advancing on the fallen Sith. It should have been me, the former Lord Kaas hissed. It should have been me. Avaryss raised her blade, preparing to take his head, and then thought better of it. No, this usurper does not deserve to die by my hand. Quinaya, she said in a silky voice. Yes, the Devish replied. Kill him? Quinaya Sai Malik blinked. You want me to be killing him? She said. Was I unclear? Avaryss said coldly. I gave you an order. Kill him. The girl blinked as she approached. Within Avaryss the dark voice purred softly. Now, it seemed to say, now we will see what the girl is made of. He is a Sith, and he has insulted me, Avaryss said. You wish to be a part of this, then do it. He is no innocent, he is a Sith Lord. Do as I say. Kill him? Avaryss felt the storm within the girl, her Jedi teachings wrestling with her desires to not only survive, but also to get those that had betrayed the Republic and Jedi. Beric stood behind her. He had his blaster at his side, but it could be quickly snapped up and fired into the girl's back if she did not obey. Still she hesitated. Did you not hear me? Avaryss said. I've heard, the girl said looking down in the old Sith's pleading eyes. I am understanding. Before Kaas could say another word or tried to crawl away, Quinaya slashed out with her lightsaber. Kaas' head came away from his neck. Avaryss shuddered as he felt dark side energy flow into the Devonian girl. Good, she thought. Good? The next step has been taken. Very good. There, the girl said glaring at Avaryss. It is being done. Are you being happy now? Ecstatic, my dear, Avaryss said dryly. She would deal with aliens' insolence later. For now she still had a power base to consolidate. More soldiers were arriving, that and servants of the house. Avaryss powered down her blade and stood before them. Lord Kaas. One of the soldiers gasped. No. Who are you? Another shouted. Why have you done this? She stood proudly. I am Avaryss, former betrothed of your Lord Fel. She pulled out a data pad, the one containing a copy of the will given to her by Darth Baras. As you can see, your master left all his holdings to me. It was this usurper who stole what my love wished me to wield. By right of conquest, I claim this house, and all holdings of House Fel, and his holdings. She grinned savagely. I am your master now. She shouted out the next words to make sure they all heard her. Join me, or die. The lead servant took it and read it. Avaryss did not let her eyes fall away from the soldiers, one false move on either side, and she would end up having to kill these people. She did not want that. She came here to claim these resources, not obliterate them. The servant that took the pad showed it to a small aged pure blood female. She read the words several times, and finally, turning to her fellow nodded. The first one to speak gestured to the soldiers. They all lowered their weapons. Yes, Avaryss thought. Yes. You have our apologies, my lord, the female said. We were not aware of our late master's wish. It is okay, Avaryss assured her. My dear Fel would not wish to see me destroy you, any of you. She smiled gamely. He wished to see this house return to glory. I shall see to that myself. For the Empire. As one her new servants shouted back, their fists raised. For the Empire. Avaryss nodded pleased with herself. It was another step closer to lordship. What are you standing around for, dogs? The lead servant said. This is our new master. Bow before her, she has returned. As one, the surviving guards and staff fell to their knees. At her side, Quinaya and Beric watched the display of submission. Avaryss beamed. It seemed that she owed Lord Baras the rest of the data she had collected. Very well. He would get what he deserved. He had helped her take what was hers. That was all that mattered. She would reward him for his aid, and in time, who knew, they might one day stand as equals. At least until she was strong enough to remove him. Canis might not have been a true master, but he had been good practice. There were many sweet prizes in the Empire. One day, she would be able to take them all, and no one would be in a position to stop her. No one. Chapter 34. Punish the girl, husband, Sinestra said with an icy glare. This insolence cannot be tolerated. Avaryss kept her head low. She was currently before her master and his family. The young Sith frowned. This would have gone better had she met with her master in private, but that had not happened. The girl suppressed an irritated sigh. If only she had gotten back to Dromund Kaas sooner. Her ship barely touched down when she had gotten her master's orders to return. It seemed that something interesting had happened in her absence. It was not unforeseeable, she thought. She should have, though, given what had happened. Before she left the ship, she received a holo transmission from one of those loyal to House Fel, her new steward, Ludohish. In keeping with tradition, the man had gone to Darth Feer and informed her master that they, through his apprentice, who was their new master, were now allies of House Feer. You should kill the man for his stupidity, the dark voice within her whispered. It was a tempting thought, but now, meaningless. Feer already knew, death of an underling would not change that. What would be the point of killing him now? She realized, Feer already knew what had happened, and besides, the man was only following the dictates of Sith tradition. If anyone was to blame, it was her. She should have sworn her new followers to silence, insisted on it. Instead, here she was, facing her master and his family. She needed to be cautious. Fortunately, she had had enough of a warning that she had had a chance to prepare. She came to her master alone, a penitent look on her face. Her clothing showing off her best features, her pale shoulders were left bare, the low-cut top and corset she wore showing off her curvy form. She wanted to show her master that she came before him with nothing to hide. Plus, looking a bit more attractive could not hurt. Lady Sinestra would already be calling for her head. She had no desire for Bill to add his smarmy voice to the mix. If how she looked distracted him, it was so much the better. The only decorative item she wore was a small sliver amulet, the center of it emblazoned with the Sith glyph that was the family crest of House Feer. My master must have no reason to doubt my loyalty. We are so close now, so close to absolute victory. I cannot let such a misunderstanding distract him from that goal. We are so close. It fell to her to soothe her master's rage if that was even possible. It would be a trial in and of itself. Lord Feer was glaring down at her. He seemed mostly recovered from his recent injuries. A few red scars were visible on his neck and hands, but beyond that, he looked his old self. That might work to her advantage. A pained and injured Feer might be more apt to punish her. If he was feeling better, his temper might not be as sharp. Nothing was more dangerous than a predator when it was in pain. It tended to lash out even without cause, and she feared she had given her master ample cause to lash out at her today. She needed to be careful, yes. She needed to be very careful indeed. Do you have anything to say for yourself, girl? He demanded. Give me one reason that you should not suffer for your little rebellion. Punish her father, Bill jeered. Make her suffer for her impotence. Avaryss resisted the urge to roll her eyes. She assumed the young master meant impudent, but she did not bother to correct him. Lord Feer did roll his eyes. Let Feer see that I'm far smarter than his born heir. It would go farther in softening the blow that was about to fall. Though she did not move, her mind was working at light speed. She was trying to figure out how best to deal with this situation. Defiance. Anger. No, she dismissed both such emotions. Her master was looking for an excuse, any excuse to punish her. She would not give him any reason to do that. Tell him what he wants to hear, the darkness whispered. Be subservient, loyal, stop just short of being a bootlick. Her master would respond to that. From the very beginning, he had wanted her fidelity. He wanted her to be in awe of him. She found herself thinking back to their first meeting on Korriban. He had hoped that she would come to see herself as his child, his daughter. He wanted her to both respect and to love him. Give him what he wants, or at least, seem to. Only by doing that could she avoid the blade that now hung so low over her head. I meant no rebellion, my lord, she said, bowing her head even lower. All that I've done in recent days has been for the good of our family. Our family. Sinestra said with a sneer, you are not one of us. You were nothing when my lord husband found you. You were a nobody from nowhere. He took you in, let you find a place within the Sith Order, and how do you pay him back? You offer betrayal. The Dark Lord's wife snorted. My husband would be well within his rights to end you, girl, here and now. Darth Feer smiled ruthlessly. It may come to that, wife, but for now, let's let Avaryss try and explain herself. The lady of the house smirked. As you say, husband, she said, nodding, as you say. Feer returned his attention back to Avaryss. His expression was as cold as an ice moon. Explain yourself, Apprentice, he ordered. Why have you forgotten your place? He sneered. Why did you try and betray me? Be cautious, the dark voice within her said. You are going to have to talk fast, fast yet carefully. Right now he is looking for any excuse to punish you. Give him no reason to. She could already feel a slight tingle in the back of her head. It was a sensation she remembered and prayed not to feel again. Her master could be quite harsh when he wanted to be. She had felt his whip once and desired never to do so again. She would not be punished by him, she thought. Never again. During the first few weeks of her apprenticeship, her master had provoked her to anger. They had been sparring, and he had wanted to see just how far she would go if he pushed her. He had spoken ill of her family, of Fel, of everything she had sacrificed on the path to get here. Despite everything she knew to be true, she tried to attack him, truly attack him, striking to kill, and for a moment, she had thought she had him, that her anger had finally given her the edge she needed. He showed her that day how wrong she had truly been. He lashed out at her with the Sith spell, and she had fallen into darkness. For almost 4 days she had lain on the floor of the training room, her eyes rolled back in her head as she wandered through a world of pure and unrelenting torment. She traveled from one nightmare to another, an unceasing tour of all her mistakes, all the reasons that she should not have survived and reached this point. She truly could not say how she found her way back, but she had managed. On the 4th day, her eyes finally opened, her body was weak, her thoughts confused. The servants that her master had left to tend to her if she awoke, or dispose of the body if she did not came for her. In her weakened state, Avaryss lashed out the only way she could. She summoned a death field, both to restore her strength and tried to punish the one who had left her to die. The servants collapsed, their bodies turning to dust in mere moments. Their life energy did much to restore her, but at the same time left her feeling dirty. These were not brave men and women. They were barely worth her notice. Their life energy was weak and flaccid. Darth Feer came to her then, and in that moment she knew to fear him, both for what he had done to her, and because of the lives bubbling inside of her. Her master had sneered. You should be careful how you use that power, Apprentice, he had warned her. Draining the lives of others may restore you, but at the same time, if you are not careful, it could leave you with nothing. Your body could collapse, leaving you as nothing more than a breach in the Force. He leaned in closer, so that only she could hear him. You do not want to end up like Darth Nihilus, do you? She knew the name, of course, an extremely powerful Sith from some 3 centuries ago. He had grown so strong that he had been able to conjure a death field so powerful that it could drain the life of entire planets. Yet, that power overwhelmed him, destroying his physical form, leaving him nothing but a tangible shadow, with an eternal hunger for life and the Force. Though she admired his power, she did not wish to become like that. Avaryss intended to spend her days enjoying all of life's pleasures. She had no desire to follow the fallen Sith Lord's path, no matter how powerful his gift had made him. Lord Feer had been right to remind her of that, and so she learned not to rely so heavily on life drain and death field, and of course to fear her master. It was with both those lessons in mind that she confronted her master now. She would not make the same mistake again. "I did not betray you, master," she said, keeping her head low. "Everything I've sought has been to make me stronger, to become more useful in your eyes, so that I can fulfill your desires." She risked a look up, flashing him a weak smile. "I wanted to prove what a good Sith I was. I wanted to make you proud. I wanted you to see what kind of Lord I could be." He snorted dismissively. "Lord? You?" Bill cackled. "You think you are something special, don't you? You are no better than all the others Father has taken to Apprentice. One day you will be." "Bill," his mother hissed, "be silent." Fear was glaring at his son. The boy cowed under that harsh gaze. He seemed to diminish, shrinking down beneath it. Fear's fury bubbled up, but now it was not directed at his apprentice. Avaryss just suppressed a smile. "And there we are," she thought. She had known her master had taken other apprentices before her, but no one here had ever mentioned them, not once. Bill's slip-up was proof that she likely would never get what she wanted from Feer, that he would never make her a lord in his service. It was likely that her apprenticeship would end with her death, before she could grow too powerful, that is. "I will need to learn to hide my strength, wait for the right opportunity. We will see who dies first." For now she hid those thoughts as best she could. Her master returned his gaze to her, his eyes cold and disapproving. Again she dropped her head, offering no resistance. "Let him think that I'm his and his always, at least until the time is right. Then we will see who is stronger." "You were under orders," he reminded her. "We were trying to keep our business secret, to stay one step ahead of our rivals, and what do? You hand over all that we gained to Darth Baras. You have given him what he needs to catch up, and it cost him nothing." Her master frowned. "Do you have any idea what you've done?" In truth, she had thought about what would happen. It was clear that Baras knew about the conspiracy, likely for quite a while, and he had done nothing to stop it. He had his reasons, no doubt. Darth Baras did not strike her as a man who did things without thinking them through. No, Baras struck her as the type of Sith who would try to turn the conspiracy to his advantage, maybe even subtly pointing the finger at his rivals, making sure the conspiracy affected them first. She figured that he was trying to do such a thing by sending her against Lord Kaas. Perhaps Kaas threatened his plans in some way, and Baras wanted him removed. If so, he had gotten what he wanted, and at the same time aided her. Now, he likely wanted Lord Feer to punish her, maybe even try to kill her. She needed to make sure that that did not happen. "I will not deny that I took what Baras offered," she admitted, "but at the same time, we should not fall into his trap, my master. We should not do his work for him." "And what work is that, my dear?" her master asked, his voice both sweet and at the same time venomous. "Baras clearly seeks to drive a wedge between us. We cannot allow that, especially when we are so close to our final victory over the Jedi and their Republic pawns." Her master snorted and shook his head. Clearly she was not the only one who had thought that one of the rival lords' motivations. Now she had to drive the point home, drive it home, and save herself. If Baras had truly sought the same prize we do, he could have taken it at any time. He has the ear of Lord Vengeance. As soon as the Dark Council gets involved, this conspiracy will end, but he does not. He had a use for it, I think. By fighting amongst ourselves, all we are doing is allowing him more time to use the conspiracy to serve his ends, to grow stronger. She shook her head. "Should we not take that away from him? Would that not serve our house best? It is not just Baras that we have to worry about now. You little fool," Sinestra spat, "your actions have garnered the attention of other lords. Darth Thaneton contacted us, saying that you now have access to certain texts that he had trusted Lord Kaas to hold onto, texts that must remain secure. No sooner had he ended the transmission, we received one from Lord Zash, requesting those very texts. Those are just two of the lords whose attention you have drawn, and no doubt there will be others. With all the power plays going on right now, the Dark Council is more likely to come down hard on your little scheme. They can't touch the higher lords, but they can choose to make an example of you. They can punish this house for your bungling. As I said, I did it to make me stronger, to make myself more useful to you, Avaryss repeated those words to her master, barely acknowledging his lord wife. It was Feer she needed to please, not the lady of the house. Have I ever failed you, my master? She asked. That business on the wreck, Sinestra brought up. Avaryss frowned. She needed to get away from Sinestra and Beal. She could feel that she was making progress with her master, progress that was being slowed by his family. Master, may we please speak in private? What I have to say is for your ears alone. Your loyal pupil wishes an audience. He sneered at her, but after a few moments agreed. Guards, leave us, he ordered. You as well, my love, take our son. Feer grinned. I will see to Avaryss' correction in private. Feer, Sinestra said, my sweet, have your own duties to attend to, I'm sure, including our son's training. He gave her a cold smile. As I said, leave us. The lady obeyed begrudgingly. Beal looked disappointed that he would not get to see Avaryss suffer. He left with a sullen look on his face, glancing back at Avaryss and her low-cut robes. She sighed. Finally. Now I can make some real progress. Her master said nothing until they were alone. He continued to glare down on her. She did not move, not until he ordered her to do so. Finally, her master sighed. Did you honestly think you were fooling me, apprentice? Me? Master, You think that I've not been watching you? You think that I would be so foolish to send you out into the galaxy without making sure that I knew what you were up to? He shook his head. As always, I'm 2 steps ahead of you, my child. I know about the alchemist you snatched from Darth Tarek. I know about your seduction of Baron Dresco's daughter. I know that you have been using the missions that I've sent you on to gather both resources and disciples. He sneered. Did you honestly think you had me fooled? She shrugged. The fact that he knew about Itae did not surprise her. Given their history, it should have come as no surprise that the 2 girls had renewed their relationship. And yet, his information was no perfect. He seemed to know nothing about her arrangement with TCS, and he seemed to know nothing about Quinaya. Perhaps his sources were not as good as he liked to think. Did you honestly think you had me fooled, apprentice? Fooling you was never the plan, my lord. I did what I could to improve myself. A Sith cannot survive without a power base. I needed to make sure that I had one. If I had not made the attempt, then you would have all the evidence you would need that I was a flawed apprentice and unworthy of your training. She made his cold gaze with one of her own. I do not apologize for being Sith. I was simply following my nature. Securing power is part of that. I make no excuses. Her master pursed her lips. His hand went to his chin. He scratched it thoughtfully. Avaryss tried not to flinch. If he did decide to punish her, it would likely be worse than before. She drew on the Force and her will to try and shield her mind. She would not be such easy prey this time. Her master chuckled. Well done, my child, he said warmly. Well done indeed. Avaryss blinked. What? Master. I don't understand. He smiled. You are not mad at me? She asked. I am angry with you, yes, he admitted, but not for the reason that you think. He shook his head. You should have ordered your followers to hold their tongues. You should have waited until we were victorious before revealing your new holdings. You forced my hand. I had to call you in here, for Sinestra's benefit, if for nothing else. Avaryss frowned. You want the lady to think our relationship is strained. He nodded. There are many eyes upon us now, my dear. No one is completely above suspicion, not even my darling wife. Avaryss nodded. He wanted her to think that they were at odds, but if they weren't. You believe Lady Sinestra is spying on us? I believe that she will go to any length to ensure that Beale becomes Lord Feer one day, even if that means seeking out the aid of our rivals. I have no proof, mind you, but the suspicion remains. You think she had a hand in Darth Tarik's attack? Maybe, he said with a shrug. Regardless, we must be cautious. Too many are watching us now. We can give them no reason to interfere. He gestured for her to rise and follow him. She obeyed and followed him out onto a balcony overlooking the Feer family estate. Her master pulled out a small device from his robe and pressed a button on his side. The door behind them slid shut. Avaryss winced. There was a slight buzzing in her sonic bafflers. I think it is time to bring you fully into my confidence, he said. Your choices prove that you have what it takes to lead House Feer one day. And what of young Master Beale? She asked. We will see if he has the wisdom and skill to survive the coming months. He may be mine, but I question his worthiness sometimes. I suppose that is not very fatherly of me, but I'm Sith. I need to look out for the interests of our house. Of course, my master, Avaryss said. I could not agree more. He nodded grimly. Then it is time for you to hear the next phase of my plan. Being that you will be the tip of my spear, it is necessary that you understand what is at stake. She nodded, but tried not to appear overly eager. She did not wish to make him question the wisdom of sharing this with her. What you said about Baras trying to manipulate the conspiracy, I think you are right. Baras is no fool. He is Darth Venge's apprentice, and he is therefore only one heartbeat away from a seat on the Dark Council. Baras is not above going after his own master, not when such a prize hangs in the balance. And what about us, she asked. What prize are we seeking? Feer grinned hungrily. More than most people realize. I have gone to great lengths to ensure that the Dark Council thinks me only interested in Darth Tarik's holdings. Everything that I've done up to this point has been to convince them that that is my sole motivation. But it is not. No, Apprentice, Darth Feer said, flashing a cunning smile. I have a much larger appetite. The two of them looked out over the compound, and what it took to maintain holdings here on Dromund Kaas. You wish a seat on the Dark Council, she said, bringing the conspiracy to light, and ending it would go a long way towards accomplishing that goal. True, he said, but again, you are thinking too small, Apprentice. Remember back to the gathering we attended, and the role our dear Emperor played in it. She snorted. He did not play any role, she said. He did not even show up. We couldn't. She blinked and looked at her master with new eyes. He grinned hungrily. Do you understand now, Apprentice? She blinked. We should not even be discussing this, she said. It could be construed as treason. Is it treason to acknowledge that the Empire needs strong leadership? He asked. Should we sit idly by and do nothing while the Empire burns around us? It is risky, she said. Are you sure it is worth the risk? I think we both know the answer to that question. She shook her head. She was ambitious, but there's this. It could blow up in their faces. No one has seen the Emperor in months. His voice has not addressed us in all that time. His wrath has not been seen, and his hands remain hidden, reaching for nothing. Her master shook his head. The one who ends the conspiracy will be seen as a hero of the Empire, just as the Emperor himself was millennia ago when he saved us from the Sith Holocaust. The Dark Council does what they can to maintain things, but without a singular grand vision, how can the Empire hope to grow and prosper? It takes an emperor to rule an empire, she said. Quite right, my child, quite right. She gave him a sly smile. I doubt the Emperor will just step aside for you. He does not have to. The longer he remains in the shadows, the less weight his words carry. There are plenty of ambitious Sith out there, just waiting for someone to unify them. I suppose there are, she agreed, but still those ambitious Sith will be hesitant to try and follow anyone against the old regime. This is why I must show them my strength, and the strength of those under my command. He smiled at her. That is where you come in, my child. She nodded. She was not sure about this, but if her master could pull this off. Who knew what rewards might await them? And what is to be my part in all this? A great leader cannot stand alone. He needs hands to reach out for him, a voice to speak for him, and a wrath to slay for him. Feer put an arm around her shoulder. Imagine it, my dear, the Empire ours to do with as we see fit. She shivered the thought of it, the challenges and prizes that awaited them at the royal court. It is a beautiful vision, master, but we must always remember that no one can rule forever. Someone must be always ready to take up the reins when the ruler is no longer able to maintain his position. It is so, he agreed. She laughed. As you said, it takes an emperor to rule an empire, or an empress. Now Feer laughed. You are ambitious, aren't you, my child? I am what you made me, my lord, she said, slipping out of his arm and leaning on the railing. Her expression changed, becoming almost dreamy. He painted a pretty picture, and at the same time offered her an excellent opportunity. He had given her a chance to make him believe that she was completely and utterly loyal. She would not waste that. This plan of his was ambitious, perhaps even insane, but it did have its uses. She sighed. Back on Aurdanna, I used to imagine that I was more than what I was, that I could be more than Andalila's bargaining chip. She turned to him, her burning eyes looking fondly upon her master. I loved Andalila's, but he never understood me the way that you do, master. He never offered me what you have. She dropped to one knee. I will stand with you and make you proud, this I swear. She looked up with the warmest of smiles she could manage. Father, she murmured. Darth Feer smiled. So it has finally happened, he said. You have finally given up your hate. I've directed it at our enemies, she said. That hate keeps me strong, and will serve me well in bringing our plan to fruition. Well said, my daughter, he said. Very well said. She rose from her knee, her eyes were both hungry and cruel. How do we start, my lord, she asked. How do we find our way to the throne? We start with your next target, he said. Today, we end the conspiracy. And tomorrow, the Empire itself will be ours. As you say, my master, she said, bowing her head, I will make sure that you get everything you deserve. We shall both get what we deserve, he said. Avaryss almost laughed. He truly had no idea, but he would learn. Taking a throne for life did not guarantee that you would live long. She was determined to see that he learned that lesson, and then. That empire itself would learn what it meant to have a ruler that loved the empire. They would learn and bow. Or else? Chapter 35. I did not know that the human body could bend that way. Avaryss tilted her head slightly as the prisoner continued to wail in agony. For the briefest of moments, she felt an uncomfortable sensation, like her throat was trying to close up. She rubbed at her neck, the memory of a long-abandoned breathing mask that had once kept her alive filling her thoughts, that in the memory of the exquisite pain of a Sith interrogation. She moved her hand away quickly, hoping that no one else would notice. It was never a good idea to suggest weakness in front of a fellow Sith. You need to be strong, the darkness whispered. You need to be cold and powerful. She nodded grimly. Yes, she could do that. Her master laughed as he continued his questioning of their prisoner. It seemed to her that Lord Feer was getting lost in his work. He had not even tried asking a single question in the last 5 minutes. Avaryss' eyes narrowed. He needs to be careful, she thought. The man can tell us nothing if he dies during the breaking phase of the interrogation, and we do need answers. Our next target will not reveal itself, after all. A fresh scream escaped the man's lips as her master switched tactics. Lord Feer's golden eyes blazed with dark pleasure as he switched between the torments that the dark side of the Force allowed him to inflict. Avaryss eyed the prisoner with an evaluating look. How much longer would he be able to resist? Hopefully, she thought, not much longer. It was kind of hard to answer a question when your mind had been flayed away. She glanced at their three guests, her eyes focusing on the one of highest rank. He was the only full lord among them, with the exception of her master, of course. He looked a little green. "Your master enjoys his work, youngster," he said. Avaryss smiled. "That he does, my lord," she agreed with a sly smile. "That he does." Lord Kaas frowned. He did not seem to be enjoying the show any more than she was. Surprising, she thought. The man stood only one step lower than her own master. She was surprised to find him squeamish. A slender man with short brown hair and a beard, Kaas's presence did not suggest that he was a lord of the Sith. A long-time member of the Pyramid of Knowledge, he was to be one of Darth Thanadon's most loyal supporters. Yet here he was aiding us. Surely there are other ways to extract information, he said to himself, just low enough that she could hear, and Darth Feer would not. Not that his comment would insult her master, not now. He was currently lost in the dark side, lost in making the prisoner suffer. The Emperor himself could walk in right now, and Feer would be hard-pressed to acknowledge him. A fatal mistake, that degree of distraction, she made note of it, for future reference. Any advantage she could gain over her master would be worth it. When the time came, she intended to be ready. Lord Feer finally stopped. The prisoner slumped down against the table. He only remained upright thanks to his bounce. "Are you still with us, my friend?" Feer asked. "I do hope that I'm not boring you." Avaryss only just kept herself from rolling her eyes. This was a side of her master she had never seen before. It surprised her. She had always assumed that Bill got a sadistic streak from his mother. She was surprised to see her own master so eager to put it on display. Both Bill and his mother were currently away, attending to some other matter for their house. Avaryss was grateful that they were gone. Things were tense enough with their guests. They did not need Bill and Sinestra making things worse. She frowned slightly. Her master's sadism shocked her. It showed a lack of control. "And this is the man who wishes to overthrow the Emperor," the dark voice within her whispered. Avaryss frowned. Perhaps she had made a mistake. When he had first made the suggestion that they work together to ascend to the height of imperial power, she had agreed. She had been lost in the moment, she supposed. The picture he had painted for her had been too good, too distracting. She had not been thinking, but now her head was clear. She was thinking now, and she did not like their chances. Absent or not, the Emperor was still the Emperor. He had ruled the Sith for millennia. She doubted that Darth Feer was the first to think the old man vulnerable. One did not rise to the throne by being blind or foolish. All it would take would be one wrong word, one hint of her master's desire, and that would be it. The Emperor's wrath would descend upon House Feer. The master of them all kept a powerful warrior at his side, his wrath-given form. The Emperor's agent would not stop until all of House Feer was burned to ash. Their house torn down and destroyed, both root and stem. She did not like their chances if that came to pass. Though she possessed little talent for precognition, she had spent an evening in deep meditation, trying to probe the dark side, to try to get an idea of what might happen if they remained on this course. As she had meditated, she must have fallen asleep, and then, it had happened. In the deepest and darkest of moments, she had seen something. She had dreamed of herself as an old woman, small and hunched over, walking with the help of a cane, her aged body hidden by a heavy dark robe, but at the same time she felt the power of the dark side coursing through her. It was like an inferno in her blood. She was all-powerful, perhaps even invincible. She was the Emperor, and the galaxy was crushed beneath her heel. The feeling of it, the power of it, it was intoxicating. She dreamed of a great space station, perhaps the mightiest ever built. Flanking by 8 red-robed royal guards, she made her way to her throne room. The journey was exhausting. Her body was not what it had once been, but she was not discouraged. She smiled. The dark side was hers, and hers alone. Her apprentice did not understand. He was useful, but that was all. He would never take her place, never rise any higher than she wished. And now, he had found someone new. She would test them both, and take the one that triumphed. Beware your master, she thought. The one lesson he had never learned. She would remain the one true power in the universe. The dark side was hers. She would never give it up. She would rule the galaxy forever and, one day, the universe. What enemy could stand against her? Who would dare oppose her mighty empire? She cackled to herself. No one. She had just settled into her throne when she saw an enemy fleet emerge from hyperspace. She frowned as her blood-red eyes peered from beneath her dark cowl. She could feel the enemy's approach, feel their courage and their determination. They sought to destroy the station and murder her. She smiled. They were in for a surprise. Her spotted hand went to a button built into her throne. Fire at will, Commander, she rasped, her aged voice still possessing some strength. She woke up. Avaryss had sat up, her heart pounding in her ears. She could still feel the heaviness of old age about her, that in the burning power of the dark side. What she had felt, it was amazing. She had never known such power. She had giggled, almost drunk on the memory. I will be emperor, she thought. My blood will sit the Sith throne one day. It was certain. She could feel it. It was for that reason she had said nothing about Darth Feer's plan. If it was her destiny to rule, perhaps this is how it would happen. Perhaps he would win, perhaps he would become emperor, and in time, she would destroy him. She would take his place. Or perhaps you will stop him, the dark voice whispered. Perhaps you will betray Feer to the emperor. Could she do that, she wondered. Did she dare? The emperor would reward you well for knowledge of this treachery, and more to the point, if you ended it, any reward you asked for would likely be yours. She could have herself named to the royal court, put herself in a position that she could challenge for the throne one day. Possible futures had danced before the young Sith's eyes, too many to be sure which would lead her to where she wanted to go. In the end, she decided to be patient, for now. The emperor was not going anywhere. She still had time to come to a decision. A fresh scream from her master's victim brought her back to the present, that in her master shifting his attention to her. She stood at attention, awaiting his orders. Darth Feer grinned. Would you like to take a turn, Apprentice? He asked. It has been a while since you questioned someone, hasn't it? He chuckled. You do not want to get out of practice. Avaryss smiled. The memory of her torment on Korriban has spoiled the joy of information extraction. She would do it if she had to, but it no longer held any appeal beyond that. No, she would not deny her master his pleasures. I would not wish to spoil your own fun, my master, she said, offering a slight bow. Besides, I'm learning so much right now. It has been some time since I've been able to watch you work. Feer sneered. If he accepted her praise at face value, she could not say. His eyes fell on their guests. What about the rest of you? Her master asked. Would any of you like to take a turn? Lord Kaas coughed into a handkerchief, clearly trying to hide his distaste. At his side stood Itae, his apprentice. Avaryss was a little surprised to find that her friend had been drawn into this. Men like Kaas were usually beneath the notice of a Darth. Itae said nothing. She did not want to appear overeager, not when her master clearly held reservations about this. Their third guest had none. Lady Tasia Dresco, Itae's mother, grinned sadistically. I will take a turn, my lord, she said. It has been a while since I've been able to flex these particular muscles. Darth Feer laughed and motioned her forward. As you wish, he said. In fact, I find myself intrigued. He chuckled. I've heard stories about you, milady. I'm eager to see if they are all true. Itae's mother's eyes sparkled with predatory delight. You will find them quite true, my lord, she promised. You will see. She went over to the small table near the prisoner. An array of chrome blades and bludgeons awaited her. Avaryss shivered. She could feel Lady Tasia's pleasure through the force. Itae slid up close to her. Mother once dallied with someone in the Inquisitors, she whispered to her friend. she grew quite fond of interrogations during their time together. Avaryss shook her head. Too bad for this poor fool, she thought. The prisoner's name was Tiber Ko. He was a smuggler by trade, active mostly in the Republic's outer rim. He was also a former member of Republic SIS. He had left the service after the war, or most people thought. His name had come up several times in the decoded messages used by the Republic conspiracy. While Avaryss had been dealing the Republic enclave of Master Ponder, Lord Feer had placed a bounty on the smuggler. It had been high enough to attract the attention of a Mandalorian, and so the man had found himself captured and brought back to Dromund Kaas. A fact he was likely regretting right now. Her master had contacted Lord Kaas because the smuggler had been operating in territories that he had interests that involved House Dresco as well. That had brought Teia's mother and father into this. Baron Dresco was off-world right now, but was well represented by his wife and daughter. Teia's mother picked up a rather nasty-looking blade. It looked more like a butcher's tool than a surgical instrument. Avaryss winced when the lady began her work. Ouch, she thought, grateful that it was not she under the lady's tender care. Teia looked a little green herself, despite what she had seen during their training, not that Avaryss blamed her. Lady Tasia was clearly no mere amateur when it came to inflicting pain. Do not look away, daughter, she said in between the man's screams. This is part of your education. You must watch. Yes, mother, Teia said, steeling herself. Through the force, Avaryss could feel the lady's pleasure as she indulged herself. Get used to it, the darkness within seemed to say. If you are to be empress one day, you will likely see a lot of this. Yes, she thought, resisting the revulsion that tried to rise up. I will be strong. This act is of the dark side. I must learn to draw strength from it. The future is mine. All I need to do is claim it. 2 very long hours later, the group retired to Lord Feer's solar. War Master Feer awaited them, ready to provide whatever information they needed of him. What was left of the prisoner was being dealt with by the cleaning droids. Darth Feer chuckled as he wiped at some blood that had gotten on his hands. Hoth, he said jovially, turning to his apprentice. It seems you are going to Hoth, my apprentice. Avaryss nodded. She had never heard of this Hoth before, but it did not matter. She would go wherever this conspiracy led. She would go and destroy those involved. A terrible place, Lord Kaas said, pouring himself a glass of wine from her master's stores. A frozen wasteland, Teia's mother added. A wasteland that has become a graveyard since the last war ended. Lord Kaas shook his head. I can't imagine what the Republic would want there. According to my research, War Master Feer said, the man Lady Tasia just retired was well known for his ability to get military contraband. Hoth would be a good place to acquire such things, Lady Tasia said. She was still glowing after the experience of extracting the information from their late prisoner. My lord husband has profited greatly from going through the wreckage there. The space battle that occurred during the last war has left many prizes upon that world's frozen surface. Avaryss considered what she was hearing. How would Imperial wreckage benefit the conspiracy? War Master Feer provided the answer. If one were trying to frame a Sith house for this action or that, Hoth would be the perfect place to acquire tools to aid in such a scheme. Weapons, uniforms, and more importantly, technology that can be traced back to many a Sith house can be found among the dead that fell on that frozen world. And the code would do much to preserve anything provocative? Feer said, nodding. Yes, he agreed. Hoth would be a most valuable resource for our enemies. Lord Kaas straightened. Dresco, and I have holdings on Hoth. If you wish it, my lord, my apprentice will go and acquire what you need. Teia is quite skilled. Your offer is appreciated, Kaas, Lord Feer said, nodding, but I would prefer my own apprentice handle this matter. Avaryss is a proven commodity, and she has a talent for locating and destroying the Empire's enemies. Avaryss smiled slightly. It was always nice to be acknowledged for one's skills. Lord Kaas, however, did not look pleased. Some of what my agents are doing on Hoth is a secret, my lord, he reminded her master. I am hesitant to allow an outsider such intimate access to my affairs. Feer glared at him, about to put the Lesser Lord in his place for seeking to deny a Darth, and he would have, had Teia's mother not intervened. House Dresco also has interests on that world, she informed both men. My husband's salvage operation would be more than able to accommodate both your apprentices. We are more than capable of providing both a foothold and a base of operations for your missions there. The two men regarded the older woman, and then looked at the girls. Darth Feer smiled. Yes, he murmured. Yes, I think that will do just fine. You do not have a problem with this solution, do you, Kaas? No, the other lord agreed. If House Dresco is willing, I shall accept that this matter be made a joint operation as well. Avaryss tried not to laugh. A joint operation? She did not think so. Kaas and Feer had no idea. Teia was hers. She had been hers since their time on Corbin. Teia would say only what Avaryss told her. She knew where her future laid. Teia would do nothing to jeopardize Avaryss' success. This is perfect, she thought. She would be able to work completely unfettered on this, Hoth. I shall accompany the girls, I think, Lady Tasia stated with a cool smile. Has been far too long since I've tasted the blood of our enemies. The statement surprised Avaryss, and from the look on her face, Teia too. Avaryss shot her friend a questioning look. The blonde merely shrugged. She clearly did not understand this either. I would hate to take you away from your business here, Lady Tasia, Feer said, clearly giving the woman an out. Teia's mother did not accept. I've been meaning to visit my husband's Hoth operations. I find that things run better after such visits. She smiled. It helps to remind our servants just who it is that they are serving, and in some cases, serves well to motivate their future efforts. Avaryss glanced over at her master, hoping that he would intervene. She had no need for a chaperone, and more to the point, she did not desire to see Teia distracted. Her friend was almost hers, body and soul. She did not need her mother confusing the matter. Sadly, she got no help from Darth Feer, not in this. He shrugged. As you wish, milady, he informed the Lady Tasia, my apprentice and her crew will see you safely to Hoth, and once there, we can begin our operations. He turned to Avaryss. Tiber Ko was a known associate of the Red Eclipse, a pirate gang. Is that not correct, Feer? The old War Master nodded. You will seek them out, find out if they have been selling any Imperial contraband to Republic agents. If so, get the name of those buyers and their locations, and then dispose of them, Avaryss said, bowing. It will be done, my master. Good, Feer said. Most excellent, my child. With your leave then, my lord, Teia's mother said, bowing slightly. I shall inform my husband of what is happening and prepare for the journey. My apprentice will be ready as well, Lord Kaas promised. Teia nodded, though Avaryss could sense her nervousness of going on this trip with her lady mother. We will handle it, Avaryss thought. We have come too far for anything else. Before she could leave, Lord Feer stopped her, his hand on her arm. Do not let the lady intimidate you, my dear, he advised. You know our destiny. You know what awaits us when we succeed. She thought of herself on the throne. She imagined what kind of life she would lead when the throne was hers, what secrets would be unveiled to her. It was worth the risk. That future was worth the risk. She smiled slyly. I know, my master, she said. The future will be ours. Chapter 36. The journey to Hoth had been an uneventful one. Avaryss Interceptor made good time, and arrived several hours before they were expected. The Sith had established a space station in orbit, just in case the weather on the planet below did not allow for a safe landing of supplies or troops. It seemed that salvage was not the Empire's only interest here. Avaryss realized, perhaps there was more to this ice ball than met the eye. She reached out with the Force, trying to sense what was so important. The world had a strange flow to it. She felt something familiar, something she could not put her finger on. She found herself looking forward to going down for a closer look. They stopped at the station first. Lady Tasia's people provided them with suits and equipment, tools that would allow for Avaryss and her team to function better in the planet's sub-zero temperatures. They even offered transport down to the surface. House Dresco had been preparing to send down a supply drop in special adapted shuttles. These ships had been designed to function in the ice world's harsh environment, and most important of all, they were known by the various elements that had settled here since the last war. The various outlaw factions that had bases here knew not to interfere with the shuttles. House Dresco had paid to ensure their safety. According to Lady Tasia, it would be the easiest and safest way to journey down to the planet. The older Sith had said little to Avaryss since they had left Dromund Kaas, and more to the point had done her best to keep her daughter from Avaryss' side as well. She did not really know what to make of that. Did Tasia know about their alliance? Did she disapprove of the fact that her daughter had feelings for Avaryss, and that those feelings had caused her to side with Lord Feer's apprentice? She could not say for sure. The Lady Tasia barely looked at Avaryss during the journey. When they did speak, it had been only about logistics and what they might expect when they reached Hoth. The fact that her mother was with them had had an effect on Taya. She said little or nothing to her old friend. Truth be told, Avaryss had looked forward to Taya's presence on this mission. It had been a while since they had hunted real prey together, and she had looked forward to the journey as well. Taya would, by now, been a wellspring of information about Gauss' interests, and after a night or two in her dear Avi's quarters, she would have been so bound to her friend that no amount of training from Gauss would ever free her. Feer's apprentice was not above using any weapon in her arsenal to get what she wanted. If an act of love would make Taya hers, she would do it. Besides, it would be an amusing distraction. Yes, Avaryss had looked forward to that. She would have happily made Taya even more her willing slave, but Lady Tasia's presence had prevented that. During the entire journey, the daughter had never left the mother's side. The two had spent almost the entire journey training in the ship's cargo hold, sparring in some form of hand-to-hand combat that Avaryss was not familiar with. She had watched some of that training on one of the bridge monitors. It was a most impressive display. Clad only in their undergarments, the two women had fought back and forth. Their already quick reflexes made even quicker by their skill with the Force. It was a display of skill that was lethal and strangely sensual. Rink had been mesmerized as he watched. Avaryss, using her own understanding of lightsaber combat, tried to decipher the fighting style. Ironically enough, it was her brother who figured it out when he had glanced down at the screen that Avaryss and Rink had been watching. "Echini," he said, nodding. "That explains a lot." Avaryss blinked and looked at him. "Echini?" she asked. "I'm guessing that your friend Taya and her mom are of Echini blood. The fighting style is inherent to their people, and the fact that Lady Taya looks so much like her mother is further evidence." She gave her brother a questioning look. "Evidence of what?" "I've heard it said that Echini children are born with the features of their same-sex parent. Daughters are almost exact copies of their mothers, sons of their fathers, or so the stories say." Barrick chuckled. "I had an Echini-trained instructor in basic. As lethal as she was beautiful, the men used to say that if they had ever gotten with her, at least they would know any daughters produced of that union would be pretty." "Well, that's wizard," Rink chuckled. "Me, I just thought that Lady Taya might be a clone." Avaryss did not reply. She had been too busy thinking. An interesting genetic trick, she thought. She wondered what purpose it served the Echini in the past. It might be fun to find out. Regardless, it gave her another lever to pull with Taya's mother. She would ask the woman about her Echini heritage, if she even was born of those people. It might lead to a better understanding between them, and offer her a way to get into the lady's good graces. Sadly, she had not really gotten the chance. She got the feeling that the Lady Tasia did not like her very much. If that was so, it made it that much harder to get Taya alone, much less find out about the matters she had trusted Taya to investigate while she had been gone hunting for Jedi Master Ponder. "This is just something that I'm going to have to deal with," she realized. Once this mission was concluded, she would be able to get Taya back on track, For now she simply had to focus on finding the link between the outlaws on Hoth and the conspiracy she had been investigating. That goal needed to take priority right now. She would see to matters between her and Taya later. For now, she needed to focus on the mission. The group was to be divided among the 6 shuttles heading down to the planet. Rink was to remain behind on standby, just in case they needed a quick exit from the planet. Beric agreed to go with Quinaya to make sure the former Jedi did not decide to switch sides when she got close enough to a place with Republic leanings. Avaryss had expected to take a shuttle down with Taya, but again, her mother blocked her. She would instead be accompanied by Ensign Holly. The engineer was quite eager to get this mission started. She even had hopes that she might find some components that would help get the HK up and running. Avaryss was willing to give her that chance. They had been so close last time. She was starting to think that if anyone could get the droid functioning again, it was the ensign. The shuttles all launched together from the station. They would rendezvous at House Dresco's facility down on the surface. Avaryss sat next to Holly, both now dressed for cold temperatures. The Sith soldiers that were accompanying them said nothing. They seemed more than focused on what was to come. Avaryss reached out with the Force, trying to get an idea of what was awaiting them. It did not take her long to get an answer. The ships fell under attack as soon as they breached the atmosphere. Explosive shells began to detonate all around them. The shuttle rocked violently with every near impact. So much for safety, Avaryss thought. It seemed that they were expected. She rose from her seat and made her way to the cockpit. One of the 2 Imperial pilots looked back at her as she entered. "What is going on?" she demanded. "We are taking fire from the surface, my lord," the man replied. "No kidding?" she thought, rolling her eyes. "Take evasive action," she ordered, "but get us to the surface as fast as you can." "As you say," the 2 pilots replied in unison. She returned to her seat, shaking her head. She would have been more confident about this had Rink been at the helm. "What is going on, my lord?" Holly asked. "We're being fired upon from the surface." "By who?" "I don't know," Avaryss admitted, shaking her head. Her eyes narrowed. So much for them being safe in the Dresco shuttles. It seemed that Lady Tasia had been wrong, that she had misjudged the situation. She could not help but wonder if this had something to do with the conspiracy as well. Dresco had paid off the scum on the surface, or so Lady Tasia had said. Perhaps the person, or persons, working with Tiber Co. were onto them. Perhaps this reception was to make sure that her investigation went no further. Her holo communicator was beeping. She pulled it out and activated it. Lady Tasia shimmered into existence. "What is going on?" Avaryss demanded. "Obviously my husband did not pay the scum enough," the lady replied sourly. "They will answer for this insult with their lives." It was at that moment that the shuttle accelerated, dropping quickly, leaving Avaryss' stomach somewhere above them. "Fear not, young one," Tasia said. "My pilots know their business. We will be safely down shortly." The hologram winked out. Avaryss sighed. She hoped that Taya's mother was correct. This was not the way she had wanted to start this mission. The shuttle continued to rock back and forth. The impacts did not seem to be hitting the shuttles, but they were enough to knock them around a bit. Avaryss glanced over at Holly. The engineer's expression was one of weary concern. "Our shields should hold," she said. "Ground-based rockets shouldn't have the punch too." The shuttle shook violently. A loud whine came from the back and fell silent. The shuttle began to pitch forward. Avaryss heard screaming in the distance. She did not realize that it was her own. A section of the hull blew away, revealing a bleak blue sky. Through the hole she watched as another of the shuttles was hit and vanished in a ball of orange flame. The world beyond spun crazily. If you asked her later what happened next, Avaryss would not have been able to tell you. They were hit again, and then a second time. Alarms blared in her ears. She remembered a sense of vertigo as something tore away the straps holding her in her seat. Then she was flying through the air, something long and sharp digging into her shoulders. "What the?" There was a flash of heat behind her, the shuttle finally meeting its fiery demise. She heard the cry of a pained animal, but was unable to look up. Explosion continued to go off all around her, and her flight became chaotic as she seemed to zig and zag through the air. She had been unable to focus. The world swung back and forth like some crazed pendulum. Something struck her head and the world went black. The last thought to go through her head was this could not be happening. She was destined to sit the imperial throne. She could not die like this. She couldn't. Then everything went dark. She awoke to both pain and cold. Avaryss groaned and opened her eyes. She was surrounded by snow and ice. The young Sith rubbed the back of her head as she rose gingerly. Yet still, a wave of nausea almost put her back on the snowy ground. She closed her eyes and breathed deeply until the dizzy spell passed. When it finally did, she slowly opened her eyes. She sat up and took in her surroundings, spying several pieces of Imperial equipment and feeling a slight cold breeze on her face. Salvage, she wondered, had she been found by some scavenger? Was she now a prisoner? That did not seem the case. She was unbound, and her lightsaber was still clipped to her hip. If she was a prisoner, her jailer had made two very foolish moves. If she was supposed to be a captive, she would make them answer for it. She looked up, seeing sunlight streaming through an opening in the ice, a circular hole large enough for several people to slip through. Slowly she began to piece together what had happened. The ship had exploded. She remembered that. She remembered falling, flying, yet could not quite remember how. She had been in no shape to call on the Force, that had been for certain. She had not been able to use her powers, yet somehow she had survived. Now she seemed to have found her way into an ice cave of some sort. She examined her body. She saw no sign of serious injury, and any pain could be dismissed as minor cuts and bruises. Sadly, her weapon was not so fortunate. A close examination of her lightsaber revealed that her weapon had taken some damage during the trip down, struck by some shrapnel, perhaps. The casing of the hilt was damaged. She suspected that the power cell within had been destroyed. Not good if she wanted to use the weapon anytime soon. She had a replacement cell in one of the pouches built into her combat suit, but it would take time to repair her weapon. She was not sure where her rescuer was, and thought it prudent that they not realize that her weapon had been damaged, just in case. Besides, she was not defenseless. She could kill with the Force as easily as she could her lightsaber. Whoever had wished her ill on this planet had failed in their mission. She still drew breath, and could fight if she needed to. Of course, that knowledge led to another question. Yes, she had survived. But how, she wondered. How? How am I still alive? The crunching of snow outside and a slight buzzing sound told her that something was coming. She lay back down, feigning unconsciousness. She watched through slitted eyes, wondering just who or what had brought her here. She was curious who this person was. She felt a familiar presence, but it seemed different somehow. A large furry creature entered the cave, carrying more pieces of Imperial tech, a portable transmitter, she thought. She watched the creature through slitted eyes. She did nothing to reveal that she had awakened. The creature was unfamiliar to her. It was humanoid, but covered in a thick gray fur, broad shoulders, with a large circular head. 4 dark eyes peered out from a nondescript brow, and a small pink proboscis buzzed thoughtfully as the creature set down its burden. What are you? Avaryss thought. And why would you save me? What is? The alien shuddered and then began to shrink. Avaryss only just managed to suppress a gasp. What the? The hulking frame shrank inward, the fur dissolving away. It was replaced with pale skin, human skin. The gray round head sprouted a nest of curly red hair. The 4 eyes seemed to melt together, becoming 2 human ones, familiar ones. As Avaryss watched, the alien thing vanished, and in its place stood Ensign Holly. The engineer shivered as she picked up a damaged coat from a crate behind her. The engineer no longer wore her thermal suit, and seemed to be making do with a simple coat and coveralls. She muttered to herself as she inspected her prize. She opened a small panel on the side and got to work. Trying to repair the transmitter, Avaryss realized, good, but that did not explain what she had just seen. It was time to get some answers. Ensign, Avaryss said, her voice both strong and cold. The girl yelped and spun around. My lord, she gasped, you are awake. Praise the Emperor. Avaryss sat up. She pinned the young officer with a cold gaze. She was not sure what she had seen just yet, but she would know. What are you? She asked. Holly gave her a wry smile. An engineer in the Imperial Navy, she replied. Avaryss' eyes narrowed. She was in no mood for games. What are you? She repeated now. Holly winced. I'm a human woman, she said. You weren't a few moments ago. The girl looked sick. You saw that? Avaryss nodded. Damn, Holly said, shaking her head. Now I've done it. Avaryss' frown deepened. You will explain yourself now, she demanded. The girl looked down meekly. That was the towels, she said. I find their shape serves well in cold places. So you are towels. Avaryss said. That is your species. No, it was just something that I can turn into. I was a Tals, but now I'm a human woman again. You are not human, Avaryss said flatly. The ensign shrugged. I am most of the time. She pursed her lips. She looked anxious, perhaps wondering how best to explain this. It is a bit of a story, she said. Avaryss glanced around the cave. Are we in danger? She asked. Is anyone after us? We are safe for now. Holly said. I did some scouting. I saw no sign of pursuit. I don't think anyone saw us come down. The ensign glanced at the transmitter. You've been unconscious for about 4 hours, my lord. I found this cave, and it should serve us well if we are not found before nightfall. I was able to salvage a few things from the shuttle wreck. I got the ship's portable transmitter working again. At least I think I have. Help should find us soon enough, provided anyone is out looking. Avaryss nodded. Good, she thought. If a rescue party did not find them before nightfall, they were at least out of the cold. She thought she recognized some heating coils that had been a part of the shuttle's cargo sitting off in one corner. They would not warm things up enough to melt the ice, but they would keep the air warm enough that both Sith and, whatever it was Holly was, would survive. All she could do now was wait and listen. Then speak, she commanded. It seems that we have time. Holly nodded and sank down in the snow across from Avaryss. She began her tale. At the very least it would help pass the time. Rescue would come, Avaryss was sure of it. Her destiny would not end here. She had too much left to do, an empire to conquer. But first she had to survive. And survive she would. Holly sighed and ran her fingers through her curly red hair. A grease spot had appeared on her cheek. As she sat there, it migrated up to her forehead. Interesting, Avaryss thought. What was that? Something like a nervous twitch, she supposed. All the little things she had observed on Fury started to make sense. Holly had been hiding a very big secret, hiding it right under not only Avaryss, but the Empire as a whole. The young Sith could not help but be a little impressed. Holly took a deep breath and finally met her master's eyes. Avaryss could sense her fear, but also a sense of determination, that and a desire to not to show fear. You ask me my species. To be honest, I really don't know. My parents found me alive on a derelict ship when I was very young, 2 or 3, I think. Holly pursed her lips. They did not know what I was either. They had never seen a ship like it, or so my father claimed. In the end, they just called me a changeling. Avaryss nodded. It was an appropriate name, she supposed. Growing up on Audiobook, several of her bedtime stories had involved encounters with changeling. They were often portrayed as liars and manipulators. Not as bad as the Jedi, but still untrustworthy, and a threat if ever encountered. Those childhood fears tried to rise up, only to be squashed by Avaryss' will. She was not a little girl anymore, and besides, Holly had saved her life. If saving a life does not buy you a bit of leeway, she did not know what would. So you were a foundling. I suppose, Holly admitted. When you say your parents, I take it you mean the traveling mechanics, not your birth parents. They are my parents, she said with a sniff. They protected me. They raised me. I don't really remember anything before they found me on that ship. As I said, I was very young. Holly looked down at her hands. As Avaryss watched, her hand shot out like the tongue of a frog dog. It moved so fast it had almost been a blur. The next time Avaryss looked, the girl was holding a spanner, wiping at the grease on it. Again, Avaryss could not help but be impressed. Imagine what she could do if that had been a blade in her hand, the dark voice within whispered. With that kind of speed, Holly could open up a man's throat before he even realized what had happened. It was a most impressive display. I asked my parents about the ship they found me on, Holly murmured, wondering if it might give me any clue to where I came from. They had no answers. All that they would tell me was that they boarded that ship with my little sister in tow. She was about 3 at the time. The ship had been floating on the edge of a nebula. It probably scrambled their sensors. It is probably why they did not detect any life readings. Mother stayed with Inga while Dad searched the ship. Mom was only partially watching her, I think. She told me she was trying to slice the ship's main computer at the time, and with the door sealed, there was no way that my sister could wander off. When she did finally look over at my sister, she realized that she wasn't alone. An identical little girl was playing with her. Holly smiled. That little girl was me. Your mom did not freak out, seeing something that looked identical to her child. My parents have seen a lot of strange things during their travels. I guess I was the strangest. Mom called us both over, offering us sweets. That is one of my earliest memories, that and when Dad came back. The engineer laughed. He was surprised, to say the least. Avaryss frowned, still not sure what to make of the story. And they took you in, just like that. I think they recognized that I was a child, and took pity on me. The ship they found me on with in a bad way, the reactor only a few hours away from melting down. I would have died had they not taken me in. They named me Lou Jane, and I've considered myself their daughter ever since. Did they ever try to figure out what you were? A few times in the beginning, I think, not that they had much to go on. The ship I was on exploded, and I was too young to answer many questions. They might have tried testing my blood once, but that did no good either. When I'm in human form, my DNA reads as human, and I spent so much time as one it has become my default shape. When I lose concentration, it is to this form that I return. I'm not really sure what I was before this. I see, Avaryss said. Holly shrugged. As I grew older, I learned to control my abilities. I stayed hidden and watched the various aliens that my father interacted with. Twi'leks, Dugs, Rodians. I'm actually quite skilled at turning into a Rodian. I learned their language in about 2 weeks. Most people would not even recognize my accent when I'm in my Rodian form. You learned an alien language in 2 weeks? Avaryss asked. I've always had a good memory, Holly admitted. It served me well during basic training. I passed my engineering tests in the top percentile of my class. I was proud of that. As you should be, the young Sith said, nodding slightly. Never miss the opportunity to excel. I'm glad you agree, my lord. Does anyone else know what you are? Did you ever tell any of your instructors or superiors? The only people that know what I am are my parents, and now you. The engineer shook her head. I did not want my ability to change to hurt my career. It can be such a burden sometimes. Avaryss grinned. A burden, she said. What a cold description for such a wonderful gift. Holly blinked. Wonderful. Avaryss nodded. You could have told your superiors, you know. A changeling like yourself could have found many opportunities. Holly gave her a cool look. You are aware of the Empire's policy on aliens? Yes. I am, but an alien who can change her shape. That is a skill that could have helped you advance very quickly in the Empire. But not as an engineer, and that is what I wanted to be. We have many engineers, Avaryss reminded her. You could have been a slave. Holly interrupted her. Had I revealed what I was, I would have disappeared from boot camp and been transferred to Imperial intelligence. If they did not kill me outright, they would have pumped me so full of drugs and potions that by the time they were done I would not have remembered my own name. They would have assigned me a number and started sending me out on espionage missions, maybe even to assassinate people. Holly sighed. I believe in the Empire, my lord. I want to serve it, but I want to do it on my terms. My ability to shapeshift is not my only talent. I'm a good engineer, a damn fine one if I do say so myself. She leaned back against the ice wall, her expression hard. If you no longer wish my services, I will put in for a transfer when we return to Dromund Kaas. Your secrets are safe with me. I've never betrayed a superior, whether they be an officer or a Sith. I have no desire to start now. Avaryss almost laughed. She did not understand, poor girl. What she knew of Avaryss' missions was minimal, certainly not enough to jeopardize anything. If she had become a threat, Avaryss would have just killed her. There would be no reason for a transfer. Not that Avaryss would allow either, not now. She had found herself a changeling, a real flesh and blood shapeshifter. She would be damned before she let her go. An ambitious young Sith could think of many uses for a changeling. Holly did not realize it yet, but she had just been upgraded in Avaryss' eyes, not just because she saved her life, but because of all the future opportunities that now opened themselves up to her. Your secret is safe with me, Ensign, she promised. The Fury still needs its engineer, and I still need my HK repaired. Holly gave her a hopeful look. So you are not mad at me for not telling you about this? Avaryss snorted dismissively. You could have left me to die on that shuttle, but you didn't. What kind of monster would I be for not acknowledging that? As for your other talents, I may have a use for them later. If you are willing. I live to serve, my lord, Holly said, saluting. You let me keep doing what I love, and I will do my best to help you, both as your engineer, and as, well, the other thing as well. Avaryss chuckled. Good, she thought. Very good. The transmitter behind them beeped loudly. Holly rose from where she was sitting and checked the small screen on its surface. Someone has received our transmission, she said. They are responding in an old merchant's code. My parents taught it to me. What does it say? Avaryss asked. That they are coming, that we should expect them soon. Really, Avaryss said, frowning slightly. She tilted her head slightly, reaching out with the force. A shiver ran down her spine. The young Sith sighed. So much for being saved. Are you armed, Holly? She asked. I was able to salvage a blaster carbine from the wreck, and I have my sidearm. Why? Avaryss gave her a predatory smile. The enemy has found us. I can feel it. Holly frowned. It looked like she was going to say something, but thought better of it. As a member of the Imperial Navy, Holly knew better than to question a Sith. What are we going to do, my lord? The only thing we can do, Ensign, she said, drawing her lightsaber. It still needed to be fixed, but that shouldn't take too long. She was going to need it. We are going to kill them all, Avaryss informed her. Every last one. Chapter 37. You know what to do if I fall, yes. Avaryss glanced over at her companion. Ensign Holly, once again, and her tall form nodded. I know, the changeling answered, her voice buzzing through the alien proboscis. Despite her alien appearance, Avaryss could still see concern her crewmate. She practically radiated it through the force. The Sith almost smiled. It was cute that Holly was concerned about her, but that did not change the fact that the plan they had agreed to needed to be carried out. It was for the good of the Empire after all. Avaryss had no desire to see all she had worked for end because some thugs had gotten lucky and killed her. Holly's role in all this would ensure that her hunt for the conspiracy would not die with her. If she did die, Holly would surrender immediately. She was to claim that she was a Tals enslaved by Avaryss and heap many blessings on the thugs for setting her free. Avaryss hoped that whoever was coming would accept this, and offer no further violence against her comrade. From there, Holly was to wait for the right opportunity to contact Taya or the rest of her crew. Whatever happened, she was determined to see that those who killed her joined her in death. From there they were to report back to her master. Hopefully he would not lose interest in the investigation. Hopefully he would see it through to the end. Not that Avaryss intended for him to enjoy his victory for long. A while back she had arranged for Beric to discover the truth about what had happened to their family, provided that she was no longer around to tell him. Even in death, she intended to make sure that Lord Feer eventually answered for what he had done. She would not be there to see it, but the knowledge of it alone kept her warm on a cold night, and on Hoth, it was very cold. "You are not dead yet," the darkness whispered in her ear. "Do not be so quick to give up on life." She had not, but at the same time, only a fool did not prepare for the future. She and Holly had done what they could to gird themselves for this fight. Hopefully it would be enough. Holly had done what she could to give them an advantage. The first thing she had done was try to alter the transmitter signal, draw the attention of any Sith forces currently active on Hoth. She had been at it for about 10 minutes when she finally stepped back cursing. "No luck, my lord," she growled. "It doesn't have enough power or range, and even if it did, we are probably well within a jamming field right now." Holly shook her head. "We're on our own." Avaryss nodded, but at the same time did not give up. There was more than one way to get a message out, especially when one was force sensitive. She reached out into the darkness, reaching out with both her mind and her heart. She had hoped to contact Taya. Given their past and the intimacy they had shared, it should have been easy to call out to her friend, to call for help. Once again, she was thwarted. Something was wrong on Hoth. The deeper that Avaryss went into the Force, the more and more she felt it. It was, well, she was not exactly sure what it was. It felt like someone hollered a light in the void that was the dark side. It felt like there was some wellspring of light side energy that was limiting her connection to the dark. She had never sensed anything like it. This planet was a graveyard, the site of a great battle from the last war. It should have been steeped in the dark side. Her powers should have been enhanced her, yet they were being limited by something. She had no answer. She could not even speculate what was causing it, and sadly, she did not have the time. The enemy was coming, she could sense it, a drawing sense of menace. They needed to be ready. She and Holly both needed to be. As they had prepared, Avaryss had found herself looking at her ally with new eyes. What she had learned had changed the way she saw the engineer. As Holly had readied herself for battle, doing her best to weaponize what she had salvaged, Avaryss used the Force to make the necessary repairs to her lightsaber. The weapon's components floated before her as she used telekinesis to check her weapon for any damage. She had done this many times before. By now, she could assemble and disassemble the lightsaber with her eyes closed, using nothing but the Force. It had been her master's will, and she had excelled at this exercise. "This weapon is your life, apprentice," Darth Feer had told her once. "It is not enough to simply know how to use it. You need to know its functions as intimately as you know your connection to the Force." To that end, in the first 2 months of her training, he had had her take the weapon apart and put it back together again, and again, and again. First using her hands, and then using the Force. One of her last tests had seen her bound and tied to a chair. She had had only 10 minutes to reassemble her weapon and free herself before her master set 3 wild Tukata on her. She had passed that little test, and now she stood prepared to face this latest one. The lightsaber and her Force powers were not only weapon here, however. She also had Holly, and she wished to know exactly what that meant. She questioned her engineer, trying to grasp exactly what it was she had to work with. "I don't suppose you could turn into a giant beast and scare our enemies off?" she asked the changeling. Holly chuckled. "That would be nice," she replied dryly. "Sadly, I can't do it. My abilities are limited to forms close to my own size." The engineer sighed. I can make myself slightly larger or smaller, but that is not the easiest of trick. It is often like flexing a muscle. I can't keep it up for long. Holly glanced at her. What about you, my lord? Me? Holly nodded. I've seen you do some amazing things. Isn't there some spell that you could cast? Couldn't you win this fight before it even starts? It was a good question, Avaryss thought. Unfortunately, it was not that easy. I know many spells, she confessed, many rituals, but they take time to prepare, and that is a luxury we don't have. The Sith shook her head. Besides, anything I cast could be just as lethal to us as it could be to our enemies. No, Holly, I'm afraid we are going to have to handle this ourselves. So be it, the engineer said, picking up a piece of ship's plating she had salvaged. The plating used on the shuttle was pretty sturdy, capable of easily absorbing a shot from a blaster or carbine. Avaryss had used the Force to bend the plating into a more useful shape. Holly, now in her tallest form, was now wearing that plating. The two of them had managed to fashion a crude breastplate, greaves, and helmet from the salvage. The Tals may not have been the most blaster-resistant creatures in the galaxy, but Holly and Avaryss had done their best to change that. Now armed with both her sidearm and carbine, Holly looked like an alien fighter ready to make war. She had also managed to find some detonators that survived the crash. It would have been better if they had had some explosives to use with them, but the triggering charge still made a pretty good bang, or so Holly claimed. The engineer managed to rig them to some metal struts she had salvaged. She now had 9 very nasty throwing spears with explosive tips. The arms of Atals were quite strong, and throwing such weapons might just give them the edge they needed. It was likely they would need every edge they could find. She felt their enemy's arrival before she heard them, saw the snow blowing in the distance. Avaryss smiled. This is when the fun begins, she thought. Let them come. We are ready. Their attackers arrived on 2 large land crawlers. The ungainly vehicles rumbled over the snowy surface, their wide tank treads chewing up the snowy terrain. The first looked to be a troop transport. She could sense many different minds, all radiating a sense of cruel eagerness. They thought this fight already won. They would realize how wrong they were. The second transport was likely what had brought down their shuttle. Where the other had an armored canopy protecting the passengers, this transport's back end was a plain flatbed. Mounted in the center of it was a large rocket battery, likely salvaged from one of the wrecks that had fallen on this world. It was both a different color and design than the crawler that it was mounted on. At least we will not have to hunt this scum down, Avaryss thought. They don't realize it, but they have delivered themselves into my hands. The thought made her smile. These creatures had come here to die. She sensed no fear as the crawlers ground to a halt. 30 armed thugs began to leap from their vehicles, armed with a mix of blasters, slug throwers, and edged weapons. Avaryss' hand dipped to her hip, to her repaired lightsaber. She was actually looking forward to a little blade-upon-blade action. From the rocket-launching crawler a voice rang out over a loudspeaker. You by the cave. Lower your weapons. We have you surrounded. Avaryss watched as the outlaws spread out. They stayed just far enough back that they were out of range, that Avaryss could not simply leap into the middle of them and start carving them up. A pity, she thought, but not unexpected. Clearly these creatures knew their business. It would not save them, but it would make such matters interesting. I am Avaryss of the Sith, she shouted, using the Force to make her voice carry, and I am your death. She smiled wickedly. Make your peace with the Force. She sensed a mix of nervousness and amusement from the outlaws. They knew enough of the Sith to be wary, but they still felt that the odds were in their favor, and they were mostly. It must have concerned the one on the loudspeaker, because his next words were not addressed to her. You Tals! You no longer have to take this woman's orders. She is dead. If you lower your arms, you will not be harmed. Avaryss almost laughed. She had hoped that the thugs would make that offer. Holly made a show of lowering her blaster. You stay where you are, animal. Avaryss spat. Try to run, and I shall cut you down. Holly raised her weapon again, no doubt convincing their attackers that she had been cowed. Good, Avaryss thought. It will help sell Holly's story if I fall. She tried to guess what was going through the criminals' minds at that moment. They were certainly facing down an odd pair. Avaryss, all in black with her thermal suit and black hooded cloak, cut an intimidating figure. Holly in jury-rigged battle armor, her gray fur slowly turning white from the blowing snow. Avaryss drew her lightsaber from her belt, but she did not ignite it, not yet. It was a standoff. She did not intend to be the one that blinked first. The thugs continued to spread out, trying to surround her. Holly had set a few surprises for them if they tried to go in back of the cave. She was actually looking forward to seeing them try. Last chance, Sith. The man on the loudspeaker cried out, "Submit or." The rocket carrier vanished in a ball of white-hot flame. The flash was so bright that Avaryss' chemically damaged eyes were momentarily blinded. A series of smaller explosions followed as the rockets within the launcher decided to explode as well. The explosion had thrown her enemies into disarray. The ones closest to the carrier had been knocked down. The ones farthest away opened fire on the Sith and her ally. It did not save them. The carrier explosion was just what Avaryss had needed. She lit her blade and leapt. She was among the outlaws before they could retreat. The slaughter began. Cries of anger and disbelief rose up only to be cut off as Avaryss' blade found head and limb. She used the force to pull the pin from grenades on the outlaws' belts and pushed them into their fellows when they detonated. She sent blasts of force lightning at those foolish enough to try to fall back and surround her anew. She distantly heard the sound of a blaster carbine. Ensign Holly covering her. To her right, she saw a walrus-faced thug take one of Holly's special spears in the chest. Avaryss flung him back with the force, and he exploded next to two of his comrades. She laughed as the darkness rose and swirled around her. So much death, she drank it in. It was a heady sensation. The dark side swirled like a hurricane, and she reveled in each death. As she fell upon another group of thugs, she noticed a blur behind them. A shadowy shape that was much more than it appeared. Avaryss smiled. They were not alone. It seemed that someone else had heard their distress call. Too bad for the outlaws. The troop transport rumbled to life, its treads churning up the snow as it reversed. All around the vehicle, surviving thugs fled, trying to reach it before it left them behind. Avaryss was not in the mood to let that happen. They are mine, she thought. I shall kill them all. She spotted one of the stragglers, skinny human with the cyborg eye. She raised her hand and sent a jolt of force lightning crackling towards him. It never reached its target. A lightsaber found its way into the lightning's path, absorbing the energy. They are retreating, Sith, one of her rescuers shouted. That's enough. Avaryss snarled. It was not nearly enough. She saw another thug, this one a Twi'lek. She flung her lightsaber at it, and again her attack was blocked. Another lightsaber flashed out, thrown with equal skill. It turned it blade away, sending flipping end over end towards a snowdrift. It's over, Sith. I said enough. Avaryss reached out with the force and pulled her weapon to her. She caught the blade and turned with a snarl on her lips. How dare this one stand between a Sith and her prey? At last her rescuer had stopped moving. He stood before her, his blade lit and humming, the violet light of it casting dark shadows on his face. Even clad in a parka and thermal suit, Avaryss recognized him immediately. I should have known, she thought. She had not felt his approach, just as she had not felt it on the wreck. She smiled evilly. Jazdar Ben, she said, bowing slightly. What a pleasant surprise. The Jedi Master smiled as returned her greeting, the slightest of nods. Hello again, Sith, he said dryly. We need to stop meeting like this. Tongues will start to wag. Avaryss' smile turned sly. The memory of their last encounter, and her master's punishment for it, was still fresh in her mind. That was all the Jedi's fault, she remembered. Now, at last, she had a chance to pay him back for it. The fight had stirred her blood. She was eager to spill more. Plus, given their first meeting, She was more than eager to make the Jedi Master her next victim. The sound of crunching footsteps behind her momentarily distracted her. She nearly brought her blade out and around, but stopped when she realized who it was. Holly, still in her tall's guise, stopped just short of her mistress and saluted. "They are retreating, my lord," she buzzed pleasantly. "The day is ours." "Not yet," Avaryss thought, "not yet." Jazdar Ben still draws breath. She did not care that he came to her aid. She did not care that he had likely saved her. He was a Jedi, an unpredictable and dangerous Jedi. The Empire would be better off with him gone. She started to advance, her sword still in hand, eager to see the matter done. Master Jaz stopped her with a smile, that and a glance over his shoulder. "Are you all right, my young Padawan?" Avaryss paused. She had not realized that another Jedi was there. "I'm fine, Master," the young man called back. "Few scrapes and burns, but that is it. He paused mid-sentence as Avaryss turned. In that moment, her entire world changed. They. Oh my. They had never met, the Padawan and her, not in the flesh, but she knew him. Had she been left blind and deaf, she would have known who he was. The Force sang to her, a song as familiar as a lullaby sung to a child over and over again. He was taller than she remembered. Like his master, he was clad in cold winter gear, the thick gray parka doing little to hide his broad shoulders. His goggles were pushed back up onto his forehead, giving her a clear view of his face. The two of them stared at each other, the Force curling between them, entwining like a pair of mating snakes. It was light and darkness mixing together, two parts of a single whole. They were a whole that had finally been restored, their close proximity awakening their old connection. If Master Jaz recognized it, he did not show it. He smiled slightly. "Padawan," he said, "allow me to introduce you to Avaryss of the Sith. She was the one that I encountered searching for Shire Veal on the wreck." The boy nodded, as tongue-tied as Avaryss, perhaps not truly believing what he was sensing. She understood. She could not quite believe it either. "Lord Avaryss," Master Jaz said, "allow me to introduce my Padawan learner, Finn Shadowstone." Avaryss blinked. Finn, she thought. He was here. Her dream friend, she had found him, or rather, he had found her. At last, she thought. "You are here," she thought. There was so much she wanted to say, but her voice had left her. He was here. She had never felt so strange, so drawn. "You are here." She smiled. "You found me?" Chapter 38. This was not how it was supposed to be. Standing out in the snow, watching the sun set below the distant mountains of ice, Avaryss wrestled with this one overreaching thought. She had gone through much to get to this point, to becoming both the Sith and the person she was meant to be, to walk the path to fulfilling her destiny. But in this one single moment, she felt cheated. It should not have happened this way, she thought, her hands curling into angry fists. This was not how it was supposed to be. All her life, the girl who would become Avaryss had wondered what would happen should she and he dream friend ever meet. She had imagined dozens if not hundreds of different scenarios. As she had grown older, many of those had involved kissing and talking of long-denied feelings. Avaryss sneered. How limited she had been, how weak that girl had been. Her dream friend was finally here. Finn Shadowstone was here. Yet, in that one defining moment, words had failed her. She had stood there and said nothing. She had felt their connection. Surely he had as well. But he had said nothing. Did he not recognize her? She had changed much in the last few years. No, that was impossible. She had felt his presence so strongly. Surely he had sensed hers as well. He had to know who she was. He had to. Did he disapprove of her choices? Did he blame her for choosing to walk the dark path? She snarled at the mere thought. If he thought less of her for that, then that was just too bad. The darkness was power and the chance to have everything she had ever wanted. She would be damned before she gave up on that now, certainly not for the approval of some Jedi Padawan. But he is not just a Padawan, a small voice within her said. He is your dream friend, he is Finn. And your choices may have doomed any chance of being together. What do I care, she murmured. I don't need him anymore. I have fell, and once I've restored him to life I will have true power, that in the love of a powerful equal. We shall reshape the Empire together. I don't need some Jedi fool. I'm Sith. I don't need him. An alarm sounded overhead, alerting her that she needed to come inside. The settlement shut its gates before dark, the nighttime temperature of Hoth falling well beyond the levels that most creatures could survive. Much like Fury 9, she thought, the blasted world had been where she first learned who she truly was, where she took her first steps on the dark path. It was a path that one did not turn away from lightly, especially when it offered such rewards at its end. She thought of the Sith throne, she thought becoming greater than anything she could have dreamed. Was that not worth tossing away a childish fantasy? Wasn't it? She turned and walked inside, paying little or no attention to the beings around her. The force was strong in none of them, which meant they were beneath her. They were nothing. Yet, still she found herself among them, forced to rely on their shelter at that moment. She shook her head. Irony. After their fight with the outlaws, Avaryss and Holly found themselves in a snowcrawler in the company of Jazdar Ben and his Padawan. They could have stayed behind, of course, waited for a Sith rescue team, but Avaryss felt that unwise. Who knew if the ones that attacked them had any allies around here? Plus, there was no guarantee that they could reach Itae and their other comrades before the outlaws returned with reinforcements. The choice had been an easy one. It was irksome, but easy. She had decided to accept the Jedi aid. The Padawan drove the crawler while the Master sat in the back with Avaryss and Holly. The changeling decided to remain in her Tal's form, not wishing to reveal what she was to anyone she did not know. A wise choice, Avaryss thought. Changelings had a bit of bad reputation in the galaxy. Even a Jedi might take steps to eliminate one, and besides, Holly's abilities remained at her and Avaryss' secret. She would not let an enemy know that she possessed such an ally for no good reason. Holly's powers might come in handy one day. There was no point in revealing such an edge to an enemy, or rather someone who would one day be an enemy. At first she thought that they may have been taken captive, that Master Jazz would take them back to some Republic outpost. He chose not to do that. Instead she found herself taken to a small independent salvager camp. According to Master Jazz, these people took no sides in the issues between Empire and Republic. They also had hypercom access, which meant that Avaryss would be able to contact her fellows. She had given him a surprised look when he informed them of their destination. We are still under treaty, are we not? He said with a shrug. Seizing you and your companion might be considered a violation of that treaty. He gave her a wry grin. And we wouldn't want that, would we? She smirked. Apparently not, she answered, though I do find myself curious, Jedi. What brought you to Hoth in the first place? You actually, he answered, or rather the story you told me back on the wreck. The conspiracy. She nodded. You are investigating on your end. The Jedi nodded. After our last meeting, I spoke with the Jedi Council. I told them what you had said, what you had encountered in travels. She gave him an arse look. They believed you. I find that surprising. Actually, they were skeptical. The bulk of the council thinks that this is some kind of Sith deception, that you were simply trying to stir up dissension among us. With good reason, she acknowledged. I will not deny that any problem for your order is a blessing for mine, but this time, I was telling the truth. The conspiracy is real. I tend to agree with you, he replied. I sensed no deception when you told me, and in the time since that meeting, I've seen some things that have made me more and more certain that you were telling the truth. I've shown that evidence to the council members that did not reject the possibility outright. They've given me enough leeway to continue to look into the matter. Have you had any resistance? She asked. Has anyone tried to oppose your search? Not in the way you might think. I've been contacted by several members of the Order, Members that have heard about what I'm doing, they have suggested that I let the matter be. After all, would the Sith Empire fragmenting truly be that bad of a thing? Avaryss laughed. They spoke to you, she chuckled, shaking her head. Had the Sith been running this conspiracy, they would not have been so restrained. You likely would have been eliminated for asking such questions. Don't believe that Republic intelligence is above that, Master Jas told her. Of course, if I were to die under mysterious circumstances, it will give credence to what I've been saying, that the conspiracy is real. I see, Avaryss said thoughtfully. So have they responded? In a fashion, the Jedi said, I've been forced to become more secretive with my movements. On no less than 3 worlds that I've investigated, I've found evidence that the site I've sought to examine has been cleaned out, completely sanitized. No evidence left behind. It sounds like someone is trying to make you look the fool, to discredit you. The Jedi laughed at that. That would not be hard, given my history, he said. Many in the Order see me as too unpredictable, a rogue unwilling to toe the line. Avaryss could see that, yes, and was also aware of how dangerous that made Jas Darbin. She frowned slightly. From both what she had heard and what she felt, Jas Darbin was not the type of Jedi to play at politics. He seemed to be following the will of the Force first and foremost. Such clarity could be dangerous in an enemy. Such a man would not shy away from doing something because it was politically inconvenient. He was following his heart in the Force. If the other Jedi she had encountered had been like that, she would have been in serious trouble. His fellows might consider Master Jas a great Jedi, but if anything, he was the farthest thing from. The light shone through him like a beacon. Such commitment might have been a problem for his order, but it also brought great power. That kind of connection to the Force was what most Sith only dreamed of. Politics and power games always got in the way. What would happen if a Sith chose to walk a similar path? What if they put the dark side first and foremost, and said to the void with politics? Such a Sith would be extremely dangerous. A Sith of singular vision would not play at politics. A Sith of such vision would no doubt conclude that the dark side should belong to them and them alone. Such a Sith would welcome a culling of the Order, perhaps ending things with only a single Dark Lord remaining, an all-powerful Lord, all-powerful, but alone. The Empire would not stand for that. It would likely take an alliance of Sith to eliminate such a foe. For a Sith, walking such a path would be a road to ruin. Such a journey would lead to great power, but ultimately destruction. Numbers would win out in the end. It was unfortunate, but that was the way it was. She looked at Jas Darbin with new eyes. To her shock and dismay, she had actually come to respect the Jedi, and found herself a bit envious of his clarity. So you have tried to mask your movements, she said, tried to catch the conspirators off guard, and arrived before they had a chance to remove all the evidence. That is right. What brought you to Hoth? I figured the salvage here might be valuable if trying to convince a Sith that a rival Lord was after them. My master and I had similar thoughts, she confessed. I came here to have a word with the leadership of one of the smuggler groups here. Trying to smoke out the middleman and find out who is behind all this. Avaryss gave him a sly smile. You will not happen to have any idea who might be in charge, do you? She sensed something that surprised her then, a slight shift in the Force, focused on Master Jas. Not a clue, he shrugged, but at the same time, he had spoken too quickly. Avaryss smiled. You already know, don't you? She snorted. Now who is lying? If the Jedi took offense, he did not show it. He shrugged. I have suspicions. I would not point fingers without proof. Are you going to tell me? She asked. He gave her a sly smile. Would you tell me if you knew? If you suspected someone, would you share that knowledge? No, she would not, she realized. Still, this was not about her, was it? This person threatens the peace, she reminded him. Surely stopping them should be your first priority. If it is who I think it is, they will be stopped, Sith. You have my word. You will forgive me for not wishing to take such a chance. The Empire is my home. I will not see it threatened. Holly, who had kept her silence up to this point, glanced over at her lord and mistress. Jaz Darbin seemed calm, but through the Force Avaryss could feel him preparing, if this did come to a fight. "Master," Finn had called out, "is everything all right back there?" Hearing Finn's voice stopped Avaryss in her tracks. She sensed confusion from him. He likely had not heard what had passed between them over the noise of Snowcrawler's engine. The tension had become thick between Jedi Master and Sith Apprentice. They were on a collision course. Neither seemed willing to give an inch. Surprisingly, it was Avaryss who decided to yield first. "Keep your secrets, Jedi," she said dismissively, "but know that if you do not end this mess, I certainly will. If I reach the mastermind behind all this first, know that I will offer no mercy. They will face the full brunt of my wrath." "Sounds fair," he said, nodding. "In the end, keeping the peace is what is important. If war does break out anew, it will not be because of some rogue elements in the Republic." In that moment, Avaryss decided to stand down. War would come, and with it a Sith victory. She was prepared to wait until the Empire was ready. When the conspiracy was crushed, and the Emperor decided it was time to take the battle to the Republic once again. "We will fight, but only when the Empire has the advantage. We shall let the Jedi keep the peace for now." "But only for now." They fell silent for a time. Both Jedi and Sith had learned something, both about their missions and each other. Yet, that is not what Avaryss desired most. Her eyes kept drifting to the cab of the Snowcrawler, to Finn. "He heard your call for help," Master Jaz informed her. "He did not know who he was coming to save, but he heard you." Avaryss frowned. She was not surprised, but now she had a problem. What was she going to do about this? About him? About Finn? What was she going to do? She barely looked up as the door slammed shut behind her. The settlement itself had been built into the belly of a destroyed Sith dreadnought. The technology that had kept the broken ship in space had been stripped out years ago, with the mountain that had crashed down into being hollowed out more so that the people here could expand their operations. It was just an empty shell now, protection against the snow and the cold, nothing more. It was a sight that did not please Avaryss, seeing something that had once been part of her people's military converted into a nest for outlaws and criminals. She had already contacted House Dresco's operations on Hoth. They would be sending a shuttle for her in the morning to bring her back. Taya had been ecstatic when she received the call. She had sensed that her old friend was not dead, but had worried what would become of her out in the cold. She need not have worried. Avaryss was not ready to give up her destiny. Tomorrow she would be back among her own people. In the meantime, she needed to decide what she was going to do about Master Jaz and his Padawan. Technically, they were still enemies of the Empire, and the Sith would benefit greatly in the Jedi Master's end. Of course, that meant that she would likely have to slay Finn too. She was not pleased with that idea. It did not please her at all. She made her way to the lodgings that the Jedi had helped her acquire for the night. He and Finn weren't staying, of course. That would have made it too easy. Holly was likely already back. Before Avaryss had left, the ensign had said she wanted to speak with the junk dealers here, see if she could find any parts for the HK. She likely would be back by now, and she felt a shift in the Force, a sensation that she had felt many times before, though she had not understood what it meant back then, but it had never so strong, never so acute. She smiled slightly. "Am I dreaming this?" She heard a familiar voice call out to her, "Or are you?" "I don't know." "Does it really matter?" she answered. It was those very same words that had defined their relationship so long ago. Now, they had come up again. Avaryss turned, finally meeting his eyes. Finn was still dressed in his winter gear. It was never really warm in this place to remove them, Avaryss realized. "Then why am I sweating?" she wondered. She could feel a single bead of sweat running down her back. She refused to acknowledge it as nerves, but it was there nonetheless. Jedi and Sith faced each other, far from the boy and girl they had been only a few short years ago. Time and the Force had changed them both. She found herself wondering just how much of their former selves remained. And so, she said, gesturing to the world around them, "Here we are." His hazel eyes met her red burning ones. His hair remained blonde and spiky, and despite the heavy winter clothes she could make out the braid in his hair. A Padawan's marking she knew now. Quinaya had had one too. She had cut it off after that business in the Enclave. They stood fairly close, but at the same time, she could sense the distance between them. It was a distance that had little to do with space, but with choices. When she looked upon him through the Force, she could see the light shining brightly within him. There was darkness there too, but not near enough to affect his place in the light. Turning her gaze inward, she was surprised by what she observed. Now that they were here, together, she could feel the tether that bound them. The Force seemed different when they stood in such close proximity. His light did not push back the darkness inside her, but at the same time, her darkness did not eclipse the light burning within him. Instead, the Force formed a sort of balance. The space between them shone like polished silver, the dark and light blending into one another, neither willing to give in an inch. Interesting, she thought. If only things had been different. If only the choices she had needed to make had not been necessary. She did not regret the ones she had made. They had led her here. It was enough. She could sense the tension in the air, neither seemed to want to cut through it. It was not fear, but a sense of nervousness. It had been so long since they had seen each other, there had been a time that they would not have thought themselves strangers, but that is what they had become. Too much had passed, too much blood and pain, at least, she feared that was the case. Unwilling to face the stalemate any longer, she decided to force the issue. She spoke first. "So your name is Finn," she said lamely. "It is a pleasure to truly know it at last." He chuckled nervously. "And you are Avaryss," he said, "not your real name, I suppose." "It is my real name," she said haughtily. "The name that I was born with no longer had any meaning for me, so it was cast aside, much like my old life." She smiled slightly. She could feel his confusion, but also the burning need to know, both about her and what had happened in the last few years. "Am I really so different to you?" she asked. It took him a moment to answer. She feared that he would not. It seemed like an eternity, but was in truth only a few breaths. "Do you think that you are not?" She shrugged. "I am what the galaxy and the Force has made me. I make no excuses for that." He shook his head. "It is you," he said. "I can sense it, but so much about you has changed. It is not just the effects of the dark side either. You even sound different." That made her laugh. "I needed to become someone more refined when I took my first steps into my master's service. It would not serve to sound like some bumpkin from a farm world on Dromund Kaas." She had worked hard to lose her accent, to embrace the haughty tones familiar to those living on the Sith throne world. In truth, she did it now without even thinking about it. It was simply the way she talked. Now, though faced with her childhood friend, something brought it back. "Does it please you to hear my voice like this?" she said, dropping her Dromund accent. It sounded strange to her. She had not used Kira's voice in such a long time. "It is nice to hear," he agreed. "I just wished what I felt through the Force could be so easily changed." Her crimson eyes narrowed. They flashed with anger. "You have no right to judge me," she spat. "I did what I needed to survive." "I looked for you," he confessed. "I've spent so much time in the last few years reaching out, trying to touch your mind, trying to make sure you were all right. I tried to find my way back to the safety of the dream we shared, but you were never there." Avaryss shrugged. "It is hard to dream when all you have is nightmares." The admission shocked her. It had come out before she had a chance to stop it. The bitterness in her own voice was unexpected. She had never lamented what she had become before. It was the path the Force had set before her. It was her destiny. Until now, she had never had a reason to question it. "The last time we spoke, you were in danger." "I felt it," he said. "What happened that night? Why did you decide to become this?" "This," she hissed at him. He made it seem like it was something wrong. How little he truly understood. This is what power looks like, Finn. This is what I had to do to escape a fate beyond my control. My family died in front of me. I would have died too. I would have died if the darkness had not come to me, saved me. Her heart pounded in her ears, her passions fired by the memory, and her old friend's condemnation. What did he know? He had not lived her life. This was the only way to survive. If I was to see the man who killed my family punished, this was the way. I make no apologies for that. Her hands curled into angry fists. You have no right to judge me. She expected anger. She expected him to lash out at her, at the Sith who had destroyed the girl who had been his secret friend for so long. It is what she would have done. It is what another Sith would have done. He sighed. I know what that is like, he said, making choices you should never have had to. He shook his head. I know very well what that is like. How? She spat. You Jedi reject emotion. How could you possibly know, or understand, what I faced? I was there when the temple burned, he said, his voice going cold and harsh. I was there when those when your people sacked the Jedi temple. I was only 10, and I watched as creatures in black robes with red blades butchered my friends and teachers. He shuddered. Through the force she could feel the anger that memory brought, the fury. The darkness within her reached out for it only to be pushed back by the light inside Finn's Shadowstone. He took a deep breath and blew it out. The anger and rage went with it. When he met her gaze again, he was calm. A few of us younglings escaped. We fled into the tunnels beneath the temple. As the world burned above us, we fled into the darkness of the lower levels, and in that place the darkness found us. We were set upon by the denizens of that place, some on 2 legs, and some on many. We did things we were not proud of, things we promised each other we would never repeat to our masters, fearing what they might say. For 3 weeks we wandered down there, lost and alone. It was only our connection to the Force and to each other that allowed us to survive. Finn smiled bitterly. We often talked about what was likely going on above us. We were so sure that the Order would prevail, that we would stop the invaders and drive them off. When we finally emerged, when we finally made our way back to the rest of the Order, we found out about the treaty. We found out about the Republic's decision to deal rather than fight on. He shook his head. I don't know about the others, but I felt betrayed. After all that we had endured, how could the Masters just give up like that? How could the Republic give up? No one else seemed to understand that. The surviving Knights and Masters called us heroes. They called us the Padawan Pack, even though most of us had not been chosen by a Master yet. He laughed again, a bitter sound. The greatest of the Masters wanted to claim us as their own. They thought our experience made us perfect candidates to be future leaders in the Order. Of the 5 of us that survived, 2 of us left the Order rather than endure what we all had come to see as hypocrisy. Of those of us that stayed, I lost track of one, and the other cut herself off to me. The last time we spoke it was like talking to droid, no feeling, nothing. Avaryss listened intently. She had never realized that her friend had endured such a trial. He had never let her see this side of him before. The glimpse of the darkness within him gave her hope. Perhaps he is not totally lost to me, she thought, and immediately felt shame. You have you forgotten him? She winced. No, she had not forgotten. Who is Fel? Finn asked her. She just resisted the urge to curse. Damn him, she thought. The emotions between them were too raw, too open. He was picking up her thoughts. She brought her mental shields up, seeking to keep him out. Someone I cared for, he said, not wishing to lie to him. They had never lied to each other before. Someone I lost. I see, he said. She felt a twinge of what might be jealousy, but it faded away quickly, much like his anger had. His control surprised her. You said you looked at your fellow Jedi as hypocrites, she said. What changed? What brought you back to the Order? Master Jazz, he replied. While the other masters ignored what we faced, thought we should deny what we were feeling, he made me face it. He made me acknowledge my anger and work through it. He helped me move past it. A waste, the darkness within Avaryss whispered. In that moment it sounded a bit like Lord Feer. She resisted the urge to frown. Had you only just embraced those emotions, she thought, given in to your rage, you would have achieved a power beyond anything you could know. You could have been something glorious, my love. She again fought the urge to blink. Her love? Where had that come from? She had moved past her puppy love for this Jedi whelp. Hadn't she? He smiled at her, a hopeful expression on his face. You don't have to go back tomorrow. You don't have to return to your people. She gave him a sly look. What was this? Some attempt to turn her. Foolish. That is not what this is. Kira Lila's voice rose up unbidden, perhaps given new strength by this meeting. He doesn't want to turn you. He wants to protect you, to save you. Is that truly so bad? Avaryss tried to ignore that question. I can't, she said flatly. Why not? He asked. You feel it too, don't you? The connection between us. It can't be some random coincidence. I have a responsibility to my master and to my people. I cannot and will not abandon them. She gave him a sad smile. Allow me to make a counter-proposal, she said. You can come with me. When my mission is done, we can vanish together. Leave Republic and Empire to their fates. My master would welcome you. He would show you much about the true nature of the Force. Finn looked at her, his expression sad. You know why I can't do that. Then you understand why I can't accept your offer either. She shook her head. It is too late for us. I don't know, he shrugged. The Force is complicated. Its ebb and flow can lead to many an unexpected place. He stepped towards her. In that moment, it seemed that the entire galaxy had faded away, that it was just the two of them, caught in the shining silvery connection that was their link through the Force. He stood close enough that she had to look up into his hazel eyes, just as he looked down into her burning red pools that were hers. He smiled sadly. He reached out and touched her face. She tenses at first, but then leaned in, feeling his touch, his true touch for the first time. Yes, part of her murmured. Oh yes. She closed her eyes, savoring the sensation. Will he try to kiss me? She wondered. Please try to kiss me. She opened her eyes, feeling the tug of their connection, a connection that was already starting to slip away. He is leaving me, she knew. He is leaving. I've heard it said that the dark side is seductive, he murmured, but I never thought it could be beautiful. She smiled then, not the sly grin of Avaryss, but Kira's gentle smile. Beautiful. A bit of pink colored her milk-white cheeks. He stepped away, and part of her almost wailed, almost called to him. I would wish you good luck, Sith, but... She nodded. I understand, she answered. I would say may the Force be with you, but... He laughed. I understand. He turned to leave, to walk back out into the galaxy, and away from her side. Finn, she called out. He stopped? Yes. She swallowed hard, her heart pounding. Her mouth was dry as a desert. She gave him a shy smile. Kira, she said. My name, once it was Kira. He nodded. Kira, he said as if testing how it sounded on his tongue. It is pretty. He left her then, to go back to his master, back to his order, and his precious Republic. A single tear ran down her cheek. She. The dark side rose up, and with it came fury and rage. Fury at the moment of weakness she had allowed herself, and rage that she would forget her destiny even for a moment. She was Sith. She was Avaryss. She was the future of the Empire. She turned with an angry snarl. She still had a mission to complete, and a master to bring low. That was who she was, that was what mattered. It was the only thing. You fool, she hissed under her breath, as she returned to her lodgings. You damned weak fool. Who she meant she could not say. Was it Finn who was the fool, or was it her? She didn't know. Did it really matter? Chapter 39. How many shuttles did we lose? Avaryss paced in her new quarters like a caged animal. Taya lounged on her bunk, grateful to not only have her friend back, but also to having a bit of time away from her lady mother. Parents can be hard sometimes. Avaryss knew. She remembered her own father, and how hard that she had tried to please him, be the daughter he wanted her to be. Though she mourned his death, she had come to see the freedom of being without such attachments weighing her down. The most dangerous people in the world were orphans. She had heard that once, and agreed with it. If one sought power, having no attachments could be useful. It was why she had kept her ties to Beric hidden from her peers. She still desired him in her life, but did not want her enemies, or allies, thinking they had found a weak spot, a crack in her armor. Protecting what was hers was hard. She had no intention of giving anyone ammunition to use against her. We lost 3 shuttles on the way down, Itae informed her. The supplies and troops on board were destroyed. Our shuttle took damage in that attack. We came down hard, but between Mother and my connection to the Force, we managed to escape with only a few bumps and bruises. Itae gave her a curious look. How about you, Avi? How did you make it down in one piece? Avaryss smiled at her friend. She continued to keep Holly's secret. By the time that Beric and Itae arrived at the smuggler settlement to collect them, the ensign had returned to her human form and asked only that her lord not tell the others about what had truly happened. Namely, that Holly had transformed herself into a great winged creature she had seen during her travels with her parents, a creature that had been strong enough to carry them both down safely. The form was strong, but only able to carry one other person. The ensign had wisely chosen her. Holly knew who was most likely to aid her on her journey up the ranks, Avaryss thought. And at the same time, it was good that there had been no other survivors. Avaryss would have needed to silence them, to protect Holly's secret. She wondered if Holly realized that. If so, then it was another point in the changeling's column. It showed both wisdom and drive to succeed. She would need that if she wished to advance. Knowledge was power, and all that Holly asked of her was to keep what she truly was between them. Avaryss agreed. She lost nothing by keeping the changeling secret, and by doing so had another card to play in future situations. She could think of many uses for a changeling, and now, she had one. She was most pleased. Itae may have been her friend, perhaps her one true best friend, but it was not in Avaryss' best interest to reveal what she had learned about the young engineer. Itae was Sith. She would understand, when the time came. She smiled at her companion. The dark side is strong in me, remember. Between his gifts and a bit of good fortune, Holly and I managed to survive. Glad to hear it, her friend said, smiling. I was afraid I lost you. Understandable, considering what happened, Avaryss said, choosing to not acknowledge the warmth in her friend's voice. She did not have time to play the lover's card right now. She tried to keep Itae on task, focused on what had happened. Someone needed to pay for this. Now is not the time to dwell on such things. It is much more important that we find a way to move forward, which includes punishing those responsible for this outrage. Avaryss turned to her friend. Has your mother figured out who tipped off those outlaws to our arrival? They seem to have targeted our entry vector perfectly. They were clearly both well organized and well armed, and when they came for Holly and me, they moved with military precision. The young Sith frowned. They did not strike me as thieves looking for plunder. Mercenaries are common enough here, Itae said dismissively. There are many veterans of the last war that turned to killing for profit after the treaties were signed. As for who was responsible, or rather who shared our arrival time, Mother found out. One of our communications technicians was making a little money on the side, selling our shuttle routes to one of the gangs here. Itae sighed. She has been questioning the man since late last night. Avaryss smiled slyly. I would like to have a few words with this tech, she said. Find out who paid him. Itae winced. That is going to be a problem, she said. Why? As I said, Mother has been working on him since late last night. I'm afraid words are a little beyond him now. Her friend looked chagrined. Kind of hard to talk when you have lost first your tongue, and then your jaw. In spite of herself, Avaryss shuddered. Her dark imagination filling in what was likely left of the man. It was not a pretty sight. Mother likes her work, Taya said. The fact that both of us almost died did not leave her in a merciful mood. Avaryss remembered watching the lady briefly during her interrogation of the smuggler back on Dromund Kaas. Lady Tasia did seem to know much about pain. She almost felt sorry for the treacherous technician. Almost. I trust she knows the value of restraint. We need answers. Mother will bring you what you need, Taya assured her. You can trust me on that. Avaryss nodded. So far their time on Hoth had not been a productive one. She had survived the attempt on her life, but she was no closer to finding how this all fit into the conspiracy, if it even did. If the conspirators were behind this, it was clear that she had finally gotten their attention. This may even have been in response to her destruction of their Jedi enclave. If it was them, then we are getting closer, Avaryss thought with a hungry smile. Eventually, the leaders of this conspiracy will have to realize that I'm not going to stop, that they will have to take action personally. When that happened, Avaryss would be ready. In that moment, she would have them all. Mother will get what you need, Taya assured her. For now, let us speak of other things, more interesting things. Her friend smiled broadly. Tell me about this Jedi of yours. Avaryss rolled her eyes. She should not have said anything, but, after everything that had happened, she needed to tell someone. Holly had not been there for their farewell, and even if she had, she would not understand. Taya knew her. She knew her drives and desires. She was also sworn to serve Avaryss in all things. If anyone could understand what passed between her and Finn, it was she. He is not as not Itae, Avaryss said, resuming her pacing. He is a Jedi, and I do not intend to let our encounter influence my judgment. In fact, it may be wise that I do not speak of him ever again. She sighed. He is dangerous. Taya grinned broadly. You've always had a thing for dangerous men, Avi. I'm surprised that this one worries you so much. Avaryss' eyes narrowed. I'm not worried, I'm concerned. This connection between him and me is dangerous. It could be exploited. She stopped and faced her friend. He could destroy us all. She expected Taya to understand what she was saying. She expected her to agree with what she had said. What she did not expect was for her friend to laugh. The young Sith's frown deepened. She waited until her friend regained control of herself before continuing, and held her temper in check. Aren't you being a little overdramatic? Taya giggled. He is just one man, one Jedi. One Jedi that is closer to me than anyone else has ever gotten, Avaryss reminded her. We grew up together through the Force. In our dreams we met often, our connection to each other growing stronger and stronger as the years went by. Now that we have met, truly met, I can't say if that connection will continue to grow stronger. He picked up on one of my surface thoughts when we just talking. Taya gave her a mischievous look. It sounds romantic, knowing someone that intimately. It is a connection to be savored. Are you forgetting the fact that he is an enemy? Avaryss growled. He is a Jedi. He also has great anger in him. You told me that you sensed it. You told me you felt his rage. I did. Then I don't see what the problem is. Taya shrugged. Aren't you the one who told me once that you wanted as many Jedi as you could converted? Isn't that what your first master wanted you to work for? To follow the work of, what was his name again? Lord Hikidus. Right? Well, why don't you use what you learned? This connection you have with this boy works both ways. If he is as close to you as you say, why not use that connection to your advantage? Why do you not seek to bring him over to our side? In truth, she had thought about doing just that. Taya was not wrong, the connection did work both ways. Yes, she could feel the light through her connection to Finn, but, at the same time, he should be able to sense the darkness through her. Could it be done? She wondered. Could he be brought over to the dark side? If she could get him to tap into his anger again, maybe? She had felt their mutual passions. Could she not turn those passions to her advantage? Could she not reawaken the anger and betrayal he felt when he first emerged from the temple's destruction years ago? Could she do it? It would not be easy, but nothing worth doing ever was. The true danger in making such an attempt would be opening herself up to him fully, to let him in with her shields down. She was not sure if she trusted herself enough to do that. The part of her that was still Kira rose easily inside her in Finn Shadowstone's presence. He might seek to undo everything that she had done to herself, to bring Kira back. The hunter could get captured by the gang. She could not allow that to happen. She shook her head, many thoughts bouncing around inside her mind. She had had several visions of Finn over the years. She should have realized that it was only a matter of time until they met. Once she had seen herself fighting at his side. She had been clad in the robes of the Jedi, and the two of them had seemed to fit together like hand and glove. Another vision had been of Finn sharing her bed, the two of them locked in an embrace as they indulged their darkest fantasies and physical pleasures. Taya had been in that vision too. The two female Sith had been sharing Finn, or perhaps she and Finn had simply been sharing Taya. The future is always in motion, she knew. Her training had made that abundantly clear. It was not just the will of the Force that governed such things, but the choices of men and women as well. It was ever-changing. Any event could tip the balance. Finn could be either her future lover or her slayer, depending on the choices they made. The Force might guide you to the door, but it was you who had to decide to step through it. It was yet another reason that she needed to keep her distance from this right now. All of her skills and mind should be focused on dealing with the conspiracy and those enacting it. There would be a time for her to decide what to do with Finn later. Right now, she had bigger fish to fry. I don't have time for this right now, Tay, she said coldly. I cannot allow my encounter with Finn to distract me from what is really important, and besides, I still have Fel to consider. Avaryss smiled grimly. I've spent so much time preparing for his return, seeking out the necessary rituals and components. I do not wish my love to feel that I've betrayed his memory. Taya nodded, but from her expression, and what Avaryss was sensing from her through the Force, it was clear that her friend had other ideas about her goals. What? Avaryss demanded. Have I said something wrong? Taya sighed. Avaryss could sense her trepidation. Clearly the other girl did not wish to say what she was about to say. Speak your mind, she ordered her friend. Go on, say your piece. The other girl nodded, but did not respond quickly. When she did, Avaryss could see why she had held back. Her opinion was not one that Avaryss favored. How could she? Tay was asking her to abandon almost 2 hard years of work and research. I know you loved Fel. He was a strong Sith, and I respected and feared him, but Avi, he is gone. He died years ago, and you still have not let that go. He saved me in my hour of need, Avaryss replied. He gave me the strength I needed to reclaim the dark side and pass my final trial. And I'm grateful for that, as you should be, but maybe he meant that to be his final gift to you. It might have been his way of telling you goodbye. Or it is a reminder that he is still out there. That he trusts me to bring him back, to restore what we had, to take back what that which Nas ripped away from us. Taya frowned. I just don't want you to get your heart broken again, Avi. Even if you do this, even if you manage to bring Fel back, who is to say that he will be the same man you fell in love with? There is a good reason that our Sith ancestors chose to bind their souls to the tombs on Corbin. The chaos, the madness beyond death that awaits us is called that for a reason. Even if you can bring Fel back, who is to say what his mental state would be after being lost there for so long? Avaryss said nothing, her hands clenching into angry fists and opening again as her mind worked. Fel is gone, Taya repeated, and now the Force has seen fit to offer you someone new and could give you the future you deserve. This Finn, he could be the one that finally heals your heart after having it been hardened for so long. I can sense that you would not be opposed to that. I can sense your confusion about him, but also your desire. Her friend grinned. I haven't sensed these kinds of feelings from you since you first met Fel. I say give the boy a chance. Re-establish your dream connection, open him up the dark side, and let him see his power and what it can offer. Let him know that you are part of that offering and what the two of you could accomplish together. Wear down his defenses, and then strike when it is time. You can do it, Avi. I know you can. Take what is yours. Avaryss shivered. Her friend made a valid point. Fel was gone, and Finn was here. Perhaps she could open his mind to the dark side. Perhaps she could seduce him and bring him back into her sphere. Perhaps she could. Fel's face appeared before her, his golden eyes cold and hard. Her breath caught in her throat. No, she could not do it. She would not give up on what they had shared. The image of him seemed to nod, both accepting and agreeing with her choice. Yes, Finn was nothing. She would not give up on her love. Not now. She had worked too hard to see it all fall apart when she was so close to absolute victory. Fel would come back. She would bring him back, and they would be together again. They would love again, not just as fellow Sith but as equals. She shook her head, pushing back all thoughts of the men in her life and what might yet be. Now is not the time for this, she informed her friend. Our houses are threatened. Our master's very positions are being threatened. She gave her friend a cool look. Love and talk of it has its place, but not here, and not now. We have enemies to deal with. Taya nodded. Consider what I said, she advised. The future is full of possibilities, if we allow ourselves to see them. Avaryss nodded. She would follow her friend's advice, but it would not change her mind. Her future, her destiny led her back to Fel. She was sure of it. It was now only a matter of time. It seems that your masters were right, girls, Taya's mother informed them. The Red Eclipse, the ones you came here seeking, were behind the attack on our shuttles. Avaryss nodded. She wished that she could say she was surprised. The Sith met in the small meeting room inside the Dresco facility. A series of prefurbished domes owned by Taya's father, the structures had been designed for work on worlds with harsh environments. The ones used here used the very snow that fell on them to provide not only a form of insulation from the cold, but also provide water and power once processed through the structure's generators. An ingenious setup, but for the moment, Avaryss was not really concerned with the technological marvel around her. She was eager for blood. She and Taya sat next to each other while Lady Tasia sat across from them. Baron Dresco had joined them by hypercom, his holographic image flickering at the head of the table. Taya's father did not look happy. I should have seen this coming, the man said, shaking his head. Despite the money that I paid to ensure our security, we've always had problems with the local gangs. I've always figured in the loss of a cargo shipment or two. That is just part of the game on Hoth, the cost of doing business. He glanced over at his wife, his expression one of concern. I underestimated the gangs, and almost lost my wife, and my firstborn. We are safe, husband, Lady Tasia said in a soothing voice. The Force provided, and we managed to escape unscathed. Now it falls to us to decide on how best to respond to all of this, Avaryss added. This attack has to be answered. My master will be most displeased if I do nothing. Mine as well, Taya said, and by striking at us, these criminals prove that they are involved with what Avi here has been investigating. Avaryss turned to Lady Tasia. Did the communications officer that you interrogated give up anything else before he ran out of breath? Very little, I'm afraid, she said with disgust. I pushed him beyond the realm of lying. In his agony, he told me all that he knew. Avaryss pursed her lips. She wasn't so sure. Torture could be counterproductive sometimes. If the pain got too bad, if the subject broke completely, then the person might start telling you anything just to make it stop. Not everyone had the will of a Sith. Avaryss hissed in disgust. Regardless, we have probably lost any chance of dealing with this scum. If I were them, I would have boarded a ship and fled as soon as I learned of the mercenaries' failure. The whole group could be on the other side of the galaxy by now. Baron Dresco smiled. You do not understand how things are done on Hoth, young Avaryss. Those men could have fled, yes, but they have not. They are still in their base even now, tending to business as usual. Taya blinked. How do you know that, father? The Baron chuckled. As I said, this is not the first time that I've lost a shuttle on that ice ball. As soon as my love informed me that the Red Eclipse was involved, I contacted them, or rather the man I keep inside of their organization. I let him know of my displeasure, and my willingness to see at least some of the group offered up as sacrificial lambs. My man inside seems to think that this could work to his advantage, that he could move up in the organization if our response was appropriate. Teia's mother smirked. And just how appropriate of a response would you man require? A few key members removed from the organization, stumbling blocks in his path. If I was to provide that, and a generous stipend, my man inside is willing to arrange for a malfunction of their base's defenses. Baron Dresco smiled at Avaryss. You would be able to walk right in the front door. The young Sith laughed. Fools, she thought. Greedy fools. She was about to say as much to the Baron, but his lady wife beat her to it. Make it look like you are going to pay the money, husband, but do not release the funds. You will not need to. Wife. Lady Tasia smiled wickedly. I know how these fools believe the game on this world is played, but they have forgotten one important fact. And that is, they are not playing the game with you, they are playing it with me, and a Sith does not let such an affront go unanswered, not when our very power base is threatened by common thugs. Dresco nodded. He had been married to his wife long enough to understand he moods. I think it best that you leave no survivors then. We cannot be seen at reneging on a deal. I still do a lot of business on Hoth and with these gang's off-world members. The Baron cleared his throat. Find what you need and make a clean sweep of the rest, wife. Let us not be sloppy in dealing with this. Lady Tasia grinned. Have you ever known me to be sloppy, husband? You have my assurance, there will be no survivors. He nodded and grinned pleasantly. The fact that he had just condemned the full roster of the Red Eclipse to death seemed to have had no effect on him. Already Teia's father was back to business as usual. Avaryss grinned. She could see why the Baron and Teia's mother still had such a successful relationship. The man could be ruthless as a Sith if he needed to. Both love and ruthlessness, the Lady Tasia could not have asked for a better partner. Hopefully, she would have her own one day, once Fel had returned. My man inside the Red Eclipse is named Green, the Baron informed them. He is one of the few humans that work for the group, so he should not be hard to find. He may know more about who put them up to hiring the mercenaries. He has served my house well in the past, but business is business. He looked over at his wife. I leave his fate to you, my darling. See to his end in any way you see fit. I will keep in mind his service to our house, husband, she promised. He will find the end that he deserves. 2 hours later it was all over. The Baron's man on the inside had been true to his word. The Sith had entered the Red Eclipse base unopposed. The base itself, another modified shipwreck, had once been a Republic capital ship. Thanks to the human Green, the Sith knew the full layout of the base. It had made their work even easier. Teia's mother had taken the lead, with Avaryss and Teia following behind, accompanied by Barrick, a company of Sith soldiers, and Dresco security troops as well. The cleansing of the base had begun with the igniting of the Sith's lightsabers, Teia and her mother's double blades, and Avaryss' single-bladed hilt. The killing had begun in earnest. The lore thugs fell first, the ones that come out to greet the new arrivals. They had been unprepared for the Sith to come at them with weapons hot. Barrick had taken their soldiers deeper into the base to secure the officers, the ones most likely to know who had put them up to the attack on the Dresco shuttles. Avaryss had eagerly applied herself to the slaughter, that a chance to get to see Teia's mother in action. Avaryss had long noted her blonde friend's skill, but her mother was several degrees higher. As the slaughter around them continued, she saw the battle rager that Teia's mother had been in her youth. It was a bit terrifying, to be sure. The older Sith was like a scythe in a farmer's field. Anything that got in her way got cut down, and the blood and death only seemed to drive her even further into darkness, the force increasing both her speed and savagery with every kill. Avaryss had never really seen a fully trained Sith marauder fight until that moment. She had known Sith who had been sent to train with them, but seeing a fully trained marauder in action. No wonder the Sith army was so feared. Teia's mother's skill with the lightsaber was astonishing. She blended acrobatic Ataru and aggressive Juio into a dance of death. Avaryss grinned. One day she hoped to have such control over the Force. She would never be a battle rager, of course, but the sweet skill that Lady Tasia possessed was the envy of many a Sith. Avaryss hoped to match such skill one day. After the blood had come the interrogations. Teia's mother, still drunk on blood and the dark side, conducted most of these. Her eyes blazed golden as applied pressure to the surviving criminals. As for Green, the human that had let them in, Lady Tasia let Avaryss see to his interrogation and end. It was a very educational experience. But I helped you. The man had wailed. I helped you. Oh, I know you did, good sir, Avaryss purred, picking up a rather nasty-looking drilling tool. She turned to the man and with a smile held it up, the drill whirring to life in her hand. Her eyes blazed with the fire of the dark side as she advanced. But let us pretend that you didn't. She laughed. She lunged forward. The man screamed anew. Avaryss, still feeling after the encounter with Finn and her worries about Fel's resurrection, welcomed the man's screams. The fires of the dark side burned brightest when one was dominating a foe. Those fires burned away both doubt and confusion. She welcomed that sweet release. It would not last, but for the moment, the darkness was the sweetest of bombs, a drug that washed away all but anger and fury. The dark side was an addiction that no Sith would ever wish to be cured of. She had read that somewhere, but at that moment she could not say where, or who had said it. She had not cared. The man's screams consumed all, that in the savage pleasure of destruction. What some Sith scholar had said years ago mattered not. All that mattered was the pain and the screaming. It was all, the dark side was all. It was all that mattered. The Sith followed the Baron's suggestion to the letter. No survivors remained of the red eclipse here on Hoth. Still buzzing from her encounter with the human Green, Avaryss was feeling quite giddy as she boarded the Dresco transport, not just because the man had died in agony, but because she had found another link in the chain of the conspiracy, a very high-level link. She was most pleased. Several of the captured Red Eclipse outlaws had told them the same story. The money used to hire the mercenaries that shot down the Dresco shuttles had come from a single source, a single creature. His name was Gubik, a Rodian, and that was not all. This Gubik was no mere thug. He was a high-level representative for his world, or so the outlaws had claimed. He served on several committees in the Republic Senate. Avaryss grinned. A stooge of the Senate, she thought. Excellent. The higher up the chain they went, the closer they came to the one behind it, and considering the decisive response they had gotten here on Hoth, she was certain that if you went high enough up the chain you would come to one being, one single leader. It was that person that she wanted to speak with. It was that person that she would need to kill. She wanted that meeting, hungered for it. She wanted to hear his blood crackling on the blade of her lightsaber. She giggled. You are blood drunk, her conscience chided, drunk on the power of the dark side. Perhaps, she thought, but who cared? The power felt fantastic. She caught Barrett giving her a dirty look, but chose to ignore it. She was too high on victory right now to care what her mundane brother thought. They had a name, and soon they would have a location. She would find this Gubik, and then, he would learn the power of the dark side. And then, he would know fear, no terror. She grinned. He would know terror. He would know. She would show him. It would be fun. Chapter 40. I will never complain about Dromund Kaas heat again. That was her first thought as Avaryss stepped inside her quarters aboard her Fury-class interceptor. Rink had his orders, find a nice random location, and wait for her to give them their next destination. She closed the doors to her chambers asking that she not be disturbed and turned up the heat to a level likely only found on a desert world. The young Sith smiled as she stripped off her cold weather gear and sat down on her bed wearing nothing but her undergarments, intending to do nothing more for the next few hours than simply bask in the heat. You are going to be sweating in an hour. Her conscience chided, but in that moment, she did not care. The freezing cold of Hoth had seeped into her bones. She welcomed the chance to sweat. Who knew it might be just what she needed to shake off the last of the chill she was feeling. Ice worlds were definitely not her thing. Between her experiences on Fury 9 and the bitter cold and ice of Hoth, she would be perfectly happy to spend the rest of her life on a temperate world. Such a place, at that moment, would likely have been her definition of paradise. Still, the journey to Hoth had served its purpose. Once again, she had a new target, a new prey to hunt. She had already sent word back home to House Feer and War Master Feer. He would put his people on finding this Rodian worm that outlaws had dealt with, and as soon as he did, she would be ready. The hunt for their enemy continued. She would have asked Itae to join her on this final leg of her journey, but her friend's master had other plans. He had contacted her after their return from the outlaw base, temporarily releasing her into her mother and House Dresco's service. Despite their success on Hoth, Itae's mother remained unsure of Avaryss. It seemed either that, or Kaas and Lady Tasia had their own plans for her friend's future. The former could not be helped, the latter would not matter in the end. Itae would serve Avaryss, she felt the truth in that, and Itae had foreseen it as well. It would come to pass. For now, Avaryss would simply have to wait for War Master Feer to get back to her. She had given him the name of their target, and his agents were no doubt already looking into the matter for her. She closed her eyes and began to enter a meditative state. She hoped that the dark side would offer her some clue that might accelerate their hunt. Perhaps even grant her some insight into what she needed to do next. She drew breath evenly in and out. Slowly she felt herself beginning to drift. She turned her gaze inward, looking for the heart of the dark side, looking to find her center. It was not hard to find the darkness. It was there. It had always been there. You just needed to stop and listen, to look with the sight that went beyond your eyes. You needed to. She paused in mid-breath. What the? She felt something, a familiar pull that she had not sensed in a very long time. She felt it, tugging on her mind, a sense of being drawn elsewhere, of being pulled some long distance. Avaryss smiled. She knew what was going on. She knew who was trying to contact her. Poor boy, he just couldn't stay away. She could have resisted, but decided not to. She let herself be pulled away, carried out by a gentle current flowing through the force. The sounds of the world around her vanished, the hum of the ship, the growing velvet like heat starting to caress her bare skin. She let herself be taken. She let everything fall away. I wonder where we will turn up this time. Will he bring me back to the temple, or some new locale? Now that she had an understanding of her own powers, she knew that she had a choice, but no. She would let things play out. She was willing to give him the benefit of the doubt, at least in this. Her mind slipped away from her body. She did not fight it. Finn was waiting. She did not desire to be late. She felt that old giddy sense of flying, of moving through the cosmos without a ship. Her consciousness, freed of her body, moved through the galaxy at the speed of thought, perhaps even faster. She closed her eyes. Things were moving so fast. It was hard to keep everything straight, and then, just like that, she came to a stop. There was no jolt, just a sudden realization, and a sudden sense of arrival. She opened her eyes, and was surprised. She gasped. What was this? Surprise momentarily stunned her, but then, the darkness took hold again, and with it, a sense of bitterness. She shook her head. Typical, she thought. At long last, he finally decided to come here. She should have guessed. She looked around her, taking in the sights and smells of Alderaan, the tall grass, the violet skies, the distant creaking of a nearby spore collection tower. She sighed. He would choose this place, wouldn't he? She glanced around her. She could see her former home in the distance. A short walk, really, only about 200 or 300 paces. It was there that she would find him. She could sense his presence all around her, but it was in that place that he awaited her. She put one foot in front of the other, and made her way through the simple splendor that was Audana. She had no eyes for it now, not after everything she had seen. Though at the same time she did feel a slight painful tug in her gut. It wasn't homesickness. She had been gone too long for that emotion to creep into her. No, it was the echo of past feelings, things that had been lost bubbling to the surface again, drawn by seeing this place again. She did not let it get to her. She was Sith. This place had no hold on her. It may have been important to Kira, but to Avaryss it was nothing, a mere distraction. Liar. A tiny voice within her said, a voice that sounded too much like a long-dead Aardana farm girl. You will never truly be rid of this place, the voice seemed to murmur. It is what happened here that made you what you are. No, she thought, it was a beginning. Kira's life was nothing. It was a chrysalis period for her, nothing more. She had torn away that shell long ago. She had emerged something more, something stronger. She would not be drawn back into the failures of the past. They were in the past, best forgotten. The future was what mattered, and the future would belong to her. She would see to it. Finn was waiting for outside the dome that led down into the farm proper. Clad in dark green robes of the Jedi, he looked far different than she had seen him in the past. She was not surprised. He no longer sees me as a simple friend. He knows what I am, my affiliation. The thought made her sag. What was this then? She wondered. Some foolish Jedi appeal to what I once was. Was he trying to convince her to abandon the darkness? If he was, then he was a fool. She would never give up the power she had won. Never. She smiled slightly. She was curious to see what he had in mind. If this was some scheme to try and turn her, she wondered what levers he would try pulling. Greetings, she said with cool politeness. Hello, Kira, he said, bowing slightly. Welcome home. She sighed and shook her head. Home, she murmured. It was Kira's home, not mine. My home is on Dromund Kaas, with my fellow Sith. If he was taken aback by this, he did not show it. He kept smiling. So, this is where you come from? You told me about it many times, but to finally see it, to see where you grew up. He nodded thoughtfully. I can't see why you wish for me to see this. She looked around, taking in the sights. Familiar sounds greeted, and, at least, the illusion of familiar smells. All around her, the air seemed to whisper, tried to draw her back to a less complicated time in her life, a time that was more black-white. Home, the Force seemed to whisper in her ear. Home. She frowned. This place is gone now, she informed him, her voice as cold as the ice world she had just left behind. It has no hold over me, not anymore. She gave him a sly smile. Were you thinking of using this against me? Did you think that you might undo what I've done to myself these past few years? Not at all, he replied with a shrug. When we left Hoth, I asked Master Jazz about you. Your first encounter aboard the wreck, and what he sensed from you then. I wanted to understand you, not just what you are, but what made you this way. Finn sighed. I wanted to know, and to understand you, that is all. So you thought bringing me here was how you would do that? She asked, frowning. I did not bring you here. I merely reached out with the Force and hoped that you would answer. I let you pick the location of our meeting. He smiled again. You seem to have come dressed for the occasion. Avaryss looked down. She was surprised by what she saw. She was not dressed in the robes of the Sith. She wore a simple white shirt and a set of tan overalls. Her arms were tan from the sun, her hands dirty from a day out in the fields, inspecting the collection towers. Chore clothes, she remembered. How many times back on Aardana had she slipped into these before the sun came up? How many times had she left home early in the morning to make sure that everything was working fine on their farm, that the quotas would be met, and her father free of worry? Many times, she thought, too many perhaps. She sighed. This will not do, she murmured. She reached down inside herself. She covered her face with her hands, and when she slid them away, Kira Lilos vanished. She melted away like an ice chip on a hot summer day. Avaryss stood in her place, clad in the robes of the Sith, her lightsaber clipped to her belt. She smiled. Much better, she purred, and far more comfortable. Clearly, Finn frowned. She sensed a bit of disappointment from him, but did not let that bother her. She had no regrets of the choices that had brought her to this place. Kira Lillis was gone. She had been weak. She had not been able to cut it. It does not answer my question, though, he said. And that is, she asked. Why? He looked at her with sad, yet curious eyes. What brought you to this? I could lie, you know, she smirked. You've never lied to me yet. I can't believe that you will start now. A sense of fear twisted in her gut. Some things were better left alone, the darkness whispered. Why risk bringing them up? Because he asked, she thought. That is reason enough. She sighed. Why? She said, shaking her head. I could give you so many reasons. It is what is expected of a force sensitive in the Empire. I am smart, driven. How could I not seek to excel among the ranks of the Sith? She grinned slyly. Maybe it was just because I look good in black. Do any of those answers seem like lies to you? No, he agreed, but they are not the whole truth either. He gave her a wan smile. You do look good in black, though. Thank you, kind sir, she said with a slight curtsy, hoping he would not notice the heat rise in her cheeks. You're welcome. Now how about the real truth? He crossed his arms over his chest. She sensed only determination in him now, rock hard and immovable. I'm waiting, she snorted. Clearly he was not going to budge on this. She had hoped to wear him down, but she had an idea. Must we talk about such things? She purred, her voice turning silky, even a little seductive. She ran her hand down from her chin down to her waist. The robe she was wearing changed. They became more gowns-like, off the shoulder, yet tied in all the right places, showing over her curves, and cut very low in front. She gave him a warm come-hither look. Aren't there other things that you would much rather be doing with me? He did not even blink. Don't tease, he said flatly. Am I teasing? I thought I was making an offer. There are men in this galaxy that would not turn down such a chance. She gave him a coy smile. We both know this is a dream. Why should we not enjoy it? Would you really be breaking your precious Jedi code if you did? Probably not, he shrugged, but I recognize this for what it is. You're trying to distract me. Is it working? Yeah, a little. She smirked. Only a little, she said, glancing down, the way he was now holding the long sleeves of his robe over his waist. Perhaps she was not wasting her time here, after all. If that could manifest here? He stopped her with a glare. Kira, he said flatly. He was not angry, but he was getting annoyed. She pouted. Oh well, she thought. You couldn't blame a girl for trying. She had hoped to test the waters, see if he was up for seduction, if he was willing to go with it. She could sense his interest, even a flicker of desire, but that damn Jedi calm of his continued to get in the way. Pity, she thought. We could have had some fun. You want the why, huh? She asked. Fine, but don't say that I didn't warn you. She closed her eyes and gestured. They turned to night. The farm behind them vanished. In its place was a burning pit, a pit that had consumed everything that Kira Lillis had known. At Finn's feet lay Kira's father, his body left as it had been the night he had been taken from her, the night that Darth Feer had sent his lackeys to her home. Finn looked around, shocked by the carnage. The burning farm, the Sith troopers mummified in their own armor, the result of Avaryss' first step down the dark path. What is this? He asked. This is where it began, she said flatly. This is the night that Kira died, and Avaryss took her first steps. She sighed and shook her head. I've spent a lot of time avoiding coming back to this place. I hope you can understand why. She felt a wave of horror run through her. Perhaps the Jedi was not used to seeing such things. Well, he better get used to it, she thought. War would come again, and with it all the horrors that it could unleash. She was ready. She wanted Finn to be too. We lived an idyllic life, I suppose, she said, looking up into the night sky, watching the ashes of her life blow away on the evening wind. The Dark Lord that ruled us was neither harsh nor vengeful. All he wanted was what we produced. As long as we paid tribute and met the quotas sent to us, we were left alone. She turned to Finn and smiled sadly. Nothing good lasts forever. What happened? He said. What always happens, she replied. The Lord that ruled us fell. A rival took control of his holdings. He took control of us. Avaryss laughed. She remembered her last talk with her father. She remembered him sitting inside the garage cleaning his weapon. He had known what that meant, but had not even tried to get his family to safety. Avaryss had come to hate him for that. Tradition says that a Dark Lord should not risk an enemy to flourish. He did not take any chances in dealing with those that our former master bowed to. He sent enforcers to my home to slay anyone in power that could prove to be a threat to his new order. Men like the overseer of our district, my father, we were all supposed to die that night. Finn's eyes narrowed. He tried to kill you because he thought you a threat. No, he desired our deaths because of tradition. A Dark Lord must destroy his rival's power base utterly, unless he wishes his rival's interests to become a threat to him. Was your father such a man? Was he a threat? My father only wanted to do his duty. He had been a soldier first, and a loyal son of the Empire a close second. She laughed fatalistically. It did not save him, my mother, or my sisters. It did not save me. She gestured. Again the air shimmered. An illusion of her as she had been that night took shape. Kira Lilas on her knees, her arms pinned by Sith troopers, her master's enforcer advancing on her. I was to be kept as a trophy, she hissed. A prize for the son of the new overseer, his pretty wife. Avaryss' eyes narrowed. The Force had other plans. As Jedi and Sith watched, the illusion of Kira wailed in agony and rage. Her body glowed like a star as the death field expanded out from her, consuming the enforcer and his men. Finn said nothing as he watched. He must have sensed the dark energy that still saturated the memory, and either that or he finally realized just how powerful his dream friend was in the Force. Avaryss smiled. The dark side came to me that night. It saved me and offered me a new life, a life free of fear, free of helplessness. Finn shuddered. You were a victim, he said. I'm sorry. She gave him a cold look. I became a survivor, and after many hardships and threats that should have left me broken, I endured, and found my way here, found my way to you. She grinned. And here we are, she said, at the place where nightmares and fantasies meet. She giggled. Isn't it wonderful? She felt a wave of compassion wash over her. Her old friend's horror turned to pity. I'm sorry, he said. I'm not, she purred. She stepped forward. He did not back away, and he stood his ground, fiercely, proudly. Good? I thought you lost to me, she said in a husky voice. I thought you just a child's distraction. I tried to forget you. What it felt like to be close to you. Still he did not retreat. He let her get so close that her chest brushed his. She could almost feel the smooth leather of his vest, the rough spun feel of his robe. It was a start, but she wanted more. She needed more. In that moment, all thought of Fel had faded. All that mattered was the now. Her mind was screaming that this was a mistake, that she needed to back away, but the rest of her couldn't do it. She was finally here. She would enjoy this moment to the fullest. How does it feel? He asked. She grinned. Like this, she murmured, coming up on her toes. Again he did not back away. She felt his arms starting to encircle her. Kira, he murmured, his voice thick with desire, his Jedi calm failing. Perfect. He began to lower his head as she closed her eyes. He leaned in closer and... Beep! Avaryss' eyes snapped open. She felt a strange sense of vertigo. It took her a moment to regain her faculties. The world spun strangely as her true senses came rushing back. What in the Emperor's name? Beep! She shook her head, clearing away the last of the vision. She was back in her quarters on the Fury. The alarm next to her bed was ringing, the red light on top flashing. It took her a moment to remember what that meant. The vision she had shared with Finn had left her frazzled, unsure where she was. She snarled in barely restrained fury. Fools. Idiots. She had been so close. She had given orders not to be disturbed. It took all of her self-control to not leave her quarters, go up the cockpit and throttle Mr. Rink. Had he not listened, she had told him not to bother her. That he should only contact her if it was an emergency. The alarm beeped again. The realization washed over her. An emergency. She shook her head again. Maybe it was. She reached out with the force, pressing the button. She took another deep breath. She did not want to vent her anger if this was truly an emergency. Rink, she growled, only just holding her temper in check. Hey boss, the former street rat replied. We got a call coming in for you from Dromund Kaas. Your eyes only. Avaryss blinked. Had Feer found the Rodian already? If so, that was quick. Is it Lord Feer? She asked. Don't think so, boss, Rink replied. It is on the executive channel though, the one from the Citadel. Figured you might want to take this. Avaryss frowned. A call from the Citadel, not from Feer, but a direct line. Who could have gotten a direct line to her ship? If not Lord Feer then. Avaryss smiled, realization washed over her. She was pretty sure she knew who was on the other end of the line now. She rose from her bed and slipped on a robe. She reached out with the force to turn down the heat, trying to make herself look respectable. Put the call through Rink, she said. I will take it in here. Sure thing, boss, whatever you say. Avaryss nodded. All thought of Finn and what might have happened faded. She was all business now. It would be unwise to face this one in any other state. His image appeared, not as large as the one in the comm room, but large enough to confirm who it was that was calling. She smiled warmly. Darth Baras, she said, bowing her head. I do hope the information I presented you with last time proved useful. The older Sith chuckled. His silver armor seemed to gleam in the light. No pointless pleasantries this time, youngster. Know you are honored by my call. He laughed again. Good, he said. I have another deal for you, child. If you are willing to play along. Her smile widened. I can't deny that I profited from our last arrangement. What can I do for you, Lord Baras? I've just learned, youngster, that you are currently in pursuit of a member of the Rodian senatorial staff. Baras stood a little straighter. He is of interest to me. I thought we might come to an arrangement on his future. Avaryss chuckled, if only to hide her surprise. She did not know who had told Baras about this. It could have been someone in House Dresco, one of Lorgar's people, maybe even an agent within House Feer. One thing was for certain, she would speak to Lord Feer about increasing security, just in case. They shouldn't make things too easy for Darth Baras. When you say, future, my lord, I take it that means you wish him to have a lack of one, yes. Nothing so crude, young one, the Dark Lord replied. His death would send a message, but leaving him alive would allow me to send another one. Baras leaned in closer. When you confront this, dog, I would like you to suggest that it was a certain Jedi that told you where he was, and leave him alive to tell the tale. It would serve my interest to see a little dissension stirred up within the Jedi ranks. Avaryss chuckled. I could sing this song for you, Lord Baras, but once again, I must ask, and do not doubt my loyalty to the cause of seeing the Jedi suffer, but... She grinned. What is in this for me? If Baras was angered by her presumption, he did not show it. If anything, he radiated amusement. I do have something to trade, child. Not just the location of your prey, but also a special report that just found its way into my hands. An interesting read, I must say, naming a certain Jedi Master working with Republic intelligence. Someone who no doubt would have preferred this report never been filed. But it has, and now it is mine. Congratulations, my lord, she said. It seems your agents have come through again. I would prefer to call them my invisibles, child, if they existed, of course. Of course, she agreed. I take it you are interested in what I found. Most definitely, she said. Then we can trade, he said. I will send you the report. It will be encrypted, of course. Can't be too careful once you have dealt with the Rodian and planted the name that I've asked. I will send you the cipher key to unlock the report. Sounds fair, she said. I will aid you in this, my lord. In fact, it will be my pleasure. That is good. The older Sith agreed. I'm most pleased. Glad to hear it, she said. Now all that remains is for you to tell me where the Rodian is, that in the name of the Jedi you want me to attach to this. The Jedi's name is Dromund Kaas. He has been a thorn in my side for years. I would be most eager to see that thorn pulled out, but for now he has some use. Especially if he is linked to something interesting. And the Rodian, she asked, you said you had a location for me. Gubik is the man's name, is it not? Baras asked. It is. Then, I have good news for you, Darth Baras said, sounding pleased with her decision. Representative Gubik is currently on Aarist, though he had been spending more and more time on Hoth recently. Confront him and give him the name. Baras chuckled. Master Kaas will have a lot of explaining to do, and you will have the evidence that you seek in bringing down the head of the conspiracy. Avaryss grinned. Your information goes that high up. It does, Baras promised. Then why not deal with it yourself? Baras shrugged. I have my reasons, he said. For now you have a choice to make. You can carry out my wishes and learn what I've learned, or continue to thrash around in the dark. I know what choice I would make if I was in your position, young one. Avaryss nodded. It was not much of a choice. I will send your message, my lord, she promised. Have my cipher key ready to send. It will be child, he promised. Until then, good hunting. Baras out. Thank you, my lord, she replied. The hologram faded. She did not even bother checking to see if it erased itself. She knew that it would. In Aarist, she thought, or now Hoth, the prey was there. She was looking forward to this. One more victim, and she would be in a good position to strike at the conspiracy directly. She welcomed the chance, and all it cost her was the chance to frame a Jedi. She welcomed that offer. She would say anything if it got her to the head of the conspiracy. Not that he would be head of anything much longer. If Baras' offer paid off, perhaps she would need to reevaluate her feelings for the Sith Master. I will do as he asked, but in the end, the true rewards would be mine. As would the Republic lackey. As was the galaxy, and it all began here. She looked forward to their meeting. The future was coming. She welcomed that arrival. Let my enemies be warned, she though with a hungry smile. Let them beware and die. She welcomed that last part. She laughed. She was going to enjoy this very much.